was the region was 1.2. Really, it would probably be good something. We're gonna go there.
Yeah, so what's our budget? Oh, if that many watching, I'll be careful with that. All at the same time.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Good Design. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 3 of Hoopfest. And hey, if this is your first day joining us, welcome. Hey, if you've been here for the past 2 days, thank you for staying here and join us. Hey, got to tell you what's going on with Hoopfest is if you're your first time here, hey, this is our first annual Hoopfest. We're going to continue to do this every year, hopefully. And this is all about embroidery. And we started this thing out, hey, if you wanted to enter a contest that we had, you actually created an embroidery project. You submitted it in to our website with pictures. We opened it up for voting, and we're letting the public go and vote on their favorite one. So what we're doing is we're giving awards first through third place for the People's Choice Awards. And so it's really cool. First place is about $3,000 worth of embroidery things with a machine. The second place is you're getting a machine and about $2,000 worth of embroidery things. And then third place, you're getting a machine and about $1,000 or $1,100 worth of embroidery items. So it's really cool. We love having this. We had over 40,000 votes on it with 222 entries. And you can still go look at all those that entered. You can't vote because voting closed on Sunday of this past week, but you can still go look at all the pictures of the projects that were submitted, and you can go to our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com. On that page, on the home page, you'll see the Hoopfest banner. Just click on that and it'll take you to the page, and you can go down and view all that, and you can look at all the prizes and things that are happening. But got to tell you about the really cool thing that's happening is we are giving one of you lucky viewers out there your dream embroidery studio. It's the Dream Studio giveaway, and we've got a packed full of great things. It's $26,000 package that's one of you lucky viewers are going to win. And let me read it off exactly what you're getting. You're going to get that SWF 12 needle embroidery machine that comes with the stand and the cap equipment. Basically it's a $12,999 value that you're getting. You're getting a Brother 𝐓𝐸𝐷3600D. That D stands for Disney. It's a sewing and embroidery combo machine you're getting. You're getting the Dime Perfect Embroidery Pro software. It's a $4,200 value. You're getting the 𝐓𝐸𝐸𝐬 easy frames for that SWF embroidery machine, a $369 value. You're getting the exquisite 288 spools of thread. You're getting a Anita Good Design. Oh, and it was that's a $1,400 value, by the way. You're getting the Anita Good Design Steve Wilson Signature Series, $750 value. You're also getting the Anita Good Design Collection kit, which is $500. You're getting the 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 Scissors kit, $144. You're getting John Deere's Digitizing Dream Course. That's a $299 value. And then and of course, you're getting a Brother ScanNCut, that 230D, and that's an $899 value. So a great package that we're putting together. And I'm telling you, this would not be possible, everyone, if it weren't for our wonderful sponsors. And I got to just, recognize the sponsors that helped us with the show. They're providing all the products that we're giving away for the prizes and all the giveaways. And so our platinum sponsors were FWF, Anita Good Design, and Dime. Gold sponsors were R&K featuring the Floriani, Janome, Brother, Kimberbell, and Melco. The silver sponsors were 𝐏𝐸𝐸𝐬𝐸 and Juki. The bronze sponsors were the Deere's Embroidery Legacy. And then the associate sponsors were 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 Scissors, Smith's Needles, the Embroidery Shop, OESD, Embroidery Garden, Synchrony Financing, Angela Wolf, and Joanne Banco. So if it weren't for all those sponsors, we would not be putting this great show on. And so, guys, make sure that if you go out, take a look at all their products that we have that we're highlighting on the show. And again, we sure do appreciate their participation. So anyway, I'm glad you are here, and I got to tell you how you can win prizes, okay? Because I know everybody loves winning things. So how you want to win is if you're watching today from Facebook, okay? You can go on and you can actually like the video. You can actually make comments, make questions over in the chat, the live chat, and you can share it, okay? That's going to help you win prizes, and that's also going to help you win going toward that overall prize of the $26,000 giveaway. If you are watching on YouTube, go down and hit that bell notification, give us that thumbs up, and also make comments or ask questions in the live chat. And that'll help you toward the $26,000 giveaway. If you are watching this and it's delayed, okay, and you're not a part of the live chat, you can actually go down, and even the people who are watching live chat, you can watch the replay. You can go down and make comments and ask questions underneath the videos down in where you can do it. That won't be activated until the live streaming is over, but you can go down and make comments there, and that'll help your chances. So there's a ton of ways that you can win by doing all those things that'll help your chances. And so we're going to give that away on Saturday. So the more participation you have, the better chances you have to win. So we sure do appreciate everybody's comments and questions that's coming in. And again, today we have a wonderful lineup of presenters, great specials on machines, and then we have our 2 educational classes. We're going to have Cindy Hogan here today doing an educational class. She's going to talk all about uploading and editing designs. And then we have the world famous John Deere going to be on today, and John is going to talk about understanding digitizing. So we're going to kind of, we're taking those classes just at an advanced level a little bit more to kind of give you a little teaser on how you can do some digitizing and edit designs and things like that. So we hope you'll stay tuned all day today. But hey, next up, I have got to bring my co-host in for today. We had her on Monday. Angela Wolf was here. Yesterday we have Jane Klaus. Well, today we got Angela Wolf is back in the house. So Angela, how are you doing this morning? All right, you're muted.
I'm so excited I muted myself. I'm over here liking and sharing the video. Now, can I win the dream machine? The dream machine, the dream room.
You know what? You probably could win, but I think we'd have a uprising on our hands. So we're probably going to officially say that you're disqualified from winning any prizes.
I still am liking and sharing. This is so exciting. I was looking at the lineup for today. Holy cow, do we have some awesome people coming on, and excellent education, by the way. And I even pulled some embroidery out of my closet.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, a little sporty for the embroidery Hoopfest. You have to. Where's your embroidery, Blaine?
It's underneath. It's on my shirt, like underneath my jacket.
Okay, we'll just leave it.
Just kidding. Just kidding. I know I need to get something embroidered and wear it, don't I?
Yes, you do. Tell Michelle to get on that new machine she has.
I know. I need to get her. I bought her that 3600D for Valentine's Day, and that's one of the machines we've highlighted on the show. And I tell you, I love that machine, and I've kind of tried to help her with it to get started because she's never sewn before in her life, never had a machine, and she's like, started seeing all these shows, and she was like, man, I would love to learn how to embroidery, like do jean jackets and stuff. And we had an event in one of the stores, and they were had a lady there had this beautiful jean jacket she had embroidered, and Michelle was like, oh, I want one of those. I said, well, just make it. She goes, well, I got to learn how to do it. So she's been trying to figure all that out, and hopefully she'll get where she can do it.
Tell her to start with little things for the dog. That's the easiest to start.
Well, she has. She started making some dog clothes already. So
excellent. Excellent. So Blaine, I saw the lineup for today. I actually, even though I had to work on a different job yesterday, I watched in the background. Another amazing day. Every day is so different with so many different things. If you're not watching this, and the best part is you have educational parts in here. And I tuned into those because I always learn something new. Always.
Oh, you're exactly right. And today I'm telling you, like, we have some of the best educators coming on, and just one that stands out to me. I don't know if everybody knows who Julie Fei-Fan Balzer is, but Julie, is we kind of is the unofficial ScanNCut queen. She's a brother ambassador, but she goes on all their HSN shows and does selling on the brother products. But not only that, she's actually a host of a show on I think it's still on PBS. I'm not sure what channel, but it's called Make It Artsy. And years ago she had a show that was called Scrapbook Soup. And so Julie's been on TV forever. So she's kind of a somewhat TV celebrity in the sewing world, and she's going to be on the show today. And we always look forward to her coming on. And then naturally, we got John Deere going to be here. John Deere is world famous digitizer. I mean, he's world renowned on his digitizing skills. He's going to be on the show sharing some of his tips and stuff about digitizing. Cindy Hogan is going to be on the show. I mean, everybody knows Cindy Hogan. You've had her on your show on It's So Easy.
Oh,
And,
yes. We just had live show yesterday on Brother Sews, talking more software.
yeah. So, we just got a great lineup of people in super. And then we have, Trevor Conquergood is going to be on, from Floriani, and he's up in Canada. And Trevor is just, fantastic. And everybody kind of knows Trevor through the Floriani world.
I saw what Trevor embroidered for you. The little, how cool was that? Oh,
it was really cool. And, yesterday, Clarissa from Floriani, she kind of upped it a little bit a little bit more. Trevor emailed her the file of the Hoopfest, and so she made me this really cool towel that had the Hoopfest logo and the Floriani logo. She said she's going to mail it to me. So I was like, that was awesome.
That's very cool. Very cool.
Well, hey, this morning coming up, you're going to go in and you're going to talk with, all about Anita Good Design. And so we have, Brianna's coming in this morning, and, I'll let you introduce her and get going. But, that's going to be a great, great thing. And, what people don't realize too, Angela, on the Anita Good Design, the stuff that y'all are going to talk about this morning, we have a couple different ways. They can get that digital edition that they can download for $4.99. They're going to get that yearly for $9.99, and then they can get the all access for $14.99. But what people don't really realize what we're doing is we're actually offering financing for that. So the first two I talked about, you can get it for 12 months. And if you do the all access, that $14.99, we're going to finance it for you for 18 months. So that makes it super, super easy for somebody to get that collection.
That's very easy. And there are so many designs. I was blown away by the presentations on Monday, and I watched yesterday as well, too. And my nephews were watching, and they want that animal quilt. So I'm going to have to either bribe them to get that, or I'm going to have to get busy, because they loved it. They loved it. Yeah,
the detail on that is unbelievable. And then the colors. I noticed, I can't remember who it was that shown. It might have been Brian, but he shown, he pulled that up and it had all the parrots and things on it, all the colors. I mean, that thing is just unbelievable looking.
Absolutely. So I did not know that you were going to do financing for that. That's fantastic. That is new to me today.
Yes. And I tell you what, and the great thing about it is I know $1,400 is a lot of money, and so, but if you can spread that out over time, then it doesn't make it really hard for somebody to say, hey, I'm paying this much monthly to get all that great collection monthly. So that's what we were doing. And we said, hey, we've got to make sure everybody knows that. So, today we're hoping that, everybody jumps on board and gets some of this, Anita Good Design, all access. That's the ticket. Because the great thing about the all access, when you spend that $1,400, they're going to give you a $1,400 gift card that you can use to buy other things that Anita Good Design sells. So basically, it pays for itself.
Right. And now you're offering financing, so you don't have to dig in your wallet too bad right now.
Not at all. So I think that's the way to go. But hey, we got a great, great day ahead of us, and I know you're going to stick around most of the day today. And I know you're. Again, I told everybody we're super fortunate to get you and Jane. And I know you were a little bit more available than Jane was, but I know you're still, very limited on how much time you can spend with us because you got so much going on and so many commitments. And we sure do appreciate you being on our show, Angela, and helping host and also being a sponsor. You're one of our sponsors, and we're going to be giving away, one of your clubs today, one of your memberships to the Fashion Club today. That'll be part of the giveaway today, and we sure do appreciate you providing that. And I know everybody's going to love getting that.
Awesome. But, I am so grateful to be here. Thank you, Blaine, for having me. I moved everything I could on my schedule to be here. I didn't want to miss out on this. I love embroidery.
And you know what? When you tell me that you're going to be here Saturday and not go fishing.
I know. My husband about had a heart attack.
I could not believe it. I was like, Wynn may shoot me over this, that you're going to miss out going fishing to be with us. So everybody out there, I'm telling you, that's how important Hoopfest is. Angela, she said, okay, I'm not going fishing Saturday.
Yeah, and those of you who know me, that's a pretty big deal. But Wynn
says, big deal.
Wynn says he thinks you're the best, and he says you owe him.
All right, tell him I owe him. So, hey, Angela, let's kick this thing off. I know that you're ready to go, and you're going to have Anita Good Design up first thing this morning, and you're going to have Brianna. So I'm going to let you introduce her.
Brianna is ready for us. I'm so excited. Brianna, Brianna from Anita Good Design is here, and I can hardly wait to see her samples. When I saw Brian's on Monday, and then I watched yesterday, I can hardly wait to see today. So if you have missed this on day 1, 2, or 3, now you can get financing. I have got to see this. So Brianna, are you here? Join us. Hello.
Hey everyone, it's Brianna here from Anita Good Design. Hey Miss Angela.
Nice to see you.
You too.
So tell everyone just a little bit about how long you've been with Anita Good Design.
Whew, God, this month actually makes 7 years I've been with Anita Good Design. So the whole time I've been here, I've had something to do with our events and sort of making those happen and being behind the scenes for that, and then actually coming out and teaching them. So I love it.
That's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
Everyone watching, and I even received some emails from some of my fans that said that they had no idea that your designs were so beautiful until you see them in person. You know, you hear about it maybe, and they haven't been to an event. This virtual event gives such a great opportunity to see this. So I'm so excited.
Absolutely. It makes a world of difference seeing them, even on the camera and in person versus just the pictures on the website, you know?
Right. So what do you have for us? We'd love to see it. And I know you have special deals that everyone's dying to hear. And now Blaine just announced that they have financing for that as well.
Yeah, and I was like, oh, mental note. I did not know that he was doing that. So that is awesome. We are so appreciative of that. That does make that payment much easier. And we'll get into what All Access is here in a minute if you aren't aware. But that is awesome. I really appreciate that, Blaine.
Awesome. So Brianna, take it away.
All righty. So we are going to talk this morning a little bit about All Access Club and really just what that is, what that entails, and some of the wonderful things that you can look forward to in this. Kind of going back through some of our samples actually from June. I can't even believe it's June, y'all. The year is just flying by. We are going to talk about a few of our samples from June and just show you some of these beautiful things. So let's just dive right in. We've only got 30 minutes, so let's dive right in. I want to start this morning with showing you this really classic collection. This is from our brand new Southern Sioux. These Sunbonnet Sioux collections have always been a fan favorite of our customers. So we decided to create some brand new Sunbonnet Sioux designs. And we are calling this one Southern Sioux because she just has her beautiful little bonnets on there, and you know, she's just hanging out in the garden with the butterflies and doing all the southern things. So this is Miss Southern Sioux, and you can kind of see here these are actually done with these bean stitches that are kind of meant to mimic that traditional hand stitch look. So that bean stitch is the 2 forward 1 back stitch that we do there. So just a very heirloom looking technique with the Sunbonnet Sioux designs. That's one of our new ones for June. We also have these really fun free motion embroidery designs. So these free motion embroidery designs are continuous, as you can kind of see here. They start and stop only in the same place there. So they just kind of go on, and they are gorgeous. These will look great for some of your quilting or potentially even pillowcases and other home decor like that. But these are beautiful, fun designs, easy to stitch, quick to stitch, but can really add sort of a different element to whatever project you might be working on. Another one I really love because I'm ready to go to the beach. I don't know about y'all if you've had your vacation yet, but I have not. My whole family goes the end of July, so I'm looking forward to it, and this is getting me in the beach mood. So these really, really beautiful designs here are called seabirds. So these contain some applique and some embroidery, a lot of detail here, just to create these beautiful little sea creatures. Look, he's so happy on the sand. I can't wait till I'm happy on the sand in the end of July, soaking up the sunshine there. We got this little guy here. So some really, really beautiful, I don't know all the different types of seabirds, but there's several different ones in this collection that all look just happy as clams or birds as they were, happy to be there and enjoying the beach. Something else fun and different we kind of have here for the month of June was our embroidered mouse pads. So, you know, just like we think, what can we add embroidery to? We've done it on boots, we've done it on lunch boxes. Why not mouse pads? So we have these beautiful embroidered mouse pads. So you can see this one here says, love what you do what you love. This one, I like this one. I feel like this is pretty much sums up every day for me, is doing all the things. doing all the things. So this is a really cute little design. And of course, these are just standard embroidery designs. They don't have to just go on mouse pads. They could really go on anything, cute little tote bags or other accessories. But we did just decide to kind of embroider a mouse pad for the first time at Anita Good Design. There's always something, we got to do something new and something different. And the mouse pads were it. Next up, we have these little patriotic patches. So getting you ready for the 4th of July that's going to be here before we know it. Just a few different little patches. I'm just showing you a couple of everything, but just so y'all know, these collections do come with several other design variations. I'm just kind of showing you a couple to kind of hit the high points, and then you can kind of see the look and the feel of the collection, and you can always search it on our website if you want to find out more. But these are called patriotic patches. So again, just little embroidery designs that you could really put on anything, you know, make yourself a great little 4th of July outfit, or put on the back of a denim jacket, a shirt, anything like that to kind of get ready for the holidays. Now this is a really, really cute one. If you would have asked me 7 years ago when I started working here, if we were gonna make a bag out of fruit slices, I would have been like, what? But it is so cute, y'all. Look at these adorable bag we made using these fruit slices. And the collection is called just that, fruit slices. It's very easy. So you have all of these beautiful, beautiful blocks here. This is just the same, well, there you go. Camera's opposite. This is just the same block that's actually repeated. And then we just made 2 sides and put it together to make this really fun little zippered bag. And then we just chose to add like this string onto it too. What's really great about this design and in a lot of our designs is that we tell you how to make this project. So not only are you getting the fruit designs, which you could probably find plenty of other things to do with, but we give you some ideas of how to use them. So in the All Access magazine for the month of June, you're gonna find the full step-by-step tutorial of how to actually create a really cute little fruit bag of your own. Or what we did is, if you can kind of imagine taking these 2 sides and just putting them together, you could create a really, really fun throw pillow. So there's all different little types of fruit slices in there. There's a watermelon one that's really cute. So we give you all those designs plus the ideas and the inspiration, detailed step-by-step instructions of how to actually create these fun projects. So that is a really good one. Now, onto some of our quilting ones, and these are bigger, so I'm gonna have to like just take a little scoot back here so that I can really show you this. So this one is one of our newest quilting collections, and this one is called Savannah Sunsets. So you can see here these beautiful, beautiful animal-inspired blocks. Let me kind of show you the other side too. Whoops, upside down and all around. So beautiful, beautiful detailed embroidery. You can see that we kind of have this beautiful background that sort of changes color as it goes, just as if the sun were setting right on this quilt itself. And then look at this beautiful border. I love this border because it's embroidered. This isn't a fabric choice. This isn't a printed fabric. This is actually embroidered on this border. Say that 10 times fast. So embroidered borders, looking really, really fun on this quilt. What's really great about this is you could use these borders for other quilts as well. You know, they don't just go with this collection. So you could definitely use this border for something else that you might already have at home or might already be working on, or any other collection that you kind of see fit. So that's really fun. You can kind of mix and match that with other things that you might already have. We came out with another beautiful quilting one this month. Y'all are blessed with 2 beautiful quilting collections this month. And this is our tropical mirrored blocks. So tropical mirrored blocks, as you can kind of just see there in the screen, they are, guess what, mirrored. And you can kind of see how one side is a little more detailed, a little more embroidery, and then one side actually has some applique to it. So they look slightly different, but the same. I really love this flamingo, if you can kind of see this example up here. So on this side, this little guy, his body is applique. And then on this side, it's actually all embroidery. So it has just a little bit of a different look and feel, but they mimic each other perfectly, and the colors look great together. So beautiful, beautiful quilting collection. Again, with a lot of our, with all of our quilting collections, you don't have to just use them to make quilts. You know, you can use those blocks to make bags, pillowcases, all kinds of things. It doesn't have to just be quilts, but you certainly can put a lot of them together and make wall hangings and quilts of any size that you wish. So those are just a few of the things that came out in the month of June, just some of my favorites. We had a lot more that actually came out during the month of June. If you were an All Access member, you've probably already seen that and you're already drooling over those designs and enjoying stitching those out. If you're not an All Access member, I'm going to tell you a little bit about exactly sort of what that is and what that entails. And then I'm going to tell you how awesome it is that Blaine is offering you a financing option for that. So we'll kind of get into that here. This is our All Access magazine. So every single month, we create this magazine with all of our new designs. So here at Anita Good Design, we come out with new stuff every single month. We never take a month off. We are always coming out with something new for you every single month. So here you can kind of see the front of the magazine just gives you like a sneak peek of what's going to be inside. And then the back really shows you all of the collections that are going to be included. So you can see like that Southern Sioux we were looking at, the free motion embroidery, you've got your seabirds and so on and so forth. Everything is spelled out for you right on the back of that book. So if you're looking for something down the road and you're like, I can't remember which month that seabirds was in, it's going to be easy to take your book and just sort of look on the back there and see exactly what was in that month's issue. So this is that June book for you. And you know what? I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of July. Don't tell anybody, but this one is fun. It is Christmas in July, and we have some really beautiful samples. If you tune in for my session later today at it's 1:15 Pacific time, 4:15 Eastern time, which is where I am, we are going to be going a little more into detail into July. So if you want to see some of those, be sure you tune in later. But back to All Access. So our All Access magazine has every single thing that we do create that month. And there's full color, beautiful detailed pictures in here. Everything comes with a full color picture of the design and how we used it. So you don't have to be trying to look at the little tiny little thumbnails. And you're like, I can't really see what that is. Get your magnifying glass out. None of that is necessary. You're going to get these beautiful full colored pictures and step-by-step instructions. So if you're new to Anita Good Design, we are really known for our instruction and our education. So aside from coming out and doing our wonderful events with you, we really take pride in writing our education for everybody. So you can kind of see here, all of these step-by-step instructions also include, there's the pictures, and there's words. I know sometimes we just like to look at the pictures and try to figure it out, but there's words for a reason. So if you follow along with the pictures and the words, you can really glide seamlessly through any of our projects. So we want it to be easy for someone who's brand new to embroidery, who really needs like an A to Z step guide, and somebody who maybe is a veteran to embroidery. We just want to have those steps there for you to reference, so it's very easy for you to see. And we do actually give you the steps, not only the one way with the pictures and the words, we also give you the steps numbered as well. So if you kind of see here in the back of the book, every single design has the numbered steps that correlate with it. And up here, it's actually showing you the designs that the sizes that particular design comes in. So when you're thinking about this block right here, if you're going to stitch something out with that, rather it be a quilt or another project, you actually have that in multiple sizes, and then you're going to get those numbered steps. Now, what's great about the numbered steps is they're going to be correlating to your machine steps. So when your machine says you're on, step number 5 of 20, if you get up, walk away, get a snack, whatever, and then you come back and you're like, what step was I on? It's very easy to just look at the numbers and say, oh, step number 5, it's a tacking stitch or whatever the case may be. So those numbered steps are really great to kind of keep you on track with your machine, because it doesn't always pair up that, step number 1 of the machine is step number A of the pictures of what you're doing with your hands. A lot of times there's often a lot more that you're doing with your hands than machine steps. So it's great to reference both of those when you're working on your projects. So if you are interested in the All Access magazine and actually getting this physical magazine every single month, this starts at $9.99. $999 would be a 12-month membership. So starting here on out, you would get 12 months of the magazines and all the designs that come with it. And that one is going to be $999 for the 12 months. Then there's another option that you can do, actually $1,400 for 12 months. Plus, that option is going to give you a $1,400 digital gift card to our website. So with that membership, you're actually going to get that full value of the club in a gift card that you can go use on our website at your leisure. It never expires, so it can be used over multiple orders. It doesn't all have to be used at one time. If you're not sure, you want to take some time to sort of figure out exactly what you want, what you need, that gift card will be there for you. So that one is a $1,400 gift card plus your 12 months of the All Access membership for $1,400. And Blaine just mentioned this morning that he is going to allow financing on our club. So that is awesome. So if you go sign up through SewingMachinesPlus.com, it'll be really easy for you to break up those monthly payments. I know when I bought my first car out of college, I was like, just don't tell me the total, just tell me the monthly price. So you can break up those payments. It's about $116 a month plus any taxes there and wherever you may be with the financing option. So you can really break that down. And just to give you an idea, you would be paying, say $116 a month-ish. These magazines, typically the retail value of all of these designs in here is over $400 per month. So if you were to go and buy everything individually, you would be spending a lot more than $116. So you would get those for 12 months there with those membership options. The $999 and the $1,400 would come with the book. Now, a brand new option that we actually just created last year, of course, in response to COVID, we had to adapt, as many other people did, and many other businesses. We created our digital all access. So the digital all access comes at a really great cost savings to you. Save some trees or whatever in the process too, and still gives you the same great content. So with the digital all access, you get 12 months of membership for $499. You heard it right, $499. That gets you 12 months of digital all access. So what is that? That is the same exact content. It's the same exact information, just in an interactive PDF format instead of this printed book. Same design, same number of designs, same design variations. Everything is the same, it's just in a digital format. And what's really fun about the digital is the interactive PDF. So the PDF has always been interactive, but we're adding some brand new features for July that are going to knock your socks off. So with the new features in July, you're going to be able to bookmark easily. You can highlight things. You've always been able to kind of pinch to zoom in and out. That's not changing. But what's really fun is you're going to be able to bounce back and forth between the pictured steps and the numbered steps for your design with the click of a button. So if you're looking at the pictures and you're like, oh, I need to see the numbered steps for this, you don't have to try to scroll over to get to the back of the book in the PDF. All you're going to do is there's going to be a little button there that has a little list, and it's going to look like numbers, and you're going to click it, and it's going to click right over to the back and show you the numbered steps. And then if you want to go right back to where you were, there's a little magnifying glass. You'll click that to flip right back to where you were. We also have interactive videos, which are going to be in that All Access magazine in the digital version. So when you see a little video with a play button, you're actually going to be able to click that on the PDF, and it's going to take you to a video that we recorded for our All Access customers. So a lot of times we're going to be showing you behind the scenes stuff, maybe how we came up with something. Maybe, for example, if we would have had that for June, a great one would have been, taking these pieces and making this bag. So really kind of delving into other projects, other things you can do with our designs with those interactive videos. So that is a really, really fun feature of the All Access digital that obviously can only be done in the digital. When you receive the book, you're going to still see those icons, and you're going to see that there's supposed to be a video there, but you're not really going to be able to click and play from the piece of paper. So that can only be done through the digital All Access. And that digital All Access is going to be $499 for the year. So that's an amazing price point to get over $400 a month worth of designs. Okay, y'all, that is a great, great value. So let's see, I'm going to try to look at some of the comments here and see if there is anything I can answer for you about the All Access. Do make sure that you are going to SewingMachinesPlus.com to sign up for that all access. If you do happen to call us or need help from us, we're happy to help you. But if you do sign up with us, make sure you are mentioning Hoopfest. We want to know that you came from Sewing Machines Plus, and here's why. We are going to be giving all of our Sewing Machines Plus customers that sign up for all access any of the options, the digital, the $9.99, or the $1,400, you're going to be getting an additional $50 gift card. So if you sign up for the $1,400, your gift card is going to be $1,450. And if you sign up for either of the other two that don't typically come with a gift card, you're going to be getting a $50 digital gift card for our website. So make sure you're signing up at SewingMachinesPlus.com, or you're letting your rep know, whoever you're speaking to on the phone or via email, that you found us through Hoopfest. So we make sure we get you that gift card. And maybe signing up for all access right now isn't an option for you, and that's okay too. We have great deals on just shopping the individual designs. So all of these things that come in all access are available individually on our website. So if you just go search the Southern Sioux, you'll find all of the designs that come in that collection, and you can purchase just that collection. So if you are shopping on our website, we have a special discount for you just for watching the Hoopfest video. Your coupon code is going to be Hoopfest 2021. Hoopfest 2021 in the coupon code on our website. It's going to get you 50% off from now until June the 30th. At 11:59 Eastern time, so 11:59 p.m. Eastern time on June the 30th. So any purchases that you make, you can make as many as you want until June the 30th. It's not limited to one per person. Just make sure you're putting everything in your cart, and when you get to your cart to check out, you want to make sure you're typing that Hoopfest 2021, all one word. Doesn't matter about lowercase or uppercase, just all one word. And that's going to be going in the coupon code field, okay? So you're going to see a coupon code and a gift card, and you want to make sure that Hoopfest 2021 is going in the coupon code field, and that's going to give you your 50% off of your entire shopping cart. Just for watching this Hoopfest, you'll get to take advantage of that amazing discount through the end of the month, y'all. We have thousands and thousands. We've been in business 17 years now. The years fly by. So we have tons and tons of designs. Ever since we've been in business, we've been coming out with new stuff every month. So if you check out our website, it's really easy to sort of search for things you might be looking for. If you already know the title, or if you know you just really love cats, just get in there and search for cats and find some things that you might enjoy, and then you'll get those 50% off. So that is an amazing, amazing deal. If you do have any questions, we just want to make sure you're emailing our customer experience team. We'll pop that email down in the comments, but it's customer experience at Anita-Gooddesign.com. And just make sure that you are putting that hyphen in there, and that Good Design is spelled with 1 D, not 2. So customer experience at Anita-Gooddesign.com. If you do have any questions or you need any further clarification, anything shopping on our website, anything all access, please feel free to reach out to us and just let us know that you watched the Hoopfest video. Okay? Let's see. A couple questions. No, there's no expiration date on the gift card. The gift card's going to be good forever on our website. That is a gift card to AnitaGoodDesign.com, not to Sewing Machines Plus, but to Anita Good Design. Looking forward to the great deals. Yay. Thanks, Miss Pamela. Very good information. Thank you, Miss Annette. Let's see if we have any other questions I can try to answer for y'all. Oh, Lindsay, used your coupon yesterday. Awesome. That's so great. The 12 months. So yes, when you sign up, it's 12 months consecutively. So if you do sign up now, you would start for July. Unless you want to start for June, you can indicate that and we can start you for June. If you already have a current membership, maybe that goes through, let's say, August, and you want to go ahead and sign up now just to take advantage of the $50 gift card, we would just start your new membership for September. We're not going to stop your current one or shortchange you any months. We're just going to start your new one after your current one ends. So it's just going to kind of keep going continuously there. Okay. Hope that's helpful. You You cannot use the gift card to pay for any part of All Access. I see that as a question. You cannot use gift cards towards the purchase of All Access. They would just have to be used towards any of our individual designs. So maybe if there was stuff from the past that you wanted to purchase, you could go back and sort of find some things that you didn't get in your All Access magazines. But no gift cards or discounts apply to the All Access membership itself. Okay. All right. Any other questions or anything I can answer for y'all here in our last couple of minutes together?
I think I had my whole list and you went through and answered them all. That was a big question. Can they use that gift card to pay for next year?
Yes, I saw that on the comments and I was like, let me address that one. We get that question a lot.
So there was an interesting question. So if somebody purchases the digital, at the end of the year, will they lose all those designs or will they still have access to them?
Absolutely not. You will still have access to those designs. So basically, it's going to drop into your account on our customer center of our website. And whatever email address you sign up with us, we're going to send you a login to that email. And then you're going to be able to log in there and access those designs for forever. They're going to be there forever, the ones that you purchased during your membership. So as soon as your membership ends, even if you are in it for a whole 12 months and you don't have a time to sew anything during that 12 months, they're still going to be waiting for you there on month 13.
Oh, that's wonderful. Because I know a lot of people get busy during certain periods of the year and now they don't have to worry about that.
Exactly.
So there's a fun question. There was a fun question for you. A lot of people, well, everything that you showed, people were going crazy over, but that mouse pad was unanimous. The coolest thing ever. Everybody wants to see those again and wants to know what fabric that was.
Cute. Oh my goodness. So, okay, back to the mouse pads. Look at these adorable little designs. They are just so cute. And look, I even got a couple more. Since you love them, I'll show you more. Look at this one. It says, don't be busy, be productive. That's what we all try to be every day, right? But things come up. Look at this one too. This one says, be you. So how cute is that? And again, these little designs can be used anywhere. This is from one of our project collections this month, the month of June. And that one is just called Embroidered Mouse Pads. Real simple. So if you just go to our website and you just search mouse pads, you'll be able to see that. You'll be able to see these really fun little designs in there. I think there's even more that come with them. I just have 4 here, happen to be to show you guys, but there's actually more that come with that collection. So if you go search it, you can see all the design variations. Something else I should tell you, all of our designs, whether it be in All Access or something that you purchase on our website, do come in multiple machine formats. So they will play nice with any machine that you do have. So just make sure you're getting the right format for your machine just when you're transferring them over. But we're going to provide you with the machine formats for all of the machines. So they will kind of play nice with everybody there. Okay. All right. Again, yes, the coupon code again is Hoopfest 2021 2021.
And that they can use on the mouse pads.
They can use it on the mouse pads. 50% off, y'all.
Excellent. So I'm still looking at these prices, and now that you can get financing on top of it. So
amazing.
I know. So for $999, you get the main one, but for only $401, or $401. I got to do my math here.
Right.
You get a gift card for $1,400.
Exactly.
So that's like getting $1,000 free. If you embroider a lot, that's great.
It is, and it's a great way to build your library. You know, having 17 years worth of stuff on our website. A lot of people have a lot of it. Believe me, they've told me, but most people probably don't have every single thing. So that gift card can be used to get anything that you want to kind of build your embroidery library, or you can hang on to it and save it for something that comes out later that you want.
Excellent. I think I would start with the mouse pads.
They are super cute. And I can really see these designs being fun too, just on like little, I see this one especially on like a little canvas tote bag or something. So I think that, you know, they definitely could have some really fun uses, but we all wanted ones for our desk. So after we get done with these samples, if they disappear, don't come into my office.
Everybody's saying, Brianna, you've been so inspirational. They're absolutely loving this, loving it.
Good. I'm so glad to be, like, it's been so hard not getting to travel so much the last year. Like, I felt like I haven't got to interact with the customers as much, except with a few of these videos here and there. So I'm so happy to be here and see your comments, even if I can't see you.
And you know what's even nicer than that? I mean, of course, we want to travel again, which some of us are now. But at the same time, many people can't make it to every show, or the booths are so busy. And now you can get a close-up look. You can take notes and look at the website like within 3 seconds.
Exactly. It's all at your fingertips.
Yes. So again, to get that special deals with all 3 of those, you have to go to Sewing Machines Plus, and all you do when you call, if you want the financing, you let them know.
Yeah.
And then that coupon code that you have, and be sure to say that you were part of Hoopfest, because that's you get your $50 gift card.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mention that word Hoopfest, whether it's to Sewing Machines Plus on the phone or in an email or whatever, and make sure that you do mention that so that we can get you your gift card.
That's awesome. There was one question that, and I don't know if there's a general answer to this. Someone said, on average, how many designs come if they do the All Access Club or the digital? How many designs around, about do they come out each month?
Ooh, hundreds.
That's awesome.
Each collection, you see, for example, there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 collections this month, but each collection has multiple designs. So some collections might have 10, some might have 30. It's really hard to say, but hundreds. And the way that we do it is more about like that dollar value. So every month we strive for it to be about $400 or more in value. And of course, each thing is its price is based on the number of designs, but definitely hundreds.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Someone just asked if they sign up for the digital version and they decide that they want to upgrade to the All Access, can they change their subscription to that?
We can try to prorate that. You would just have to contact us directly at that point. It would kind of be out of Sewing Machines Plus hands at that point. Once you sign up, we could help you make that transition.
But remember, you might not get this fabulous deal from Hoopfest.
Yeah, that would be way different. I see it like, some people 6 months down the road of digital, they're either like, oh, I love it, or maybe I do want the book, and they contact us and we can work something out when that time comes. But I'm going to be honest, a lot of people that are even skeptical about the digital in the beginning, they end up loving it. They're like, oh, I have so much space on my shelves. Everything is easily accessible. You can get to it anywhere you have the internet. So it doesn't even have to be on your own computer. Anywhere you can get to the internet, you can get your designs, which is awesome. And you can have that interactive PDF on a tablet or something right beside your machine while you're sewing.
And that's a great point. You can touch on a link, watch a video, as you mentioned, or go to a tutorial. You can make the pictures larger and smaller when you're on your tablet.
The table of contents, you can just say, oh, I want to do seabirds. It's on page 83. You don't have to flip. You just click it. You're on page 83.
Once you get used to that kind of format, it's hard to go back. Although I still love all my books and my shelves are full. But
it's like when I switched from my paperback books to a Kindle, I was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to like this. But then I ended up loving it. I was like, I could read so many more books this way because I don't have to read them to come.
More designs, more
yes, exactly.
Well, Brianna, this is awesome. Do you have any last minute tips that you want to tell everyone about embroidery? One of your favorite tips or anything?
Goodness gracious. I mean, there's so many things. I don't want to hold y'all here forever. I know y'all got a program to get to, but I'm going to be back this afternoon. And we're going to go a little bit more into some sneak peeks of things and sort of seeing some of the things that are coming out for July. And again, we'll touch on the All Access, but really we're going to kind of go into looking at some of the things that are yet to come to kind of get you excited for what is about to come out there. So be sure you join us again this afternoon.
Excellent. See you this afternoon, and thank you again.
All right.
Blaine,
thank you, Ms. Angela. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Brianna. Blaine, this is awesome. This club is fantastic. To be able to only spend $400 more and get a $1,400 gift card is a little crazy.
Angela, you're exactly right. I'm telling you, if somebody's been wanting the All Access for $14.99, now's the time to get it because you're getting that gift card and we're going to finance it for you to make it easy to pay it. So, hey, and like she said, there's hundreds of designs that come in each one of those collections. So, man, this is a great way to add to your design library right now, to do it right now. Don't delay.
Well, and a lot of people were asking, can I start in July? Can I go back to June? And she said, yeah, just let us know when you want to start and you're in.
Yeah, if they do it this month, they can go ahead. They have to let us know that they want to start in June. But if they don't, and they just sign up, it'll start in July for sure.
Awesome. So, Blaine, who do you have next?
Oh, we were going to talk all about some perfect alignment lasers with dime. So, hey, guys, I got to tell you who's coming up next. We have Ashley Jones, and let me tell you a little bit about Ashley. Ashley Jones is an educator and an inspirational consultant for dime. Throughout years of working at Dime, Ashley's learned just about everything when it comes to sewing and embroidery, utilizing software to enhance design. She now gets to teach everyone she knows, around the country. I tell you what, she is awesome. I've worked with Ashley for a number of years, and we always love having her on the show. So, Ashley, welcome to Hoopfest Day 3.
Hey, thanks, Blaine. Thanks for having me here again. How's Hoopfest going?
Oh, it's going great. I tell you what, we have so many great products, so many great presenters, and all the educational side of things too has just been fantastic. So, hey, we're ready to learn all about this perfect alignment laser and how to use it, because I know, I've seen this thing and people are always, see new technology and things. They kind of wonder how it works, but y'all make this thing where it's really awesome and it's easy to use and it really helps you.
Yeah, absolutely. And who doesn't love playing with lasers, right? So let's get to it. Okay, so hi everybody. We're going to be talking about Dime's perfect alignment laser today. So I'm going to start by showing you the PAL under my camera here. And we also have a larger version of this I'll be showing you in a bit. It can't be seen under the camera. But the PAL, who doesn't need a new PAL too, right, is our perfect alignment laser. And this is going to help you in a lot of different types of projects. And I'm going to try to give you a variety of things that I use it for. And some things, believe it or not, that have nothing to do with embroidery. And I know we're at Hoopfest, but I like to give you many ideas of what you can use your tools for. So in the box with your PAL, you get your PAL here. This flexible neck will be all coiled up, and you get the cable that is a USB cable. So this can be plugged into the USB port in your embroidery machine to use your PAL, or it does take batteries. So I've got my batteries installed, and I'm going to turn mine on here so you can see what it does. So now I'm on my hoop mat, and so I'm trying to point the PAL here a different angle than the lines so that you can see exactly what it's doing. So this light, this tip on the PAL emits a crosshair beam. So this is perfect for anything that you need to find the center of, if you need to square something up. And the tip does swivel, so you can move the light around and get it placed exactly as you need it. A lot of times I'll swivel the light, but I also, with this PAL, is easy to just position just as I need to. So I'm going to start by showing you how you can get something perfectly placed in the hoop. So we have a lot of machine features on our machines that really help us with alignment and placement. But sometimes, especially if you're using a hoop that's pretty much the same size as your design, which we do often because we want the best stabilization available, we need to land our blank or the item that we're stitching on exactly where we want to stitch. We need to get that perfectly centered in the hoop. So this can help you do that really simply. So I'm on the hoop mat. You guys probably heard Anne McCarthy talk about the hoop mat yesterday. It basically is a rubbery hooping mat that's going to keep my hoop in place. So my hoop doesn't slide around easily. I can easily line the marks on my hoop mat with my hoop. So that is the center of my sewing field. You guys know these notches on your hoops actually intersect in the center of the sewing field, which means that's not always the exact center of your hoop. So to use the perfect alignment laser to get something perfectly center in the hoop, I usually leave my inner ring in place, and then I make sure that I open my hoop really wide so that I can easily place my item. I'm going to remove that inner ring and just set it aside for now. And then I'm going to take my stabilizer, and your stabilizer will be chosen based on what you're stitching. I'm going to be working on a little tea towel here. So I've got my stabilizer. Now notice I can't see those marks on my hoop mat anymore. So anything I put under PAL, it always illuminates on top. So take a look at that. So I can smooth that out, get it perfectly centered over the base of my hoop. And now I'm ready to place my inner ring. Now, the other nice thing about this, is I can actually realign my laser light with my marks. So whenever I press my inner ring into place, I know I'm lined up over the base of my hoop as well. So you're going to place that in place and then tighten up that screw. So you'll hold this down, make sure everything's nice and smooth, and then tighten up that screw on your hoop. And now you are hooped perfectly centered, first time, first try. So isn't that amazing? So that is probably the #1 use of our perfect alignment laser. So I'm going to show you some other uses as well. So I'm going to disassemble this just to get it out of the way here and place that to the side. Now, the other thing that PAL is great for is continuous embroidery. Now, I'm going to have to show you something on the screen to kind of preface what I'm going to show you. So I'm inside of my embroidery tool shed in my Perfect Embroidery Pro software. Now, this is not a software lesson, but I'm going to show you how to line up continuous embroidery, and the stitch simulator is going to help me explain the process, basically. So here I have a design that I've created, and Perfect Embroidery Pro has the ability to add these placement marks around your design. And these placement marks are going to help you line up any design you want continuous. So now when this stitches, since I'm not at my machine, I'm just going to use my software to simulate this. So when this design stitches out, the first thing that stitches are these placement marks, and then my design will stitch, and then those bottom placement marks that are going to help me get this lined up here at the top. Now, after those first set of placement marks stitch, you're going to then place down your fabric and allow the rest of the design to stitch on your fabric when you're lining up. Now, our goal to get these marks lined up, we can see here if I just select everything and do a copy and paste. If you can manage to get those placement marks lined up with these next placement marks when you're ready to stitch, you can see how your design is going to perfectly line up. So that's our goal when we're talking about doing a continuous border that won't fit in our hoop. So now let me head back over to my camera here, and then I've got my first design already stitched. So now continuous embroidery. So I'm going to turn PAL off for just a moment while I explain. And so to do continuous embroidery, the first thing you're going to do is on your fabric. So if this were going to be, stitched to the edge of a little dress or maybe a pillowcase, I've got my fabric already cut and I've marked the center of that fabric. I have stitched the design completely one time. So now I need to get the next design to line up perfectly with this one. And doing that with PAL is super easy. So what you're going to do for continuous embroidery or endless embroidery, this is a very easy way to do this. There's multiple ways to do endless embroidery, but this is my favorite. Okay, so you're going to stitch the design completely one time. Take that out of the hoop, and then you're going to hoop a piece of sticky stabilizer. I already have my sticky stabilizer hooped, and I am using my sticky hoop that you guys heard me talk about on Monday. It's a flat metal frame that I can stick my adhesive stabilizer to the back, and I've actually already done that. So now once you've hooped your sticky stabilizer, you'll take your design to your embroidery machine, and you're going to stitch the placement marks of your design. Now, don't move your design around on the screen after you stitch these marks. You can place those, stitch those anywhere. So we could have stitched them along this edge to get 2 rows of this in this hoop. But for this purpose, you guys will get the idea. So you're going to stitch just those placement marks. Then you're going to remove your hoop off of the embroidery machine. And now your goal is to line up those marks with the marks on your stabilizer. And if we can manage to do that, when we press start for the second part of the design, which is the green color here, our design will perfectly line up for our continuous embroidery. And we would do that again and again and again. Okay, so now as you can see, once we have placed our fabric down, we can't see our marks. So we don't exactly know if we are perfectly lined up or not. So that is where your PAL light comes in handy. So PAL is going to help you. Again, it's your best pal for sure. So I'm going to line up my marks with my PAL light. Whoops, I just slipped there. And now when I place my fabric down over these marks, I can no longer see the marks, but I can see my PAL light laser beam. So I can position that perfectly along that line there. Make sure that I smooth this out nice and straight. And then when I press start on my embroidery machine and the second part of the design stitches, it is going to line up perfect. So my paper template there is representing that next set of stitches. So it's super easy. This is an easy way to do your continuous or endless embroidery. And now once you've stitched this design, you basically would take this all out of the hoop and you would do the process all over again. You would take this to the machine, you would stitch these marks again, and then you're able to line up the next design down below. So super simple, but look at this. I just absolutely love how PAL helps me. Even though I can't see what's underneath, I can line up perfectly. So this is an easy way to do continuous embroidery if you have a perfect alignment laser, the PAL, to help you. There are many ways to do continuous embroidery and get it lined up, but that's just one to help you. So let's talk about some other uses of PAL, because let me tell you, I love buying a product that has tons of uses. So on Monday, you guys heard me talk about the sticky hoop. And again, this is my sticky hoop, the smaller version. And this is the one, a new one. I haven't applied my rulers. With sticky hoop, it comes with adhesive rulers so that you can mark. But remember we talked about your center of your sewing field is not the exact center of the hoop. So you want these rulers to line up with your exact center of your sewing field. So how do we figure that out? So you're going to take your sticky hoop to your embroidery machine, choose a design that'll fit in that hoop, and then you're going to use your positioning features on your embroidery machine to go to the left, to the right, to the, and I'm going opposite here, to the top and to the bottom of your design. And I just put my needle down and it punched a hole. So hopefully you guys can see those little holes there. So that intersection there, I can line up PAL with those holes that I punched in my stabilizer. And these laser light beams are my center marking. So this is how I apply my rulers to both my sticky hoops and my snap hoop monster. So if you guys are snap hoop monster fans and you have wondered how to place those rulers on perfect, that is exactly how you're going to do that. So PAL is a huge help for that as well. So we've got plenty of things that we can use PAL for. So now let's talk about some other things that can help you with alignment. So I'm going to go back to my larger hoop here. And I'm actually going to turn on my PAL 2 in just a bit to show you some other things. But take a look at this. So I can line PAL up here with these vertical marks or the horizontal marks on my hoop. And when I am using this as a hoop that I need sticky stabilizer for, so most of the time we're putting in an item that is smaller than the area and it's hard to get it perfectly placed. So I can use PAL to make sure that I'm straight in the hoop. So I've printed this template with the exact design that I want to put here. And then I have one that's best foot and one that's forward there. But using this to get a line when you're doing these small items is really, really helpful. So we're ignoring the fact that I have those marks on there because I showed you yesterday that you can actually use all of this extra stabilizer down here when you only have a hole up there. So something like this here, so I can get this, and it doesn't have to be perfectly center. I mean, we could stitch something here and here, but printing your templates, you can see how I printed my little design there. This is actually an adhesive pocket that I have. but I want to stitch that little spool of thread there so I can get that perfectly lined up for stitching in the hoop. Now, a couple of other things that you can do with the Powlite that is not embroidery. What if you're doing heat transfer vinyl? So I'm sure that some of you guys have those amazing digital die cutters out there. So PAL can help you with placement. Now, look at this. So I love buying pre-made items because I can get right to embroidery, but take a look at this. So look how the seams for the arms, when I get my centerfold line up, they're not centered. So using my PAL, I can get that perfect vertical beam there. And of course, because this is a crosshair, it's giving me my horizontal line, even though my arm of my purchase shirt here is not exactly straight. But then my design, I can use this to place my design, using it underneath the letters and centering it here. And then this is actually something that you can sit on your ironing board and then iron that right in place. So that's a iron-on adhesive vinyl there. So it's used for a ton of different things. So I have a couple of more to show you here, and then we'll get to some questions. So I'm going to turn this little one off, and then I have my PAL 2, which is the larger version of the PAL, and you'll see it come on here. I have it attached to my table, so we won't be able to see it. But what about something like this, jacket backs, or backs of shirts or cardigans? So sometimes we have this vertical seam here, but we don't have any horizontal reference. So if I line my PAL up with that center seam there in the back, that is my horizontal line. And if I use my template, I can place that down perfectly. Now, whenever I take this to the embroidery machine and I hoop this, I center my needle over that center of my text template there. And then I know my design is going to be stitched horizontally correct because I've used this center seam here to make sure that I was correct. So, so those are some uses. I have some other ideas for you too for using the Perfect Alignment Laser and the PAL 2, which is the big version. I'll show you an image of that since I can't show you the actual one. But before we go on to the next few tips for using PAL and PAL 2, Blaine, do we have any questions from the group that we want to address?
Hey, Ashley, I think we do have a couple questions. I think Kyle's going to put them up on the screen for us.
Awesome.
Do you see that?
I do. It says, does it work as well without the sticky hoop? Yes, it does. So the PAL is for alignment. And so you can use it with your standard hoop, with your sticky hoops, if you have Durkee hoops. I know Durkee is part of the event here for Hoopfest. Any type of hoop that you're using, our Snap Hoop Monster, multi-needle hoops. So any of your hoops. And as you could see, the last two examples I showed you are outside of the hoop. So really think of it as helping you with alignment and not necessarily only for hooping. Okay.
All right, Kyle, do we have any more questions?
Yeah, and I see the other one popped up there. It says, does the sticky hoop look like they will work with the FOP? Yes, it does. So we have a 120 by 120 for the FOF and Viking machines. So that is available for the sticky hoops as well. Yep. So perfect. And then the other question I see here from Lindy says, is the sticky hoop better than the magnetic ones for placement? So Lindy, I would say that it's really all about what you actually are embroidering on. So the magnetic hoops I love to use for towels because then I don't have to have that sticky stabilizer in the back of my towel nap and have to remove all that. The magnetic hoops are great for quilt sandwiches when we're quilting. We don't use stabilizer at all, so we don't want to have to pick that out. But the sticky hoop is going to be for things that you can't get in your magnetic hoop. So those little tiny items that can't be hooped, or things that have zippers or seams, or that's what you're going to use your sticky hoop for. So it's really going to be situations where you need both of them. So, and now is the plug-in or battery powered. It's actually plug-in. The PAL is plug into a USB, and it is also battery operated. So you have a choice. You can plug it in or add batteries for it being more portable. So, okay, so any other questions? So the difference in PAL 1 and PAL 2 is basically the size, and PAL 2 plugs into the wall. I'll show you an image of that coming up in just a moment. So, okay, any other questions before we go back? Okay, so it looks like we're good for a minute. So let's, so I will get back to that, Blaine. I have a couple more things to show them that'll answer that PAL 2 and PAL 1 question. And then I'll come back to you for the specials, because I'm sure you have some great deals.
Got some great deals.
Okay, perfect. So, okay, so let me show you a couple of more things here. I've got my PowerPoint up to kind of show you the difference of the PAL and the PAL 2. So the PAL is the one that I used first. The PAL is a small version. It is perfect for hooping square, and you can even use it for seam allowances, which I have a picture here. But you can see there it plugs into a USB port, so that could either be your port in your machine, or one of those little USB plugs that we use for our phone to plug that in. But you can set PAL up to give you a perfect seam allowance. So you can we sometimes stick things to the bed of our machine to make that perfect seam allowance, but you can actually set that laser light up behind your machine to kind of get that angle for that laser light. Some of our top of the line machines come with it already built in, which is amazing. But here's PAL 2, guys. So look at the difference. So PAL sits on the table and batteries are USB, but PAL 2, it does the same thing. And notice that's what I used for that back of that cardigan, because PAL 2 gives me a much longer beam, and it clamps to my table. And this one comes with a wall plug and the USB. So no batteries for PAL 2, wall plug or USB, a longer beam, clamps to your table. And then PAL 1 sits on your table. But look at this. So do we have any people out there that love using their digital die cutters for wall sayings? Again, I know this is Hoopfest and embroidery, but I love using my PAL for different ways. You can project PAL onto any surface, so like a wall. And if you're putting a vinyl wall saying in place, then you can make sure that you're getting it perfectly straight. So PAL is great for doing your vinyl wall sayings, or even hanging pictures. So a lot of times when we're hanging pictures, the hanging portion is in a lower area. It's down below the outside of the frame. So you can place your nail holes right into your laser beam so that your nails are perfectly aligned. And then of course, your images are going to be perfect. Even if you are placing horizontal images or vertical images, doesn't matter. So my tip to you, you can tell your spouse when you bought all of this stuff from Hoopfest that you bought PAL or PAL 2 to actually help with some home improvement projects. So you can purchase that, and maybe that'll get you out of hot water if you spend too much at Hoopfest. So. Okay, so I have just a couple of more examples here that I'll show you, but here's a side-by-side comparison. So PAL 2 is the big version and PAL is the smaller tabletop version. They do the same exact thing, but if you do want to use this for placement further away, like we talked about with your vinyl wall sayings, it is definitely good to have PAL 2 because it's going to give you that much longer beam and brighter beam as well. So that's the differences side by side. So we have just a couple of more minutes here. So yes, Karen said it's a great Father's Day gift. I love that. So yes, you can spend your money at Hoopfest and then tell them it's all for Father's Day. So I love that. So any other questions before we are done? And I know that Blaine is going to share those specials with you as well. So great idea for picture hanging. Tell the hubby you were thinking of him. Exactly, Sharon. So that's how you can get away with spending a little extra more possibly. So great. So any other questions before we go? So Eartha says she has PAL and loves it. I hope that those of you out there that are already PAL owners, that you're using yours like Eartha is. So it's great to hear. So any other questions on PAL or PAL 2? Okay, I think we're good. And we have 1 minute left. So Blaine, do you want to tell everyone the specials that you have for PAL and PAL 2?
Hey, Ashley, I got to tell everybody how they can get this. So guys, you can go right now and get that PAL and the PAL 2. Hey, the PAL is a $49.99 price point. The PAL 2 is an $89.99. But right now, guys, for Hoopfest special, we have a really good price on these things, but you have to call in to get the special. We can't advertise it because of advertising restrictions. We can't show the pricing, what we're actually doing it for Hoopfest. But give us a call, 800-401-8151, and speak to one of our sales people. If you can't get through the phones, they are super, super busy already this morning. Kyle has been putting up a Google Sheets link in the chat. You just go over there, hit that link, and it's going to take you to the Google Sheets. Write your name, your contact number where they can give you a call at, and then in that underneath there, just put what you're calling about, what you're inquiring about. That way, that salesperson, when they give you a call, they're going to automatically know what you're calling about. Then they can help you answer questions or take your order. But we want to make sure you get on that Google Sheets if you can't get through the phones. But keep trying the phones because, you know, they're going to free up. We got 10 people on the phones this morning helping out. Nick and his team over there are ready to go. So make sure that y'all give them a call this morning. But hey, Ashley, I got to tell everybody, these things are limited. We only have about 100 in stock right now. And I'm telling you, they'll sell out probably the next day, probably today or tomorrow. So if you want one of these PALs, get on the phone right now and get one ordered. These things are awesome. And great job, Ashley. I loved how you did the demonstration.
Thank you. Thank you. And so hopefully others will have other uses. Type in the chats. When I'm off of here, I'm going to go read the rest of the comments. So I would love to hear if anyone else has any other uses of PAL or PAL 2. So let us know. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you, Ashley. All right, guys. Remember, if you want one of those PALs, you got to get on the phone and do it right now because I'm telling you, these things will sell out. We only had 100 PALs. I'm not sure on how many with the PAL 2s we had, but give us a call and get one of those ordered because we do have special pricing on those. And the only way you're going to get that special pricing is through Hoopfest. Give us a call. All right, guys, let's move on. We're coming up next. Hey, we got to talk all about embroidery machines, and we're going to talk about a new multi-needle machine for us. It is the SWF 12 needle machine. And guys, this thing, if you haven't been seeing the demos and us talking about it, this thing is incredible. Hey, and we've got McMinn. He's the CEO of SWF, of Stitch International, which is the distributor for SWF. And Kyle, it's a family-owned business. He's been doing this for 25 years. He's been the CEO there for 20 years, and his three brothers work in the business with him as well. His dad started the business, and so all he knows is embroidery, and they do a big business on the commercial side of things. But this machine, SWF made, is a kind of a consumer pro machine that you can put in your home and the hobbyists can use. It is awesome priced for the Hoopfest. And I'm telling you, when you hear all the features this thing has, it's going to blow your mind. But hey, welcome to the show, Kyle McMinn.
Hey, Blaine.
Hey, Kyle, how's it going this morning?
Going very good. How are you?
Oh, man, we're doing great. And I'm telling you, everybody at SMP is super excited about this SWF 12 needle. And we have got customers that are just loving it already. It's purchased it. And as you know, you and I are getting these containers in, and we get the containers in, and it sells out immediately. So it just as soon as we get a container in, they sell out. So this thing is
amazing.
Gaining momentum. It's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, very incredible. It's it's crazy to see that every time we order one, we think we have enough, and then we turn around and we have to wait for another container because we don't have enough, which is, it's a great problem to have, but still a problem for those people out there that want to get in line for this machine. But, it really is just a testament to this actual machine because of the way people love it, and when it first came out, I fell in love with it myself because, to echo what you said, we come from a commercial embroidery machine background, and anytime that you can take what the big boys use, and when I say the big boys, I'm talking about Nike, Reebok, Perry Ellis, Hollister, some of the name brands that we wear every day, Under Armour, that use our embroidery machines. When I say our embroidery machines, the SWF, and they take all that technology and they put it all down into a small box and create this consumer pro model that is everything that you can expect in a large commercial embroidery machine. And you put it into a small footprint that can be moved around. It can be put in a home. It's very quiet. They really went above and beyond and studied this market for years to see what exactly the main features were. And this is only generation 1. So, I think this is only going to get better. Some of the great features that they've added, a lot of people, they don't have on their other brands of embroidery machines. So I'll go ahead and go into that. I'm going to go through the basic features first, just the common things, and then we'll go into what I call the advanced features of this machine. First off, he did say it's a 12 needle. So we have 12 threads. You have some tubes that kind of keep, if it's anytime you get multiple threads, you want to keep them from blowing in a breeze or any type of fan because they wrap up. So we have the tubes that go through here. These machines come from the factory already threaded. So once you get it to your business, what you're going to want to do is just tie on the thread and pull it through. So a couple more basic features. We have this, which, small things, but add up in the realm. When you're threading these needles, this nice little light feature that comes up. So when you're down here trying to thread this needle here, you can move it up out of the way, but you also have that light that shows right on the needle. And you can push that through very easily and have the proper light. A lot of people I've seen with models of embroidery machines that don't have that light, they end up mounting a light on the side that kind of shows. This comes built in with that, kind of a standard feature in all of them. Another thing is this is a 10-inch this way by 4-inch LCD screen. So, just another thing, just easy to see, easy to use. It's got regular icons that you can see. I know our computer, I'm going to try to tilt that down a little bit, see if you can see that. There you go. Just very easy to see. You can see all the different icons along the bottom. You can see your design. It'll also give you the sizes of the design right here. You can select your hoop. So right now we're like a 24 by 24. So I can select that hoop to make sure the machine doesn't go around and hit the side of the hoop, which is a big no-no in embroidery world. I'm sure some of the people out there have done that before. I know I've done it back in the day. So anyway, the basic features. It is 85 pounds. That's just the machine. I can demonstrate here. I can lift it up myself very easily. 2 people can lift this thing. So just the base model here is 85 pounds. So very, very portable. It comes typically optional with the stand. But I believe you guys are throwing that in, Blaine. I guess you'll talk about that here in a minute. But this is a nice little stand. It's got a little work area. Let me show you. You have some open area right down here as well. So for these bigger garments and stuff, you can see it can kind of hang. Sorry, it's a little low on the screen, but you can see. So it has this open area for garments to kind of hang there as well. So just a basic feature. The stand does also raise up and down. Right now we have it on the lowest setting. I'm about 5'9", so you can see it's about right for me. You're a little taller, there's a couple little things, and it's spring loaded. It'll raise up about 10 inches. So I think another nice feature as far as that goes too. So now I'm going to go into some of the advanced features, I'll call them, of this machine, and some of the things that really set this thing apart. So one, we'll talk about the interface. This is a Microsoft based system, which is newer. A lot of the older machines use a DOS base. So that actually has a lot of advantages with tying into your computer. Just because DOS systems have kind of gone away. So now that's a Microsoft backed system. This machine has built-in Wi-Fi. So built-in Wi-Fi capability. So if you have a home network, if you have a business network, no matter what it is, you can tie this into that network. So it also does have a thumb drive. It's right here on the back. You can see it right here. But the typical way for most embroidery machines is you have your software on a computer, you put it on that thumb drive, and you stick it in there. Ours, you don't need that. You can do that, but you don't have to. Tie it into your home or your business network, and you can actually see all the designs. You can have up to, I believe, 144 designs on your computer that I can go in here and see the same screen as my computer. So when I do that, I can go through and select exactly what design I want from the computer. And as long as you have it within range of your Wi-Fi router, you'll be able to pull those over with no problem. The cool thing is about that too is you can actually, when you upgrade, so most people that would buy this machine are going to upgrade from a one needle, maybe a smaller machine, or maybe it's their very first machine as a startup. So when you do a startup, almost always your idea is to buy one and then hopefully you want to grow. And as you grow, you can add another machine beside this and tie that into your network as well with the same computer device. So right now with this machine, there's no need to buy a computer separate. You don't have to buy a separate computer that runs only for this machine. You can use your existing computer, your existing software, because this runs on DST format, which is the most common embroidery design format. So if you have that interface there with on your computer, you can run up to 144 machines, I believe, with just the one software, and you can tie into that network. So that's pretty cool. So we can grow with you. So very cool there. Now I'm going to talk about the hoops a little bit. This is something uncommon in the consumer pro size of machines is the hoops. So we're going to go through. You're actually going to get 5 sets of hoops with this machine. And when I say a set, I'm talking 2. So this right here, this is our 12 centimeter hoop. I don't know if you can see that right there, 12 centimeters. You get 2 of those. And the reason they do that is in the commercial embroidery world, time is everything. So what you want to do is you want to have one hooped up and on the machine, and you're hooping another one while it's running. So you're saving time. So the minute you pull that off, you're putting another one on. Works really great for your 10-piece, 12-piece, 15, and larger jobs. So that's the first size, 12. We bump up from there to the 15 centimeter. And in inches, that's roughly about 4.5, 5 inches in all the way around. Number 2. 18 centimeter. Same thing there. We're looking at about 6.5 inches by 6.5 inches. And then we're going to jump up into the larger size. This is the 24 by 24. That's actually the hoop I have on here now. And that is around 9.5 by 9.5 inches. And then we jump up to, we jump up to it's called a 3926, but I'm going to tell you this in inches. This is 14 inches wide by 9.5 inches tall. So that is your sewing field. That's going to fit almost all of your jacket backs, your larger towels, things like that. And again, just remember that when I say 5 sets, that is 10 total hoops, 2 of each size. So that actually leads me on to another one of the really advanced features. And I can't really say this enough. And anybody that's listening that has an embroidery machine knows that the number one hardest thing to do in the embroidery world is running hats. That's why we have Britt Taylor's easy hat frame. That's why we have so many hat hooping devices, because even in the commercial world, it's the number one problem that we have in embroidery. Flat goods is always easier. It always will be. I don't see it getting any better, but what we've done is try to make it as easy as possible. And one of the main things that on running hat embroidery is specifically with structured hats, because even the hooping devices, the extra hooping devices, they don't do well on structured hats because, you know, when you bend that hat down flat to make it flat embroidery, you really mess up the structure of the hat. So this embroidery is the way the commercial embroiderers do it, where you don't have to mess up that hat. So what I'm going to demonstrate for you guys is we have a patent on. It's called the quick change cap system. So one of the ways we make it easier is, let's say I'm done with this embroidery here. I'm going to pop this hoop off. I'm going to discard that. And this right here is our quick change hat system. Okay. And so for those of you out there, you see right here, this is the tubular arms. These fit in. They actually have the exact same attachments as this. Sorry, I got it backwards, but so see that? You got the same connections there on both ones. And the reason we have that is this is the quick change. So all you have to do, slide this on here. And then boom, I'm running hats. So another cool thing with that is you have a little pin that stabilizes it. But what you also get is you get two commercial 270-degree cap frames. And on those 270-degree cap frames, the reason I say that, you can run 270 degrees all the way to the other side. And where that is, that's about the back of the ear here to the back of the ear here. So all those logos you see, especially like NCAA tournament champions, they almost all have embroidery on the side of a hat. You can do that on this on both sides of the hat without having to rehoop it. So very cool feature. That's something in the commercial embroidery world that is big because we do a lot of side logos. If I had to hoop it, take it off, hoop it on the left, then take it off, hoop it on the right, just a time saver. And again, you get two of these hat hoops. So you have one on and one waiting, so you can keep your production going. So anyway, very cool feature. Let me just demonstrate how that fits on as well. You see some clamps right here. This just slides on once you have the hat. Put the clamps down, and boom, you're running hats. So very simple. No screws, no thumb screws, no anything as far as that goes. You're popping it on and popping it off, and you're running caps. An important thing to point out too is that this machine will run at 1,000 stitches per minute. Just another integration that they put in here because of taking the motors and the belts and the drive stuff to put into a smaller machine. They brought all that motors and all that stuff over. So what you get is you get a horsepower on this thing that will run 1,000 stitches per minute on hats. I've done it, you know, and so as far as productivity, this thing is a workhorse. And one thing SWF really prides themselves on is the even at a higher speed, they're very quiet. You know, I've put these in a room, and I've actually had a lot of people reach out to me and say, listen, this thing is so quiet. You could put it in a room, and in the next room over, you can't even hear it run. So to me, you know, the fact that these are a home-based business model machine, a consumer pro model, that's a great feature because a lot of times you're doing work in the evenings, you're doing work on the weekends, maybe you have a baby sleeping or something in the other room, you know, having that quietness for this model, I think is extremely important. So a couple other really big things that I want to go over is this thing has a laser trace feature. So on the laser trace, we'll go back to the hoop real quick and I'll just explain that. So in laser trace, and I know you can't see this, but there is a laser that comes down right here in the middle of the hoop. And so when I put a design in, that laser actually, what I do is a trace, and that laser will go on the exact outline of this design to show you exactly where the placement is. That way, you know, if you're using a little bit bigger hoop and you want it to be slightly off to the left or the right, that laser will show you exactly where that's at. And, you know, just a good feature too, to keep you from hitting the hoop and making sure that your design will fit in that area. So just a feature that is a little extra than 490 stitch memory in this thing. Blaine, as you know, 490 stitches. I mean, most designs are 3 to 10,000 stitches. So 490 million will go in this before you actually have to delete a design and put more designs in there. That does not include any designs you have saved on the computer that can be transported through Wi-Fi. It has auto thread cut, so when you're changing colors, I mean, you're switching from one to the next. You're not having to do anything. In the perfect world of embroidery, if thread wasn't the fuse, you could put it on here and it would run flawlessly through a design, and you could walk away. You know, that's what we strive to do in the embroidery world, because then you can be doing other things. But the thread is thin and can break and different things. So worst case scenario, you're rethreading the needle, you're backing it up just a little bit, and you're hitting start. So not a problem. There is a feature in here called photo stitch. And let me explain that just a little bit. Photo stitch, you could take your iPhone or Android or whatever you're into, take a picture of that. You can upload that into the computer and then transfer it through here to Wi-Fi, and you can stitch out that image. So it auto digitizes that image into a flat image. It does a line stitch. Looks really cool with like horses and animals. It doesn't do as good of a job on facial stuff, but when you're talking about a landscape image or an animal image or something like that, really does a really cool job. So I've seen people that have boutiques, they'll come in and snap a picture of their grandchild or something that they love, and we can stitch it out here. And the second feature of that too, speaking of grandchildren, is this thing comes with a stylus pen right here in the back. Here it is. This is what we call the freehand stitch. So I can go on here and I can draw a design. So if I have a grandchild or have anybody that wants to maybe do their initials, or maybe they want to draw a little cartoon figure that their grandma would love to have embroidery, we can literally let them do that on this screen. It will convert it to a digitized file, and we can turn around and put that on a shirt, a hat, a jacket, anything, just by hitting save. They draw it out, hit save. We're going to put that right onto something to embroidery. So, and all that, one of the best things that we have, and as far as I know, in this space, the consumer pro world, we have the longest warranty in the business. 7-year warranty. And I mean, that's almost unheard of in this industry, to have a 7-year warranty. I've been with SWF for about 10 years now. I've never had a problem with a warranty claim. I've never had any issues. They're great to work with, which leads me to tell you that this machine is made in South Korea. They do great manufacturing. For those of you who don't know, that's where 𝐏𝐲𝐦𝐞 is made. That's where Kia is made. Several of our great cars, that is where Samsung is made. So this, the people that own SWF actually own the Samsung factory. So, if you're a big fan of Samsung, then SWF is the way to go, because that's the technology that's backing these things. And so a couple other things just to go through is, I had mentioned before the compact size, but the size here, we're looking at about 24 inches by about 28 inches. Very compact. I know I saw a couple of the comments yesterday. It's like, hey, I wish I had room. This thing, you don't have to get this stand. You can put this thing on a sturdy table or a desk, because it's the way they have made it. It doesn't have a lot of vibration. It doesn't move a lot. So you can put this almost anywhere. I prefer the stand just because of its features going up and down. But if you're limited on space, and it seems like a lot of people are, then this machine will fit in a lot of spaces that you typically wouldn't think an embroidery machine would fit in. So, Blaine, I think that I've covered a lot of the stuff. I would love to answer some questions if you have any here that I need to go over.
Well, hey, Kyle, this thing, I've got to tell everybody exactly how they can get this, because, and I know there's probably some ton of questions out there too, but again, I'll remind everybody, this machine is unbelievable. And hey, one of the things, Kyle, that you had mentioned, about how how quiet it is. We've got a lady that we work with over in Arizona has got one of these, and she It's actually Amber Bingham has got one, and she actually called me the other day, and she was like, she has another 10 needle, and she said, "Hey, this thing is so quiet. It's unbelievable how quiet it is." She goes, "I thought because at 12 needle it'd be more, a little bit louder." She goes, "But it's quieter than my regular flatbed embroidery machine." So it's pretty awesome. So I got to tell everybody, guys, this thing, you're getting a 12 needle with the stand, with the cap driver, and we got it on sale right now. It's normally $99.99 for that price. We're going to sell it to you for $89.99. We have 60-month 0% interest financing available. And guys, that's not all you're getting. I mean, Kyle talked about it. You're getting all those hoops. You're getting 2 hat hoops. Then you're getting 2 of every size of the other 5 hoops. So you're getting a total of 12 different hoops with this, along with that cap driver stand, 12 needles, 7-year warranty. And guys, I can't stress it enough. $89.99 is unbelievable. So, hey, you know what, too? The other thing is, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you have any questions, our staff is very knowledgeable about this machine. They've all been through training. And then if you can go right on the website and order directly right on the website. We also have live chat agents on the website that can also help you as well to place that order. But great machine. We're super excited about this. And again, I think Kyle talked about, it's very portable, only 85 pounds, and 2 people can handle this extremely easy. And, you can start with your consumer business. And again, Kyle, when you're in the commercial world, it's all about production. And I know a lot of our, people that buy from us, have little home-based businesses, or they sell on Etsy and different things. And, again, it's about production. If they can get on there and do hats or do onesies and things, and they can turn that inventory around very quickly, that's how they are making money, isn't it?
That is right. Well, in this world, time is money, and I think now even more than ever, because we live in a world where everything, we want it quick, we want it fast. And we've seen it throughout this last year. Even with these machines, time is money. We can't get enough of these machines in to satisfy the market. So even for us, but for the consumer, when you have a 10-piece job and you are trying to run all those consecutively, then if you take that extra 2 to 3 minutes that it takes to take off a hoop, rehoop a device while the machine's running, and you add that in, you're adding 4 to 6 pieces per hour. And if you're making $10 per piece, you're adding $60 an hour. $60 an hour is something that is important. And I used to be a production manager of a large shop, and every fraction of time, mattered, because if you could get one more done that hour, then that was huge. And so what they've done is taken all that technology and put it here. And then we try to bring our tips of the trade, just because I started in embroidery when I was 3 years old. So, I've learned a lot of stuff. My family has been in this business. And in fact, this is really the only job I've ever had. And, we can take a lot of those secrets and we can pack it into this small package. And I believe that's why these things, just can't get enough in stock, because the features that they bring to the table, some of the other brands, they don't have that experience and that knowledge, and these guys do. And, I can't be excited enough about what this machine has done for the industry. And, we're just getting started with this thing. I mean, I think, when we get second, third generation, it's just going to get better and better and better. So, so excited to be on here with you guys. And I see a comment here, those extra hoops are so important.
Yes, they are.
Think about the extra hoops. When you add that into the bundle, most of these hoops, most brands will give you one set, but if you go to buy another one, you're going to spend another $40 to $70, maybe $100 per hoop to get that extra hoop. So if we times that by 5, we're looking at a potential $500 savings, because I know a lot of people that get the one set, they turn around and buy another set because they want to do exactly what I'm talking about here. So that's a huge saving. And then the hat hoop, I know that hat hoop retails for $225, just the one hoop. So you're looking at almost $725 savings just on those hoops, because they have bundled it from the factory. Then you turn around and you're adding the stand, and you're adding the quick change cap system, which is an upgrade, by the way. We offer it standard. in this bundle, but that's an upgrade. They have a regular cap attachment as well. So it's a major upgrade. If you didn't have that and wanted to buy it, you're looking at probably, I think it was about $750 upgrade to buy just the quick change hat. So when you put it all together, that bundle is very, very nice. I mean, that's a great price on it.
Well, you know, Kyle, you're exactly right. And, you know, if you go out and compare this to other machines, just the hoops alone that comes with this and the cap driver and all that, you're talking about $3,000, because, you know, the cap driver on a lot of machines out there are $1,500 plus, you know, you're getting that extra frame. But one thing I want to talk to you about, Kyle, you know, people ask, you know, about training and things. I know this is extremely user friendly, but we've got videos that tells you that just about every aspect of this machine to run it and get, you know, train on, that we have videos. But we're working on doing a Zoom training as well. But then, you know, I know about service. You know, everybody's like, well, what do I need to do if I want to get service? Well, you know, you can pretty much, anybody in your local area that it kind of works on or does service on multi-needles, they can do just a typical service. But if you do have a problem with it, we're gonna take care of that problem. You'll contact us and we'll work through that. And we even have different programs that they can do, that we even ship the machine in and all that. So, but you know, typically, you know, if it's just a tune-up where they're just wanting to get it serviced, like you do an oil change on a car, and that, you can pretty much go to anybody that has any multi-needle experience and they can take care of it very easily. So just want to make
and to echo that, Blaine, one of the videos that we're coming out from the factory is an actual service video, because what we like to do is save people money, you know, and if you can do the basic maintenance yourself, and really, as you know, being around embroidery, there's not a whole lot of maintenance. It's more cleaning and oiling, you know, so we're putting together from the factory a maintenance video that says, hey, this is a 2-week maintenance, this is a 4-week maintenance, things, because it's just like a vehicle. If you maintain it, these things will run as good as can be. So hopefully you don't have any problems.
And you know, Kyle, still one of the features I'm still blown away by on this thing is just that digitizing in the machine. Because, you know, that's, I don't know of any other multi-needle on the market that does that, where you can actually draw on the screen like that. And it'll, you know, like you could trace your hand, you know, child's hand on there, and it'll digitize it and you could sew it out right on a shirt. So that to me is just unbelievable. And then
I got to tell you a quick story about that, just because I have a customer that they have a boutique and they do, you know, you hear about a lot of these painting things and things like that. Well, this lady started a group, or like 2-hour open house. And what they would do is they would come in and let all these grandchildren come in and draw out their names. You know, these kids are 4 and 5, you know, they can barely write, but it's cool to remember that stuff. So they'll write it on the screen, she'll save it. And then these ladies are paying $50, $60, $70 for a nice shirt with their grandchild's signature on, that she turns around and later on goes through and does all these orders. And she was doing, in a 2-hour period, she was doing almost 100 of these. So, you know, I hate to give up her business model, but that's one of the amazing features you can do, to just add stuff to your local, your business. I believe it's a great Etsy business to do. You know, you're giving somebody not just a gift, you're giving them a personalized gift, because I believe one thing you can actually do to echo that is somebody could send in their signature, and if you could draw it as good as possible on here, then you could retro do that. I believe you can actually scan it as well and put it in here and get it to digitize that way. So anyway.
Well, hey, Kyle, you're exactly right. And Kyle, we sure do want to appreciate, you know, or thank you for coming on and telling us all about the SWF machine, and you know, thank SWF being one of our major sponsors. And you know, SWF is giving one of these machines away with that Dream Studio package that we're giving away. And man, what a great gift for somebody to get a prize. I mean, guys, that's incredible. And you know, I still go back to talking about this thing. I mean, and I don't know of any other multi-needle in the market that has a 7-year warranty, that you can digitize in the screen, that you can do all these things, that is 12 needles and come with all the different hoops. And hey, I got to remind everybody exactly the price again, guys. This is $1,000 off. You're getting this thing for $89.99. You're getting the machine, you're getting the stand, you're getting that cap driver, and you're getting all those 12 hoops that are coming with it. And guys, that is an incredible buy on that. It's 7-year warranty, digitized in the machine. And guys, you can do it right now, 60-month, 0% interest financing. Give us a call, 800-401-8151, or you can just go right on the website at SewingMachinesPlus.com, type in the search bar to SWF, and it's going to take you right to that page where you can check it out. We have tons of supporting videos to go with it. And if you have any questions on that, give us a call. If you can't get through the phones today, make sure you go and hit that Google Sheets link that Kyle is putting in the chat. You hit that link, you can go and put your name, your phone number, how they can contact you, and just put the machine or whatever you're interested in there, and our salespeople will give you a call and try to help answer your questions or take your orders. So anyway, great product, and we're super proud to be. We're actually already their #1 dealer in the United States, and we're super proud of that. And we got some in stock. They're going quick though, so if you want one of these, get on it. So hey, I think we got Angela Wolf back in the house. So Angela, what do you think about that 12 needle? That's pretty awesome, wasn't it?
That was awesome.
So hey, you got a special guest coming up next. It's going to do a little education for us. Talk a little bit about how to bring designs in and all that kinds of stuff. And this is one of our educational event sessions.
Oh yes, and she is a good friend of mine, Cindy Hogan, and I can hardly wait to have her on here. Cindy is a Brother Brand ambassador and a good friend, and she does the live shows every Tuesday. If you want to learn about software, she does that on her page, and she also comes on to the Brother at Your Side Virtually show quite often. And you might have seen Cindy and I in a few embroidery classes. So Cindy Hogan, I hope you are here and ready to share. How are you, Cindy?
I'm great. How are you, Angela?
Oh, it's so nice to see you again.
Yes, indeed. We had a event this week already.
I know. So what are you going to be sharing today? Because everyone, for those of you that do not know, we call Cindy the software guru, right? And she might say no, but yeah, she totally is. She has books that are like this thick that are awesome if you need to learn, but she also gives tutorials online all the time. And we're fortunate to have you here today to give another one.
So really, I wanted to talk to them about what do you want to do with your software. So not everybody is going to want to jump in with all the bells and whistles and digitize. Truly. You have to think about what is it that you hope to accomplish. But regardless of what machine you have, what your machine does, having software expands your world and makes things easier and helps you work smarter and not harder. That would be one of the biggest things I would say. You don't have to jump out of the box and buy digitizing software. You may want to buy customizing software. And what do I mean by customizing software? Well, customizing is bringing in somebody else's design, something that's already been created, adding something else to it, like text, making it the size that you need it, so you want to resize it. That is one of the first pieces of software that I generally recommend people to purchase, is a piece of software that will allow you to customize. There are multiple options out there, and not one program does everything you want. And that's one of the things that I will say. I'm a software junkie. And the reason is because I will go to where it's fastest for me to accomplish what I plan to accomplish that day. Brother has many programs. One of my favorites is BES4. It is a customizing program, and it has over 199 digitized fonts. It has the capability of merging designs together. It has fabric recipes to allow you to actually adjust your design and your text to meet the fabric that you're planning on embroidering on. And that makes things foolproof. Do you guys want to share my screen? And I'll show that one just a little bit. I'm just going to kind of give a little bit of overview of what different softwares and what you might want to do. So this is our BES4 software that Brother has. It is one that I use tons, and I do say this tons. If I want to bring in a design, I simply go up to my application button, and I can either choose merge or the browser window, or open. If I'm putting multiple items together on one page, I'll choose the merge or the browser window. If I'm just opening up a single design, I'll choose open. but I'm going to hit the browser window so you get to see the most things at one time. So let's look here and see what we have. This is your directory tree on your computer. So it's just like your Windows computer. We're going to click here in this folder and look at the designs that I have. I can look in multiple folders, and you'll notice they add as I click in there. And let's say I want to add this owl and, oh, actually, let's do some birds. Let's take that owl off. So let's go and grab a couple of birds here. I held my control key down. Those both are going to come on the page at the same time, and there you go. So this allows you to actually play around with things. Then you can come in and grab your text tool, click on your design page, which is the white space in the middle, and let's put tweet me. I am not a Twitter person, but that's the only thing I could think of to pop on here. Now, I did something that I did not mean to do. I meant to grab my select tool and grab and put this over the top of my birds. You can put it on the top of them. You can put it on the bottom of them, whatever you want to do. It just depends on what your flavor is. Now, to pick a font, I actually have TrueType font selected right now, so I took that little check mark off. I'm going to come down and just kind of do my little arrow key. Pick a font, click apply, and that's how easy it is. Now, one thing I wanted you to look at, I use the arrow key because if I just scroll through here, I can't tell what those fonts look like. But by using my arrow key, you get a preview of what that font is. So click apply and you're ready to go. You want to change a color, come grab in your sequence view window the item, the part that you want to change, pick yourself a color, and you've recolored that. Green is probably not great for my purple birds, but that gives you that concept. If you want to change the colors of your threads, you can come in and select a different color palette. So let's say we wanted to go to Robeson Anton threads. It will automatically change your designs when you merge them or open them to that thread palette. Thought it would change it for me automatically here, but not. Brain is not there. If you want to change it to circle text to where it goes over the top of it, grab your text tool again, right mouse click and say circle. Now your text is over the top of it. So those are some things that you can do with editing software, customizing editing software. And that's what this one is. This one also has word collage in it. It has all kinds of tools. It works with our ScanNCut machines. And I'm looking sideways. Y'all should take me off the screen when I'm doing software. But okay. All right. Let's see here. So that one is, like I said, the customizing and editing program. One of the other things that if you want to create your own designs out of something, you can come in. Let's say I need I'm gonna bring in an FCM file here. So FCM is a fabric cutting machine. So I'm gonna come in and import artwork, and let me find here. Let's go grab this flamingo. FCM is fabric cutting machine. That's what works with our ScanNCut machines. This software will actually convert it to Applique. That's great, right? But what if I want feet on my flamingo, or I want an eyeball? How do I grab that? That's where editing comes in. Find something that has feet that's built into the software. And I'm pretty sure in our accent designs, I have a bird somewhere. There we go. Oops, where did it go? Here's my little bird. Come in. Let's see what we've got in our sequence view window and find the feet, which looks like, if I come grab, you'll notice you can see what those parts are. So I think my feet probably end right there. Let's copy those feet. Bring them down here. Let's make them bigger. If you want to flip them, you can flip them. If you want to change the order, you can change the order. I'm going to delete, oops. delete the other parts of this bird. Let me paste, because evidently that's what I forgot to do. There's my paste. And make it bigger. So then you can just switch the order by dragging, and you've now got a flamingo. If you want to add eyeballs, we could come in here and let's see here. There we go. That design has an eye in it. So let's take out anything that's not an eye. That's the easiest way for this one. So now we've got 2 eyes. We only need 1. Hold your control key down and grab the parts for that one. Let's delete that guy and take this one and move him over to our flamingo. So how simple is that? It can also be resized, as I said before, because it is a built-in design. That one can be resized to whatever size you want it. Others, you're going to kind of want to limit yourself to about 25%. You guys want to take me down for a minute and see if there's any questions?
I did see there are a few. Whoa, there you are. Cindy, first of all, everyone is giving you huge compliments because you teach that in such a way that they can follow, and they're loving that. So there's a ton of those comments. Okay, now there's a few other ones here. Can you convert embroidery? Let me make sure I got this right. Can you convert an embroidery file to applique with this program?
Yes, you certainly can. You certainly can. You just have to pick the part that you want to be applique. And I mean, you're going to have to think about, is this one suitable for an applique? You wouldn't necessarily want to grab the entire design, but yes, you can convert design parts to applique. If you're looking for full digitizing software that has photo stitch and things like that, then I would suggest perhaps the 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign 11 software. That allows you to split designs to make bigger designs. It allows you to add decorative fills. So let's say you're not ready to step up to that luminaire, or you're not ready to step up to a multi-needle machine, but you still want those decorative fills and you want some more special things. Software can make that happen for you. So in 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign, you have easy enough for me to say, right? In 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign, you have like 54, I think, decorative fills that you can add. Plus you can quilt around your designs with stippling. You can echo fill. You can take parts out. It's also an editing software, but because it has digitizing in it, it has more advanced editing than I have in BES4.
And that answers, there's 2 or 3 people that said, what is the difference between BES and PE? And you just kind of
the difference is digitizing and more advanced editing tools.
Okay, so there's a few people that said, so speaking of Cindy's books and tutorials, do you have any books on this subject?
Yes, I do have books on both subjects. Yes, there is a Lettering So Easy for BES4, and there for 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign 11, I'm still selling my version 10 book, and at some point the 11 supplement will be done. With my work schedule, who knows when.
Always give yourself a 4-year disclaimer there. You'll be good, Cindy. All right, any other questions for Cindy? I see a few more rolling in. Oh, Marilyn says, I've always said software unlocks the keys to the kingdom. Isn't that the truth?
Does. I say my machine is dreamy, but my software makes it sing. So let's look at 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign for just a little bit, and I'll show you some of the differences and some of the special features that it has that this particular one doesn't offer.
Awesome.
Share my screen, please. Okay, so we're over, and you can take my head off because I'm going to be looking sideways at them. All right, so in 𝐓𝐸𝐷esign, this is a full-featured digitizing program. It allows you to bring in shapes. You can draw your own stuff. You can bring in artwork to bring behind it. These are manual digitizing tools. So if you're wanting to do your own thing, then you might want to consider this. Now, I have that as an open shape, and I meant to choose the closed shape tool, so now I have a fill stitch. Okay, that's kind of like a butterfly. It's not my best butterfly ever, but let's go ahead and do a little trick here. Arrange copy, and let's mirror that one. We'll make it a butterfly regardless, right? And then let's just draw a circle down the center of it. The thing I love about this program is that it automatically fills it with stitches without me thinking about it. You know, I kind of would like my wings to be flipped upside down. So let me grab those two and let's flip them. Oh, flip. I think that looks better. And if we want to go fancy, we can come and give it flexible spiral stitches, and we can change where those spirals start by clicking on our edit point tool. I hit the wrong one there. And just dragging those over. How easy is that? You can also, so that's basically creating your own. This one has photo stitch. Anything to do with a picture you will find on the image tab. This one's organized by tabs. Your home tab's where you're drawing things. Your image tab is anything to do with a picture. Your view tab is anything that's on your screen. And your ScanNCut tab is kind of self-explanatory. It has your import and export to your ScanNCut machine. But let's look at photo stitch, because this is one of the things that this particular program does exceptionally well. If you're interested in doing any kind of photo into stitches, this is the program that I think everybody should go for. I'm looking in the wrong place. So let's go to our libraries, documents, and P-Design 11. There we go. And if we go under our sample files and layout and editing, there is photo stitch right here. These are images that we can look at. Let's change our thumbnails to large icons so we can see what we've got going on. And let's say we want to grab this little puppy. You can use your own photos. I'm not saying you have to use what's built in. I'm just using what you have here to be able to show you what the software does. So I'm going to crop in what I want. And one of the things that people make a mistake in photo stitch is they pick the entire picture. You want to pick what's important about the picture, not the entire picture. With animals, I usually tell people to sharpen that picture up because that actually makes the fur stand out. Let's touch OK, and then let's touch next here. Bigger is always better when you're doing photo stitch. So let's go to the design settings page and let's fit that to a bigger hoop. And I actually do have it on my 10 5/8 by 10 5/8. So that's as big as it can go in that hoop. We'll touch next. And it's going to process it. There it is. I don't know why it flipped to the other screen, but it did. You can pick different thread palettes. You can change the number of colors that you want. It defaults to 10. Simply because our brother 10 needle machine, that's the most convenient to do it. But if you want to add some colors to it, you simply come here and add and update your preview. You can select from candidates. It will give you 9 different candidates to choose from. I actually like the one that it came out with originally. One trick, shorten that stitch and take your detail, which is your density, up to fine. That will give you the most realistic looking photo stitch that you can get. Having said that, it is greatly going to increase your stitch time and the stitch count. So you do, if there's a worry about that, you might want to reconsider what I just did. And it is going to take it a minute to process it, and it will be ready to go. So there we go. Our photo stitch is done. And I will tell you, if I had been smart, I would not have done this in realistic preview to begin with. I would have done it in regular preview, but there's your photo stitch. Stitch preview is how I usually look at this one. And the reason I tell you that is because that's more like what an actual photo stitch truly ends up looking like. If you want to change your colors, you can certainly change your colors. Now, the other thing that P-Design can do besides this, one of my favorite little tricks is to come in here and let's go to our design library. And let's say you have found the perfect design. If you've ever been in one of my classes, you've seen me do this. So this is my perfect design. I'm going to put it in my default hoop so it's not so small for you guys. All right. Pretend this butterfly right here does not exist. This butterfly right here is the perfect butterfly. What you can do is, this is where software expands your world. You cannot do this on the embroidery machine. We can choose our split stitches tool and snip around the butterfly that we want. Double click, delete the rest of it. We're not worried about the flower. We want the butterfly, but I've got extra stuff here. So I'm going to show you all another little trick. We're going to go selected object zoom and choose our select point tool. Press the tab key lightly and then press delete on your keyboard. Press the tab key. You'll notice it goes through the colors of the design in the order that they were in the sewing order window. You're left with your butterfly. Now you can do whatever you want to with that butterfly. You can combine it with other designs. If you are, so let's say we needed a butterfly on top of this one. We can cut that and paste it back down to where it's sitting on top. Or you could have changed it in the sewing order window. I use cut and paste a lot just simply to allow me to rotate it. You just simply rotate it. If you want to change a color, click on the color tile in your sewing order window, go to your color tab, and select a different color for your butterfly. Are there any questions for me, Angela? Because I'm talking fast, and I know that, because it is a challenge to show you multiple softwares at one time. And there's so much that software can do, and so many things and there's so many programs. So where do you narrow it down, and what do you do?
Well, first of all, that photo stitch thing, everyone, I mean, if you could hear people going, that was cool. But, I never even realized how you could just go do tab and delete the different colors when you were trying to get that butterfly. I learned something. I always learn something from you.
Well, right. I mean, there are other ways I could have done that. I could have used my divide by color and divided the colors up and then just deleted the color section, but that divides my whole design up. When I use the select point tool and tab through, it basically keeps the design as one whole unit instead of me having to go back and group it.
Which is awesome. So Celeste had a good question. And, for somebody who maybe is a little bit new to using software, she wanted to know, when she does things in these softwares, can she name them her own name so she can remember what they are, or do they have to stay with there?
You certainly can. And I highly suggest, if you're planning on playing with the design that you're getting from someplace else, that you save it before you ever start editing it. If you use your import window or the merge button in BES4, import in PE Design, merge in BES4, then whatever changes you make, it will force you to save it as a name. But if you just open it, yeah.
Otherwise, you lose what you had.
Yeah,
Just
you don't
like
want to lose your original. So if you open it instead of import or merge, then I would always suggest you do a file save as first and save it with a different name. Otherwise, you will mess up your original and accidentally save over it with the save button, because I am the save button queen, and I've done it before. So that's how I've learned. Import, don't open.
Yeah, there you go. And the last one she was using was PE Design 11. Someone asked, what were the two? Do you have a playbook, or does Brother have a playbook for that?
Brother does not have a playbook. I do have workbooks on both PE Design and BES4.
Yes. And to answer that question, a few people said, when is Cindy's show? Well, Cindy is live every Tuesday at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for her software shut-in. You want to tell about that real quick?
That one, I go through pretty much all of Brother's software programs. I try to hit more than one in a week. So I'll do Canvas Workspace, I'll do BES4, I'll do Simply Applique, Initial Stitch, Canvas Did I say Canvas Workspace?
You do ugly Christmas sweaters that I still have to get one to match to defend myself for next year.
Okay, you're all over the ugly Christmas sweater, because I am not doing another one.
And if those of you have watched, we went through a whole week-long thing, but you go through everything. And someone said, can I watch the replays? Well, you can watch the replay of Hoopfest what she just showed, when we're not live today, go back to Sewing Machines Plus Facebook or YouTube page. You can binge watch, and you can go to Cindy's page on her Facebook and binge watch there as well.
So there are a couple of other programs that Brother has. If you just want to dip your toe in the water in software and you're not really sure what you want to do, we have Initial Stitch, which is basically for your smaller hoops. So it has a 5x7 and a 4x4. That's its largest hooping field. Then we have Simply Applique, and it can work with any of the machines, but it is what it says. It is simply applique. It is created for you to be able to create your own applique designs out of FCM files, fabric cutting machine files. Now, if you don't know where to get one and you don't have a cutting machine and you still want to be able to use that software, you certainly can do that. You can use a free, our Canvas Workspace is a free program, and it will generate FCM files from artwork. So there are many, there's different options that we have available. There is also PE Design Plus 2. It is a light digitizing program. It has auto punch and some light digitizing tools in it. The editing features are not as powerful. I will say you get more editing features in either P Design or BES4 than you get in any of the other programs.
Yeah, and if you're just starting out, it's okay to have a beginner program. But once you get going, then you always want to just I just always like to go for it all. But I actually enjoy BES. It has some great fonts in there. Great fonts.
They really have some beautiful fonts in there. They're digitized well. They've got tiny fonts for quilt labels and cuffs. They've got beautiful monogram fonts. And us in the South, we love to monogram everything. The bigger, the better the monogram. If it's not standing still, we say it gets a monogram slapped on it. That's not.
I'm not even in the South, but I say if it moves, if it doesn't move, it's getting embroidery on it, period.
we have to have the monogram. So it is kind of one of those things. My cup has a monogram on it.
That's fantastic. So will you just tell them your website? Because quite a few people are new here and they said, where can I watch Cindy's show on Tuesdays? On Facebook, but go to her website and you can get there. So go ahead.
My website's Cynthia'sEmbroidery.com, and my Facebook page is at Cynthia's Embroidery 1, I believe. Every Tuesday you can watch me there, or you can watch me on my YouTube channel, which is Cynthia's Embroidery. And like I said, I try to cover all the programs. I mean, not everybody is going to be computer savvy enough to dive into the deep end of the pool. So start with one that's going to support the hoops, Simply Applique. If you have a bigger machine and you want to just combine designs and create appliques, it's a wonderful program.
That was a great little, all I'm thinking are my 3 W's that I had to take to the pool this weekend. Get yourself some water wings, okay? That's what she's saying.
Yeah. Those are the water wings, yeah. The Initial Stitch and Simply Applique are your water wing programs. They get you started, and then you can develop into other things. If you know that your interest is in creating embroidery designs, then I would go ahead and jump into P Design. If you think you're never going to do that, then don't go there. So hit BES4 or one of the other programs.
Well, Cindy, this was an awesome presentation. As I mentioned, you can go back and watch this. You can always email Cindy. She's always great at that. You can message her on Facebook. Cindy, thank you so much. And I will see you on the Brothers Show soon again, anyways.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
All right. So if you haven't seen her shows on Tuesday, they are so informational. And once you start dabbling with software, your embroidery world opens up huge. That's all I got to say. Blaine, are you there? Or else
I am here, Angela. Man, it was good to see Cindy and y'all together. Y'all are just, you can tell y'all been together for a long time, and that chemistry is there. I love it.
Oh, gosh, we have a lot of fun. We teach classes together. We used to go to events together, but now we just see each other on Zoom and give each other like a high five.
Well, that's great. Well, hey, Angela, we're going to continue this show, and we've got, we're going to talk all about Melco next. And so, hey, guys, I got to tell you, some crazy stuff in this world happens all the time. But, when it's live TV, you have to be able to roll with the punches. And so, we had Nate Moore coming up with Melco this morning, and we just got a call about 10 minutes ago that they had a little incident at their factory or their offices in Colorado, and they had to evacuate the building. So they can't be on the show this morning. We're like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? We got 30 minutes. So lo and behold, we got a hold of, it's Angela Jasmine. And when she, so anyway, last minute, and I said, hey, can you just come on the show and talk about Melcos? Because, you know, Angela has a big YouTube channel. She has an Etsy store, and she actually uses the Melco and, you know, some brother machines and things at her place. And so she is probably an expert on the Melco, I'm telling you. So we wanted to talk to her a little bit this morning and kind of see, you know, ask her some questions. And so anyway, I'd love to bring to the show, Angela, are you there?
I am here.
There you are. Hey, so first of all, I've got to give you a huge high five for just rolling with the punches this morning. I mean, we just got the call, got a hold of you, and you said, sure, I'll come on. And I mean, within 10 minutes, boom, you're here.
Well, thanks for having me.
Hey, so, you know, the Melco, I know it's a big, huge part of your business. And you know, you've got, how many don't you have 2 16 needles?
Yes, I have 2 of them.
Two of them. And, you know, so, you know, I know that we're Melco's #1 dealer, and we sell tons of these all over the United States. And so I know that, you know, everybody just loves them. But one of the things I wanted to kind of ask you, and you could kind of share with, you know, that, you know, I know that you have a big Etsy store, a big YouTube following, yes, and you go on and you use the Melcos a lot. But what made you pick a 16 needle? What's the advantage of having 16 needles?
So the biggest advantage is just not being able to change thread colors, not having to change thread colors. I mean, you'll get designs that it'll just take so much longer. You have to stop and change. And having the 16 needles, you don't have to change anything. Like, everything's already there, it's set. And maybe like every week or so, if you have a different design, you have to change it, but like, you don't have to change anything. So saves time.
You know, and I know that, you know, you've got other embroidery machines and things. And I know one time that, you know, you had told me that you did a little head-to-head against them, and you know, it had the same design. You started them at the same time. And what was the result when you did that?
So the Melco machines are just so much faster. I'd say about twice as fast as other machines. So I can complete my orders so much faster, and it just saves me a lot of time that I can do other things with my time. So higher production, get orders out quicker. You can take more orders because you're able to get them out quicker. Just the time saving is just such a big plus in this business.
Yeah, I know. It's you know, we had a guy on this morning talking about, you know, time is money when it comes to the embroidery, and I know that. So, you know, one of the things too, I know that do you probably do your own maintenance to that too to keep them going? Because it costs you money if they're not running. So, you know,
Yes.
Do you do all that everything yourself?
Yes, so I do all the maintenance on the machines. The computer runs you through how to do the maintenance. That way you don't have to take it and leave it at the service station, which is like 2 weeks, your machine would be down normally. But because the Melcos, you do the whole maintenance, never down. Do it all yourself.
That's pretty awesome. And I know that, you know, if people want to see, you know, your channel, it's just Angela Jasmina on YouTube, right?
Yes, sir. Yep, just Angela Jasmina.
So I encourage everybody to go check out Angela's, you know, YouTube page, because it's you have I think about 150,000 followers.
Yes, we just hit 150,000 earlier this week, so I'm so excited for that.
Congratulations on that. That's awesome.
Thank you.
And I know your business, now I know that y'all sell blanks and do a lot of things, and you're basically in business with your husband, is that correct?
Yeah, I work at home with my husband. I've been lucky that he's able to now work full time with me, and, you know, just having the Melcos is definitely just expanding our business and just made everything easier, and just, you know, it just helped a lot, really. Family life and everything, it balances everything out well.
That's pretty awesome, you know, and again, you know, that's just a testament to how, you know, things can turn into a business. Now I got to ask you, was this started out as a hobby with you?
Yeah, it was kind of like a hobby just on the side, but the plan was always to make it full time. And the biggest thing was, how can I make more profit? And it was all about saving time. The more shirts you can get done at one time, the better.
So when you first started out, did when you got into, I guess when your first Melco, how hard was that learning curve to get in and actually just start being able to use it for production?
So there is a learning curve, as with any machine, but I just say give yourself like a week, and it's just as easy as any other machine. Anything you have to learn, but literally just a week, and you'll be running it like nobody's business. It's easy once you know how to do it. Just give yourself the time to figure it out.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I got to remind everybody, we've got a great special on the Melcos right now. And it starts, we have the A package. It starts at $9,999, and it goes through. We have a B package and a C package. And if that $999 to get you started, and I'm telling you what, we have 60 months, 0% interest financing available as well. So guys, if y'all are interested in a 16 needle, I'm telling you, this thing is incredible. I know Angela uses it. She got 2 of them. And I wanted to ask you too, Angela, do you link those 2 together?
Yeah, so you can, or you can run them separately, but because I usually do kid shirts, it's 2 separate designs. I run both different designs at the same time. I don't usually do 2 of the same exact design, but if I wanted to, that is an option. But I just run 2 separate designs on them.
So anyway, if I want to remind everybody again how you can get that, it starts at $99.99. It's the A package, and you've got a B package and a C package. We have 60-month 0% interest financing, and you have to call in to get the Hoopfest special. This is a special pricing. If you call in Hoopfest and give us a call at 800-401-8151, and we have sales agents standing by to take your call. If for some reason you can't get through, the phone lines have been crazy busy today. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting in the link. He's been putting a Google Sheets link in the chat on both YouTube and Facebook. You can hit that link. It'll actually take you to a Google Sheets page. Put your name, put a contact number that they can reach out and call you, and then just put us what machine you're interested in, so they'll know what to prepare for when they give you a call. And they'll give you a call back and help you, answer any questions you have or help you place your order. So, Angela, I'm so excited that you got on board with us this morning, because I'm telling you, this was just a last-minute thing that happened, and we were scrambling around, like, okay, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And so, you just jumped on, and we talked 10 minutes ago, and you got right on, and I was sitting there kind of telling everybody, I was like, guys, I guess we'll have to tell jokes or something. And so we didn't want that to happen. So I'm so happy that you were able to come on. And again, everybody, I encourage y'all to go over. I know you've got a Facebook page, you have all the Instagram and everything over there, but go check out her, YouTube channel. You are very active on YouTube. You put videos on there all the time, and it's just Angela Jasmina on YouTube. Y'all can find that. And I think, David, can we put that link up? Do we have that? We'll put the link up for everybody so they can go check you out. But I know that you're always active on there. And hopefully, hey, we can have you back on the show again real soon, and we can talk to you more about what you do.
That sounds good to me. Thanks for considering me. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, hey, thank you for, just jumping on this morning the last minute. I know you didn't get any notice at all. So anyway, it worked out, didn't it? And thank you for all the information about the Melco, because I know that, you're a good testimony of how good the machine is, because you're using it to make a living with it. So thank you so much for stopping by.
No problem.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you soon. All right, guys. Hey, we're rolling with the punches here today, and I really do appreciate Angela. I always want to call her Jasmine. Angela Jasmine coming on the show. Again, that's a trooper when somebody just jumps on in 10 minutes without any, planning or warning or anything. But we're so happy Angela came on and shared a little bit of information about her machines with us. And guys, again, Melco, I can't say enough about it. We sell a ton of Melco machines every month, and our salespeople are extremely knowledgeable about it. So if you're interested in a Melco, a 16 needle, They can help you out. They have, you know, the 3 packages like I talk about, the A, B, and C package. It starts at $9,999. And but we have a show special right now, but you have to call in. We can't advertise the show special because of manufacturer restrictions. So give us a call, and we'll make sure that we help you out there. So, guys, rolling with the punches, aren't we, this morning? Crazy stuff happening. So, hope everything over at Melco is okay. I know they had to evacuate, but hopefully it's something that's not too crazy. And but anyway, while we're talking, I got to talk to you about another multi-needle machine. And guys, this thing, if you're trying to get into multi-needle machines, I have got a unbelievable special for you today. We have a Viking 10 needle, we have a 𝐓𝐢𝐻 10 needle, and we have a 𝐓𝐸𝐷 10 needle. 𝐓𝐸𝐷 makes all 3 of those machines. 𝐓𝐸𝐷 makes the Viking and the 𝐓𝐲 10 needle. We have the only Viking and 𝐓𝐲 machines left in the country. We have them. They were all factory serviced at the manufacturer. We bought all of them. We have them here. We have an incredible, incredible price on them. This thing comes with the stand, comes with the cap frame, and we also have 60-month 0% interest financing available. The normal price on this is $79.99. We have a $1,000 discount. You can get it for $69.99 right now this week. You can go through our website, SewingMachinesPlus.com, and place your order. You can actually go give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can take your order over the phone. And you can even get on our website, and you can talk to our live chat agents on our website that can help you out and help you place your order and answer any questions you may have. But guys, man, what a great buy this is. $69.99 for a 10-needle, multi-needle 10-needle machine is incredible, especially when you're getting the stand and the cap driver with it. And so great price on that, and free shipping right to your door. And we have that 60-month 0% interest financing available. So I encourage everybody to give them a call. So, hey guys, let's bring Angela. Is Angela available, or is she off there right now? So she's off. Okay. So coming up next, we're going to have, I think it's Trevor coming up. So he'll be on at 11. Is that correct? So 11, Trevor's going to be on. So what we ought to do is we're going to take a little quick commercial break to give everybody to stretch their legs and relax a little bit and get ready for Trevor coming on. And we'll have him. And then we'll have Trevor coming on. And then we'll have John Deere, guys. John Deere is going to be here. We have Julie, Fei-Fan, Balzer is going to be on. So y'all don't want to miss that. And then we're going to have a little commercial break, and we'll do some giveaways. So that's what's coming up next. So David, we have commercials spooled up. All right, so we're going to go to a commercial break, let everybody stretch your legs, and we'll be right back at, I think it's 11 a.m. our time, which will be 1 p.m. Central Time.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want a quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and at Anita Good Design. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
Hi everyone, I have some super exciting news. I'm happy to announce 2 brand new webinars you won't want to miss. First, our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop and our new 3D puffy foam embroidery. Our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop is an accelerated learning experience that incorporates both live and virtual education so that you'll be sure to get the most out of the entire process, seeing and doing at your own pace and your own time. This is the most cost-effective way to give digitizing a try, while receiving a foundation in theory that'll make you a better embroiderer whether you choose to take up digitizing or not. Now, our 3D puffy foam embroidery digitizing webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've mastered over the last 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there. webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've mastered over the last 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there.
Hey everybody, Blaine Austin here. We're back from our little break. Welcome back to Hoopfest Day 3. And hey, we have got a treat coming up to you now. We have Trevor Conquergood from Canada coming to you, and he is all about Floriani. He is a Floriani ambassador, and he is going to talk today about the sketch and sketch a stitch, I should say. And so Trevor, are you ready to go this morning?
I'm all ready to go, Blaine. How are you doing?
Hey, so Monday, was it Monday you were on, or was it what is today? Wednesday? You're on Monday.
Monday morning.
So Monday morning you were on. We talk about the party. Are we having a party again today?
I'm telling you, I've been at the pool ever since Monday, Blaine. I understand that after I made that beach towel, that Clarissa just took the ball and ran with it, and so yesterday you had a new beach towel.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if you got to see it, but she took your digitized logo that you did for the Hoop Fest. She put that on a big towel, great big logo, and then she put the Floriani down at the other end, and she's going to mail it to me. So I've got a great beach towel coming. I can't wait.
I'm so tickled that she was able to do that. You know, I figured coming from Canada it might be kind of a hassle. So thank goodness for Clarissa. She sure is talented.
It is.
Yeah,
So
we're
what
gonna
are you
have
going
fun
to show us
today.
today? Everybody's super excited to see you, and they're super excited to see what you have to show us.
Yeah, this is a really fun software, Blaine. I think people are going to be really excited about Sketch a Stitch. It's probably the easiest thing you'll ever do with a computer for your embroidery machine. And what it really is a ton of fun. So to really kind of get into it, I need to share it on my screen. Like I can hold up some of the things that I've sketched, but to really get into it, I want to show it on my screen. It'll be a little bit more intimate. So I'll come back on full screen later and answer any questions you guys might have. But for now, I'm just going to click to share in my screen. So let's go ahead and do it all correctly. Okay, so let's see now. Is my screen on? And do you see like the little cover of the software? It's called Sketch a Stitch. It's a Floriani software. It could be the very first Floriani software you ever owned. But if you already own our kind of top of the line embroidery software that I showed you guys on Monday, the FTCU software, right? That's the one that's like the Cadillac of embroidery. If you already own FTCU, you can actually add Sketch a Stitch and they kind of blend together. And so I'll show you guys that kind of later. But right now, what I'm showing you is specifically just the program that's called Sketch a Stitch. It's really fun. And the most important part of it is when I click on this little paintbrush here, you get this cool little blue widget. And with this, I can click on the brush selector and I have all these different kind of brushes that I can kind of embroider with. I can click here to choose different shapes. So if I don't want to draw shapes, I can draw, you know, little hearts or whatever. But when you draw shapes, it's a lot more fun. And so basically you take a pen that's like a tapered end column and you click and you drag. And what you get is a column that has like pointy tips on it, unless you change to the calligraphy one. And then when you click and drag, you're going to get kind of a thick and a thin side. And the thing that's neat about this plane is, excuse me, please, it works with whatever kind of computer you own. Now it needs Windows. I should make that clear. All Floriani software is Windows software. But what I mean by that is I can use it with my mouse. But if you own a touchscreen computer, you can literally touch on your screen. And I'm going to reach out now, kind of like Frankenstein, and draw right on my screen with my finger. And so it feels a lot more natural. Here, let's move over. You know, TREVOR. Okay, so when you put your arm straight out like Frankenstein, it's not as easy to draw as it is when it's kind of nice and natural on the pad. The thing that's cool about this is if you have a drawing pad, like a little pen tablet, works with that. If you have a touchscreen computer that takes a pen, now you can draw right on it with a pen. This is the other kind of tips, right? So you can do run stitches, bean stitches, fill stitches, applique shapes, steel stitches like borders. And so if you choose applique, then when you click and drag, it will draw the shape that will become your applique, and it will create the 3 color stops, you know, just like you always see when you embroider, how that design has run stitch and a stop and another run stitch and a stop and then a border. So this is the thing that you get to create the embroidery with this cool new little widget. Now, I wanted to explain a couple things. And so I brought up some slides. So slides, first of all, this is the whole family. You know, this is all the Floriani software kind of in one picture. The one with the Phoenix on the top, that's the one we talked about Monday. And we're going to talk about it again on Saturday, because on Saturday, Blaine, I'm going to show you how to make an iron-on patch. And so remember the towel that I made on Monday? Well, now I've got an iron-on patch to go with it, and you can iron it onto your dress shirt there, Blaine. So I know there's not normally a big white sort of swirly thing around your logo like that, but I kind of needed something to turn it into a patch. So that's what you call artistic license, you guys. Anyway, today we're not talking about creating embroidery and that kind of more, I guess, traditional methods. What we've got is a cool new software that allows you to do sketching. And so it's called Sketch-a-Stitch. There are other programs, but we won't necessarily go through them right now today. But you can always ask me questions in the future. But today it's about Sketch-a-Stitch. And one of the things that's really cool about Sketch-a-Stitch is it has an iPad app. So when you buy this Floriani software, you'll get to install it on any two computers. It could be your desktop and your laptop. And of course, we know you'll get a new computer someday. And so there's the ability to deactivate your computer so that you can reactivate it on another new computer, you know, when you buy your new ones in the future. But what I wanted to tell you is there's also, now this says new spring 2020. Yeah, because the app is now available. It's been in the App Store for since the spring of 2020. And what I'm going to show you is my iPad, right? So this is basically a little iPad. And now I don't know how well I can do this upside down looking at your screen, but same idea, right? You got your little brush selector there, and you choose your little tapered end columns, and you draw your line, and it's got, you know, like little columns on it like that. If you want to, you can do all the different brush strokes like that, the calligraphy, and now it feels really natural to draw. Okay, one thing you're probably finding out is Trevor's penmanship, and Trevor's not really a freehand illustrator. Oh, let's see. There we go. So this is kind of a cool thing, because what you can do is you can sketch on your iPad, and you can even, here, let's do this. Click on here and say, take a photo. Now, let's see here. Can I flip the camera around and get in the picture? And so there. Now I've got a photo, and I'll say, use that photo, and it's going to come onto the screen of the iPad. And then you're going to take your run stitch, and you're going to, you know, maybe you're going to, here, I kind of zoomed out, and so I can't see the colors, but a lot of times I sketch with more of a contrasty color so they can kind of see what I'm doing, and I might zoom in a little more closely. Although when you're zoomed out, you can see more clearly kind of what you're sketching. But, you know, it's not too hard. And I'm not really either much of an artist. And so I normally take a little bit longer to do my sketching. Okay, it's a fun thing to do. The iPad is a new thing. It's actually kind of like a companion for the desktop software. So when you actually own it, this is what it looks like on the desktop software. And so what you can do is you can sketch a design on your iPad and then use your iPad to send it on back to your computer, and then open it up with your computer and do kind of like the other things that you might want to do to it, like, well, save it to a USB stick and take it to your machine for one. So anyway, this new Sketch-a-Stitch software is something that anyone can do. And what I really do is I like to put a photo on the screen. So I showed you guys the little sketch of Fresno, right? That's just up the beach from you guys, not too far down from San Diego. I visited there, and when I visited, I took the picture of the Van Ness Avenue, you know, the street side of Fresno, and then I sketched it. And this is the sketch stitched on a piece of paper. So it's kind of sketchy. What I'm telling you is you can do any style of embroidery with Sketch-a-Stitch. It's not just about doing sketches, because you can do applique designs, filled in designs, and anyone can do it because anyone can trace. You may not be able to draw, but tracing is not so hard. And what you find out is you can zoom in so darn close. You can be as accurate as you want to be. I mean, if you really want, you can put the license plate on the car. Just realize that the thread can, you know, looking at the thickness of the thread, you can only get so much detail into the back of that little pickup truck. And so this is the idea, Blaine. You just have to put a picture on your screen and sketch it. And when I first saw this, I knew people were going to love it. To me, it's a way to interact with the people in your life that don't do embroidery. So here's what I told you guys in the beginning, right? I have a touchscreen laptop, works on that. If you just have a regular old Windows computer with a mouse, well, then you use your mouse to do the sketching. But if you have a little drawing pad, it'll work with that. If you own a touchscreen display or a touchscreen laptop, works with whatever basically you own. These are some of my thread sketches, Blaine. These are some of my very first ones. But what I'd like to do is kind of show you guys, I'm going to do a little sketch for you guys today, part of our presentation, and then I'm going to show you guys some of my most recent sketches. Look at that one there. Oh, this one here. See, there's the original photo. This was from Ricky Brooks. That's like, he's the R from R&K Distributing, right? Ricky was the founder of our company. Anyway, his daughter's ministry, this was a picture that someone drew. They sent me the drawing, and I turned it into a thread sketch. It took 20 minutes. I just had to follow their lines. It was easy. Someone else drew it. I'm now just tracing out their drawing. This is me tracing photographs. I love to do that. The New York skyline. This was me recreating somebody's hand embroidery in a machine. I took the hand embroidery sketch off of the picture and traced it and turned it into. So that's made with Sketch-A-Stitch. This was my very first time to sketch a portrait like that. I just put the Elvis picture on the screen, sketch, and you kind of got to just let go of your inhibitions and just let the lines fall off your fingers. I don't know what else I can say. My wife, it's easy because she loves to draw. To me, the buildings are easy. I like to follow straight lines and things that are logical. This was a design of a flower that I already had. So then I turned around and sketched in the blending, and turned sort of like just added to it. So it's an applique design. So all the color comes from the fabric, and then you sketch the sort of shading on top. You can do anything you want with this Sketch-A-Stitch. It'll make any style of embroidery. This is one of my favorite things to do, is to trace old paintings and make like thread paintings out of them. And they're really beautiful. So here's my test subjects, Blaine. That's my family. My talented wife, Lorna. Those are my kids, Loren, Nicholas, and Reese. And they all gave a test try for Sketch-A-Stitch. Lorna, she's like an actual artist who's really quite talented at drawing. And she just took to it like crazy. This is a little book that she made called Portraiture of a Woman. And she took different photos. So that's Lorna's baby picture. And those are our kids, Reese and Loren. And there's Lorna's mom in this picture with the glasses. But as a young woman, there's Lorna, kind of middle-aged, and then Lorna's grandma. And so it's like the different ages and stages of womanhood. And all the colors are fabrics, right? They're one color embroidery sketches. Lorna just did little thread sketches in one color. And then we used applique to put the fabrics into the thing. So how talented is that? So here's my 16-year-old son, Nicholas. Apparently that's the Boba Fett symbol, right, from Star Wars. And that's what kids want to make, something that relates to them. So this is what my 16-year-old son was able to do. I'm telling you, Blaine, he's not normally able sitting. If you can get Instagram out of their face long enough, look what they can do, you guys. It's amazing. To the kids take it, they go, oh, wow, Grandma, look what you got. And they'll take and sketch these pictures for you. And then you'll do the embroidery because you know how to do it. This is my youngest, Reese. And that is a drawing that she drew on a piece of paper, and I took a photograph of it, and I put the photograph of her drawing on my screen, and then let Reese create the embroidery design. That's literally Reese's very first embroidery design. She's the third generation in the Conquergood family to create embroidery, and she even signed it. So how proud of a papa am I, Blaine? Absolutely. And there's my very talented eldest, Loren. She's actually been working here at Sunset Stitches for over 5 years. She helps me produce my embroidery club, Blaine, and I'm very happy with. So these are some of her first sketches. And wait till you see some of her most recent sketches. You guys are going to go crazy. There I am in Portland, Oregon, you guys. That's the Multnomah Falls. And I visited the falls after class one day, sketched it in my hotel room that night, and then stitched out the falls the next morning. They were blown away. These sketches take under an hour. That Multnomah Falls was like a 40-minute thing. Here's the Portland skyline, and look what they did. I made the design little to fit on their embroidery machine, and when I went to visit the store, they had taken it and blown it up and put it on their long arm quilt frame. Blaine, you can save your designs to the long arm quilt format, and so that's what's cool about Sketch-A-Stitch. It's really something for everyone. I know that they're going to love it. Am I back on screen now again? Can you see me bigger? Blaine, can you tell them the phone? Is it the same phone number as last time? Is it still 401-8151? Because they're going to want to buy this software. I know it. It's the funnest thing you'll ever get.
Trevor, I tell you what, after watching what you just did, and oh, by the way, your daughters are super, super talented. Oh my gosh, that's unbelievable.
Thank you.
But yeah, this thing, I mean, guys, this is extremely affordable for people. And you saw what Trevor has done with this. This is an awesome software package. You know, Sketch-A-Stitch, it is normally $299, or it's $299 for show, right, Kyle?
That sounds like a very special price.
Yeah, $299. It's normally $349.
Yes.
So the show special, they can save $50 on the Hoopfest special. You can give us a call, or they can go right to the website and order it right now. But give us a call at 800-401-8151, and they can order that thing right up. But I'm telling you, Trevor, this thing is unbelievable what you can do with that.
$299 is an extra special price. It's a standalone software, but like I said earlier, it will connect to your Floriani. Like if you already own our quilting software or embroidery software, then they'll blend together and you can use them kind of all together like that, Blaine. It's pretty cool. Absolutely. Yeah. Can I go back on screen and do some more sketching for you guys? You want to see some more? Is anybody want more?
We definitely want to see more.
Good. So what we're going to do now, because I thought maybe I could sweeten the pot. I don't know if this is possible or not, but we'll see what we can come up with. So we're going to go back on screen. And this time, I'm going to get into it, you know, and try and do a little bit for you guys. So you saw some of the pictures of like what I was doing with it. And let me put that away. And so this was that Fresno design that I showed you guys that I made, right? So I started with a photograph and then I traced on top. So I got up and got going this morning and thought, you know, I've never been to San Diego. And boy, I'd love to. Now, last year, and oh, I can't say that anymore. I haven't been anywhere for over a year. They got me kind of locked up, tight up here in Canada, and I'm just waiting for this darn pandemic to be over so I can visit you guys again. But someday I'm going to come to San Diego, and when I do, I'll be ready because I'm working on a thread sketch. You guys, does that look like San Diego to you guys? Because it looks beautiful to me if that is in fact San Diego. And I only say that because, you know, sometimes Google lies. But I got the picture from the internet, and normally I try and take my own pictures, but this was a pretty cool picture. And so I put it on my screen, right? And you can see I'm using a contrasting color so you can, first of all, when I sketch, it makes it easy for me because I can see what I've done and what I haven't done. So if I zoom in more closely, you'll see kind of what it looks like, right? And I'll turn on the 3-dimensional view so you can see a little more closely how I'm just like basically going around these windows. Now, I'm using the run stitch. So notice when I click on the brush selector, this one's for run stitch down here. And see how it makes like a little yellow, you know, dot. And then if I just start drawing, I can see the little yellow line that I'm drawing. And if I let go, it converts it into embroidery. And it'll have, if I select it, it'll have whatever stitch length I've chosen, you know, a 3mm long stitch length. And when you're drawing them, this is kind of cool too, because when you get the little widget back up and you start to draw your next line, you can click here and choose your stitch length right away. So if you want to, you know, 6mm, 4mm, 3, 2, 1, you know, however long, and you can add more options to these with your preferences. There's like a little preference sort of window. It allows you to control things. I have it turned on right now to show me the last stitch marker Can you see it? It's that little black dot. That helps me pick up my thread and not make gaps in between my lines. That way, if you do take one of the things they love about my thread sketches, Blaine, is when I do them, I connect them all together. And so if you do sew it on your long arm, there's no jumping around. It's all continuous embroidery threads, and it's so easy to do because that little black dot. You can also have the software generate start stops as you draw. And the cool thing about that is if I draw my next line and I start it over here, but as long as I come close to where the other line finished, it will figure out how to connect them. See that? So otherwise what I do is I just start where the last one left off, and then I can control that. And so it's pretty fun to do. And you can, obviously I'm super zoomed in right now. I'm 800% zoomed in. And so you can be really accurate and get around things. That said, I try not to be too accurate. In fact, I always do my thread sketches when I fly. This is the honest to goodness truth. I did almost all of my thread sketches while sitting in an airplane because I flew so much, prior to the pandemic, that it was like a portion of my month was spent on an airplane, and there was no real way to get good work out of it except for email. But I don't, so this was a fun thing to do, and it sure made the plane rides go fast. I would always kind of laugh and say I would wait for the smooth air to do the long straight lines of the buildings, and during the choppy parts I'd work on the trees, right? Because the trees was the easy part. Now what you have to realize now is when I do my thread sketches, I like to use my pen. I have a pen, it's in my hand, and I can take it and draw on the screen with it, just like you can draw with your mouse. You just click on the screen, click on the run stitch tool. And so I'm drawing with my pen right now, and I'm kind of trying to sketch like this backwards, the back tree in the background a little bit. And, and then I'm going to come down here and do this tree. But what I want you to know is I'm currently drawing like Frankenstein. I'm sitting at a desk, and I've got my computer set so that my web camera kind of faces me. And basically my laptop is about an arm's length away. And I don't know if you've ever tried to paint a painting with your camera at an arm's length away, but it kind of looks like this, right, Blaine? Because you're going to go, and you're trying to draw like that. Well, no, you want to tuck your elbows in and you want to draw like this. And so my laptop can actually go convertible, right? We could take this laptop and flip it around, and then I would be able to sit nice and close to it. And so that's the things that I do a little bit differently that I wouldn't do when I'm teaching, like for you guys right now, that I would if I was going to sit down and do a thread sketch. So if you have a cool kind of like touchscreen laptop, it just gets better. I'm not saying you can't do these things with your regular computer. If you don't own a touchscreen and you buy the Sketch-a-Stitch software, well, the next time you buy a new computer, you might look at the ones that have the ability to touch the screens, because these are just different places that I visited, okay? And I'll show them in a moment, but let's just do a little more sketching. And so it's a little harder because of the straight arm, but I'll just do it with my mouse. I'm not even going to use my pen anymore. And I'm just going to show you guys that when I do lines like this, I just come up and I walk over here, and then I just walk back, and I just keep going, and my lines wiggle a little bit, don't they? Who cares? I am 400% zoomed in. If you miss by the fraction of a millimeter at 400%, when you look at it at real size, you barely see that. You can't even detect it at at actual 1-to-1 scale. They're straight lines, is what I'm trying to tell you. So, that said, if you want to fuss over your lines, if you're like, oh my goodness, I'm such a messy sketcher, I wish that line was perfectly straight, go ahead, use the shape tool, select the points of the lines and move them down and make them all perfect. If you want to be perfect at 1,000%, go ahead and be 1,000% perfect. But what I'm telling you is you're fussing over nothing, and you're meant to just kind of freewheel it. And I'm not kidding. These sketches take under an hour, and I will sketch all those buildings because I just kind of go for it. And then they turn out like this little Fresno sign. So that's what I wanted to show you guys, Flame. It's very easy to do. Anybody can do it. My family all thought it was fun. And I can just imagine what your, great aunt would do, the artsy fartsy one, or maybe your grandkids. Like, kids are the best. I would like to show you guys some of my thread sketches. So I'm just going to pop up my screen here. And then we'll come back on and see if you got any questions for me, Blaine. Because sometimes people want to ask stuff like, you get to put this on any 2 computers. That's a question that I noticed the other day somebody asked. So this is, let's see if I can remember all the places that I visited, because that looks like Phoenix to me, you guys. That's Phoenix. Toronto, that's the city of my birth. I was born in Toronto, Canada. There's the CN Tower, and that's Los Angeles. You guys might recognize that, just up the beach from you guys, not too far. I used a variegated thread, you know what threadaholics me and Clarissa are. There is, that's Orlando. You guys probably recognize Orlando. That's Atlanta, Georgia, you guys. A little road's coming into Atlanta. Oh, that one was done by my daughter, Loren. She's also a pretty darn good thread sketcher. This is a funny story, but it's the Iowa State University. Anyway, I won't tell the whole story, but I visited Iowa State University and I went through that campanile, and that's my sketch about it. There's Portland, Oregon, guys. That's Mount Hood behind there. That one looks like, I think that's also Portland, Oregon, you guys. Yeah, I think that's also Portland, Oregon. This one is Knoxville, Tennessee. I recognize that. That's from when they had the World Trade Fair there or something like that, the big thing. This is Sioux Falls, South Dakota, you guys. The day I visited there, they had just had a tornado, and I helped them clean up the lot. Anyway, that was kind of cool. I did an extra color to add for the water, for the falls, blending through the town like that. That looks like Dallas. I bet you guys have been to Dallas before. Another one, that's Dallas for sure. That is the Searless Castle, you guys. Everywhere I go, I do a thread sketch. That's Albuquerque. This one looks like Chicago. That one is Portland. That's another one of Portland. There's those Multnomah Falls that I was telling you guys about. Put a little metallic thread in the falls to kind of help them light up a little bit. That's Redondo Beach. Anybody been up to Redondo before? That's the pier at Redondo Beach. Can you see the water? The sun was setting. If I put the photo behind it, it's a beautiful photo. That's Oslo, Norway, you guys. I went there last year too. That's up in that's in California also. That's the Railroad Museum in Lomita, California, you guys. There is, oh my goodness, you're going to love thread sketching, I'm telling you. Put a photo on your screen. Where are we now? We're in New Orleans. You can recognize the French Quarter, and that is the St. Louis statue in front of the cathedral. I bet you guys have all looked through those gates before. That's the Old Man in the Mountain. We're in North New Hampshire there. And that looks like Cincinnati, Ohio, and that looks like Atlanta again. And, well, that looks like Phoenix. Yeah. Oh, I must be in, that's where the Masters is. Augusta, Georgia, you guys. And this is Jane's sketch. Where's Jane's artwork? Jane was listening to my presentation one day and was sketching on her notepad while I was showing everybody how to do Sketch-A-Stitch. And she gave me this little drawing. And so I went back to my hotel room and I took a picture of it and I put it on my screen and I sketched it. And when I got to class the next day, I stitched out Jane's thread sketch and signed it and gave it back to her. And she was really thrilled. And so there's my sketch from Jane and my sketch back to Jane. I'm telling you, Blaine, Sketch-A-Stitch is the funnest software. For $299, it could be the very first Floriani software you ever buy. But if you, and let me just close this. And then I'm going to click on open and start my Floriani software again. And this time, when it does come up, it'll have all my software put together and you'll see how Sketch-A-Stitch is blended in. And anyway, Blaine, that's all I wanted them to know, is that if you own any other Floriani software and you buy Sketch-A-Stitch, they unlock together. You activate it from within the same software. So yeah, it's just starting. It takes a minute. In the meantime, here, I'm going to come on screen and because I think we're coming close to the end of the time, and you guys can visualize Saturday when I'm sketching. When I come back on Saturday and I do my next segment, I'll show you guys where the tool is in the whole program, right? But did you like that, Blaine?
That was awesome. Hey, and you know what? Some of those places you had stitched out there, I recognized, especially back in my old stomping grounds in New Orleans. I saw Jackson Square and recognized that immediately, and even Dallas, the skyline of Dallas there. So. Hey, Trevor, thank you so much for coming on and doing all that demonstration. That was pretty awesome. And again, kudos to you with those daughters, man. They were great artists. I guess they take after their dad on that sense, huh?
Yes, they do. I'm proud daddy. There's no doubt about it.
All right.
I hope everybody
gonna
gets the Sketch-A-Stitch. You're going to love it.
Yep, we're gonna tell them how they can buy it, but we'll see you again, I think, later on in the week. And thank you for being on here today. And again, guys, I want to remind everybody how you can get this. Hey, this thing is available on our website right now. You can go on and just type in Sketch-A-Stitch in the search bar, and it'll take you right to it. It is normally $349. You can get it for $299 during the Hoopfest. And we actually have, I think we do have some financing for this if it'll help you out. I think we got 12 months, 0% interest financing for it. So if you need to finance that to help you pay for it monthly, but we do have that. And if you need to give us a call and ask any questions, give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through the phone lines because they are extremely busy today, hey, Kyle is putting a Google Sheets link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. Just click that link. It'll open up Google Sheets. Then just put your name, your contact number in there, and the product that you're inquiring about. And it'll go right to our call center. It updates real time, and they will reach out to you and give you a call. So great stuff. So guys, hey, we're ready to keep moving on here, and I'm going to bring Angela Wolf back in with me, my co-host today. And Angela, that was pretty awesome. Some of his sketches, wasn't it?
Trevor, that was unbelievable. And in fact, I'm not a very good sketcher myself. I love sketching garments, but I need help on that. But those were gorgeous. And I love the way he said, if you don't get it quite perfectly, it doesn't matter. I mean, that's the part I liked. And also you can zoom it in 400%. Now that's pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that's the only way I could probably get away with it is, that zoom it in and then when you back it out, it doesn't look too messy. So that's probably the only way I can do it. So, hey, you got a great guest coming up next. And I tell you what, we can't say enough about Julie, but I know that she's ready to go. So I'm going to let y'all roll with it.
I am so excited. We have Julie Fei-Fan Balzer, and she is going to be, yes, we do call her the ScanNCut Queen. Julie, I am so excited to see you. I have missed seeing you in person this last year. Julie's a good friend, and if you've ever followed her, she does a daily post on her blog and on Twitter and on Instagram that I love to see. So Julie, welcome to the Hoopfest.
Hey, Angela, thanks for having me.
Oh, it's so great to see you.
So I'm excited. We're talking today about ScanNCut and embroidery. Now, I know next to nothing about embroidery. I'm going to leave that to you. But I have a small machine that is it's a brother, one of the Project Runway machines with a 4-inch hoop. And I have figured out a multitude of ways to use it with my ScanNCut. So you can create all kinds of really amazing custom appliques. So this is actually a PES embroidery file. The leaf was originally all embroidery that I converted into an applique file, which is super cool. And then you can, of course, create totally custom appliques, which is even more amazing. So I thought I would take you through it. I have a very fancy setup with my phone and a couple extra cameras because we're going to go computer, ScanNCut, and your sewing machine. So let's go ahead and get started. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to, the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get into the computer. So you do have to have the software, which is called Simply Applique. So you should be able to see my computer right here. And I am now in Canvas Workspace, which is a totally free program. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the shapes, and there's a really cute sewing machine in the stamp collection. This comes with the stamp kit. And so I thought it would be fun to use to turn it into an applique. So here's the design right here. Now, I can go on up to the properties panel and I can check out all the information about it up to the edit panel and see the size of it. Now, again, like I said, I have a 4-inch hoop. So if you see, this is 3.43 by 2.55. So that should fit inside my hoop. So I'm going to go ahead now up to File, and I'm going to export or transfer my FCM file. And I'm actually going to do this twice because first I want to export it because I'm going to work with it. So I'm going to go ahead and call it Sewing Machine. And FCM is the proprietary file that the ScanNCut uses. And so I'm just going to go ahead and say save. You can remember it for fancy cutting machine or fabric cutting machine, anything like that. And then I'm also going to go back up to file. And remember, I said I was going to do this twice, and I am going to go ahead and transfer it via the internet. So it's wirelessly going to transfer to my ScanNCut. Okay. So then the next step is I'm going to open Simply Applique. And you can see I already have my 4-inch hoop on the screen. I'm going to go ahead now and import my fancy cutting machine, fabric cutting machine file, however you want to think about it. And that's the file that we just saved. So here it is. And of course, I can see that it fits right inside my hoop, which is perfect. And I can move it around where I want or adjust the size. Although if I adjust the size, I'll need to send a new fancy cutting machine file over to my ScanNCut. Now, this is the key. I'm going to go up to Tools, and I'm going to choose Convert to Applique. Okay, so now it's an applique file. It's literally that easy. And you can go ahead and customize it however you want with all your different choices here, whatever you want. I'm going to leave it at the defaults. And I'm going to go back up here, and I now want to save it. So I'm going to save it. Now I want to make sure that I'm going to save it as a Brother Baby Lock PES version 10 file, or whatever the most recent version is. And I'm again going to title it Sewing Machine. However, this time I'm going to put it onto an external drive because I want to be able to put that drive into my actual sewing machine. So I'm going to go ahead and save it here, Sewing Machine. And I'm going to replace it because I did a dry run of this. So I already tried it once and I know it works. And now that's it. I'm done with the computer part of this. So I can go ahead and close my computer and say hello again. Okay, so now I'm ready to take my little USB drive and put it in the sewing machine. And I also have the file on my ScanNCut. So let's go ahead and get all of that started. And again, I say this, I am really a sewing and embroidering newbie. So if I can do this, you can do this. Okay, let me just move the laptop out of the way. And I want to talk for a second about cutting fabric with your ScanNCut. There are a lot of different ways to do it. One of the things that makes it so much easier is you'll see that I have a bag here that says Fabric with Terial Magic. What is Terial Magic? It is a spray starch. Now, a lot of people I know are dedicated to best press, and I'm going to tell you this, with the ScanNCut, Terial Magic is magic. Like it is amazing. So it basically turns fabric, and this happens to be, by the way, fabric that I painted on. You can use your hand dyed, you can use commercial fabrics, you can use whatever you want. It turns it paper hard. So this is really amazing. This has no fusible on it or anything like that. I'm sorry, embroiderers. I know you're supposed to put fusible on, but I don't, because you actually can't cut when you have like the sticky fusible on it, like Steam-A-Seam or something like that. You would have to use a kind of fusible that is activated with an iron. So instead, I choose to use a glue stick when I'm doing applique, just a washable glue stick. But that's totally up to you which way you want to go. So I have my fabric. It has the wonderful, wonderful stiffness that I need. And the other important thing about cutting your fabric is you want to use a fabric mat. So everything that goes on the ScanNCut goes on this mat, which is sticky. It has a protective cover on it, which protects the sticky. So I'm going to go ahead and peel that off. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my fabric onto here, but I'm going to put it with the facing side, the right side up. So let me turn on my next camera. Let's see if I can't get that one going, which should be pointed at the mat. There we go. And what I want to do is I'm going to put it onto my mat, and I want to make sure you can see these black lines. I want to make sure that it's within those black lines. That's really important. Now, how you know this is a fabric mat is one, the sort of tan color, but also it says fabric mat on it in multiple languages so that you know it's meant for fabric. The second thing that is really helpful is to use a brayer. So this happens to be the Brother ScanNCut brayer, but you can use any brayer. And what that does is it really adheres the fabric onto the mat. The thing that makes everybody frustrated is if your fabric moves. But if you use a fabric mat and a brayer, there's no way that that fabric is coming off that mat. So it's totally secure. So if I hold it up, I can shake, 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 shake. And absolutely, there's no way I can bend it. Nothing is happening to this fabric. The next thing that's really important to know about your mat is that there's an arrow, and the arrow indicates which end goes in. So this is the end that has to go into the machine. So let me go ahead and turn the camera around so that it's facing my machine so that you can see exactly what I am doing. So here is my ScanNCut machine, and I'm going to back up the camera a little bit so that you can see. I want you to notice the blade that I have in here. Notice the color. These colors match. And the reason those colors match is that this blade is meant for thin fabric. And thin fabric is defined as anything that is cotton weight quilting fabric, okay, or lighter. So that thin fabric. Also have fusible on it. You don't want to use this blade. You want to go ahead and use this blade. What is this blade? I'm so glad that you asked. Now, I actually have a question for you. What's the difference between these two blades? The answer is nothing, except for the fact that I have a pink piece of tape on here that says F for fabric. Just like you have fabric scissors and paper scissors, I have a fabric blade and a paper blade. So if I'm cutting fabric with fusible or denim or leather or anything like that, I am using this blade, which is the regular auto blade, but simply dedicated to cutting fabric because paper dulls fabric. So I have my blade locked in. I'm now going to go ahead with the arrow pointing in, and I'm going to be a little bit picky about how we load this. I want you to load it with 2 hands right up front. That makes a big difference in terms of loading it in easily. You'll see there are some ridges here, and I'm just going to go ahead. I can feel that it's in there, and I can reach up, and I can press this button right here, which looks like the gridded map, and I'm going to load in my mat. And I'm just smoothing my fabric down to make sure it's really stuck down and everything looks great. So let me move the camera a little bit closer to the screen so you can really see every detail of what I'm doing. Let's see if I can get rid of that glare too. Okay, so the ScanNCut is a touch screen. I'm going to go ahead and use this stylus just because my finger tends to get kind of big, but you can use your finger or whatever else you have around. Then I'm going to press retrieve data because remember, we sent over our file wirelessly. And sure enough, there is my sewing machine. But the question is, where is my fabric on my mat? Well, the ScanNCut is the only electronic cutter that has a built-in scanner. And right now what's happening is the machine is going to be scanning my fabric. It's taking it in and it's going to show me a picture on the screen of exactly what it looks like. This allows me to fussy cut both by using small pieces of fabric like this. I mean, we all have leftover scraps of fabric that we're hoarding, right? It also allows me to place this wherever I want. So you can see that the fabric is very light on here, so I can clearly see my sewing machine. There is a setting which allows you to make it darker if you had a very pale fabric, right? So that you can see the fabric a little more aggressively. And I can decide, do I want my sewing machine cut out of the striped area? Do I want my sewing machine cut out of this kind of dash area? You know, do I want more yellow in it? I get to make all the decisions. So I'm going to turn it a little bit lighter so that I can more clearly see exactly where I'm placing this. And I think I'm going to cut it out of part of the striped area. I like the stripes. I think they're kind of cool. The next thing is, if you wish, you can add a small seam allowance. You certainly don't have to, but I've been scolded by some people who are proper embroiderers because I don't generally add a seam allowance, but people like to. So go to Edit, Object Edit. And one of the things you'll notice happens when you hit the seam allowance is, oops, you're not allowed to do it for this file. You only have the off button. Well, that's annoying. Don't worry, I have a fix for you. If you click on this is the offset line. You can actually create an offset. Now, I'll show you an example while this is cutting, but I have found that a smaller offset is a little bit better. So I go to 0.04 and then I say, okay, now, believe it or not, there are actually 2 files here. So I'm going to zoom in so that you can see that. So you don't have to just believe me because, you know, seeing is believing. But if you look here, do you see this double line? It's because there's the original file plus the offset. Whenever you create an offset, the original file is selected. So what I want to do is I want to hit delete, and that's going to delete out my original file. And just my offset will be left behind, which is exactly what I want. So now I'm ready to hit OK. Okay again, and I could cut 12 of these if I wanted. I'm just doing one at a time because we're doing one at a time. I'm going to choose cut. Now the magic of the ScanNCut DX is that I don't have to tell the machine what I'm cutting. I don't have to do any of that. I'm simply going to press the start button. Now what's going to happen is the blade is going to come out and it's going to read basically these sort of black marks that are on here. Then it's going to test the depth of the fabric. Then it is going to set itself automatically like the good little robot that it is, and it's going to cut out my beautiful, intricate sewing machine file for me, and I don't even have to think about it. The other nice thing is there is the timer on the screen. Let's see if I can get this to focus. That tells you about how long. Oh, it's already done. Okay, so it's already done. So I'm just going to go ahead and unload the mat. And then I think it's really cool when you pull it off and you see your beautiful, beautiful file sitting there. Now you'll recall that the sewing machine has a little circle cut out of it. And sure enough, that little circle is gone. So take a peek. Let's see if I can't get a little bit better focus on here. But here is my beautiful sewing machine all cut out. And again, because of the Material Magic, there is little to no fray in this, which of course is my goal. So great, we've done the scan and cut portion of this. And again, like I said, you could cut out 500 of these, you know, and then move on to your sewing machine. But now we're ready to go ahead and move on to our embroidery machine. So let me stop right there for a second, say hello again, and we're gonna go ahead and transfer on over to the sewing machine. So I just need to set up the next camera and we will get that going. What I really need to do is throw my camera on, which is my phone, on the floor. That's the best way to get this started. And then go ahead and do this. Okay, so we're going to switch over now to the sewing machine. I'm going to take that thumb drive, remember, that we put into, that we saved the PES file to. I think you should be able to very clearly see the screen. You'll let me know if there's a problem with it. Okay, here you go. So here is my camera, and let's see if I can't zoom in a tiny bit here to make it a little bit closer for you. That's showing a good part. There you go. There's the screen, so you can really see everything that I'm doing. Okay, sorry if I'm making you seasick. I apologize. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead now and put my thumb drive into my sewing machine. And then right here on the screen, you can see the little icon that indicates a thumb drive. So I'm going to choose that. And I'm going to arrow through until I see my sewing machine. There it is. So I'm going to choose it and hit set, edit end, embroidery. Okay. And now I can see it's going to stitch the outline again, and then do the satin stitch around it. So I am going to go ahead and lower my presser foot. Let's see. I'm going to lower my presser foot, and I'm going to go ahead. I already have a hoop in here, and you'll notice that what I've hooped is some just a little bit of quilting. I had a little extra leftover bit from a quilt that didn't quite come together, so I just decided to hoop it as a really fun background. And now it's just going ahead. The machine is stitching the outline of my applique. So while that is stitching, like I said, I do like to use a washable glue stick. I'm going to go ahead and put some glue stick on the back of my applique piece. So normally I obviously would do this just on the table, but I'm holding it up in my hand so that you can see it. You don't have to be super careful is what I found, but you do want to kind of get everything generally covered. Okay, so now this is nice and sticky on the back. And this looks like it's almost done sewing. So now I'm going to be able to just lift up my presser foot. And then let's see if I can't tilt you guys in here for a little bit of a better look. And I have the outline, which I can see here. So I'm going to place my little piece under here. It has that small offset. So I want to make sure that I actually get it just over the edge of everything. And I do a double check. I'm not a very careful person, but this is a place where I'm a little bit more careful that I've actually put this where it needs to go. And once I'm sure, then I sort of start pushing. What makes a glue stick stick is heat and pressure. So actually your hot fingers pushing does a great job in terms of getting this on here. Okay, so once I'm sure that it's in place and it's correct, I'm going to lower the presser foot again, and I'm once again going to press the button to start. Now it's going to stitch around my applique, and it's basically going to catch that tiny extra little area that we cut, that offset or that seam allowance. It's going to go ahead and grab it. And you can see that as it's stitching around. Now I do have the samples, which I promised to show you, which indicate what happens. So if you don't place your piece correctly, this is what happens, is you end up with stuff outside of your satin stitch. So that's why it's worth taking a little extra time to make sure that you have placed it correctly and that everything is going well, so to speak. So it looks like that is almost finished. It's just going to catch that inside bit then. And then we're going to be ready to allow it to do the satin stitch. So it's done. It looks great. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. If there was a problem, I could always take it out, pick out the stitches, and try it again. So I'm just going to press go and let this guy satin stitch out. Now, while that happens, what I thought is I could show you some things. You can tell me whether the machine is too loud and I need to stop it. But I thought I could just show you the difference between, this is when you do a 0.04 offset. You can see that's the sewing machine file that we just did. And this is when you do the 0.06, which is the default. And I think that more of the fabric ends up peeking out underneath the satin stitch. So obviously whatever your satin stitch width is, that's gonna determine your offset a lot, you know what I mean? So let me know if you have any questions. So is this a DX? So the machine that I have is the SDX 225. That's what I'm using right now. But you could do this process that I just did today with any model of a DX machine. So 100% any model of a DX machine would work for that, okay? And yes, I see the suggestion, by the way, about trimming excess off after the tack down stitch, which is another great tip from probably from someone who's a real embroiderer.
Hey, you know what though, Julie? I've seen some of your work and it's fantastic, by the way. So while we're talking about different models, there's two models that we have here, by the way. I was just thinking that I have, that you have. Yours is a little bit different, but that fabric mat is the key. That is a new thing that came out this year, and I'm loving it.
Me too. It really makes a huge difference. If you've ever used the high tack fabric support sheet, which still works and it's still great, one of the things that happened with the DX machine is the fabric support gets cut through. This is normal and to be expected, but I think it made people feel like they had to replace their fabric support sheet more often. And so Brother listened to everybody's comments and complaints and brought out the fabric mat, which is, you know, one of the reasons that I love Brother, just because I think they really do listen to their customers. But so the fabric mat eliminates that problem, and it really means you never have to think about whether you have to replace your fabric support sheet or not. You do have to clean your mat. So to clean your mat, you want to use an alcohol-free, fragrance-free baby wipe to clean it and let it dry, and the stickiness should come back. If you use a baby wipe with alcohol, or if you really scrub it hard in the sink, you can actually scrub the adhesive off. So you kind of want to be careful about that. You will eventually have to replace it. It's kind of like printer ink. It goes over time, but they really last a long time. And especially if you cut fabric with Material Magic in it, it's not leaving behind almost any lint. So that means it is really lasting, and your fabric mat is really lasting. So, I mean, I sound like a spokesperson for Material Magic, but I really love it. It really makes it awesome. So the Simply Applique software, I don't believe is included with the ScanNCut unless Blaine is doing some sort of crazy offer. But I will say it's reasonably priced. It's not like one of, like, what is it, PES or whatever the big pro PE design, I think. Again, sorry, not an embroiderer. But I think it's like $100-something as opposed to like $800-something. And it really does a great job. And again, like I said, you can take things this was an embroidery file, right? And I was able to convert it into an applique file. And of course you can do custom work, which is usually something that's reserved for like your dream machine or your Lumiere or something like that. But you can actually do it with your little machine and using the Simply Applique as a bridge to create all sorts of really cool custom appliques, which I think makes a big difference and opens up so much more that you can do. Now, as far as the ScanNCut goes, I really think it does a great job cutting fabric, but you have to remember that your job is to prepare the fabric for cutting. So again, the way that I do Material Magic is super easy because I am the laziest human being on earth. I have a container that is just an empty container. I think there was probably ice cream in it or something. So the hardest part is eating the ice cream. And then I went ahead and I poured some Material Magic in it. And then I just dumped my fabric, sort of shake it around like shake and bake, take it out, and kind of like you did with paper mache in the old days, you take it and kind of squeeze out the excess liquid. And then I hang it to dry for about 10 minutes. And then I iron it. And then I just put it in this bag. And then I'm ready whenever I need fabric. I have lots of different choices. Everything in here is cut smaller than 12 by 12, which is great. You can do this process on the 12 by 20 format. So if you have a very large hoop and you need some larger size appliques, the 12 by 20 format will also help you get that really big size. So you should go ahead and check that out too. The other thing that I think is really sort of fun about it is that you can, again, create really custom designs, not only just from like built-in designs like this, right, from the stamp kit. Any SVG file you buy, you can basically turn into an applique. You can take custom things that you drew or designed, like this text. This is a font for my computer, so I was able to just transfer. Basically, now every font in your computer can become an applique file, which is really cool. Just remember that Simply Applique is applique, so you can't convert a file into pure embroidery, but you can convert it into an applique file, which is really, really cool too. And, you know, there are lots of tutorials online, so you can check out the different ways that different people do it, because I do think that there are many ways to get the same result. All our brains are different. We all think differently. So it's important to find a teacher or a YouTuber or whoever whose brain works the same way that yours does, so that you're speaking the same language and you're using the same process. So that's really, really easy. Oh, and Janice, thanks for saying that you like my cabinets. When my father died, my stepmother gave them to me. I had always loved them, and they remind me of him every day. So that's very nice. Thank you. Can you use a circle on an embroidery machine? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, you can embroider a circle. Do you mean can you use a circle hoop? Because you can't. These are just decorative for showing off the finished work, so that I don't actually have to make a huge quilt or anything like that. Just makes it really, really easy. But I just have my standard square 4-inch hoop in my machine. I guess it's more of a rectangle in my machine right now. So that's a lot more helpful than anything else. And again, like the washable glue stick, but if you were willing to take it out, take the hoop out, bring it over to your ironing board or whatever, use a little travel iron or a tiny little tacking iron, then you could use regular fusible that has, you know, like heat and bond light or anything like that would work really well. So I hope that helps. This is almost done stitching, you guys. It looks like it's just going to do the circle part. Let me just turn my camera over to show you this as this is kind of ending, because I think it's pretty cool. You can see the beautiful satin stitch all the way around. Of course, I'm using custom fabric because it's fabric that I painted. It's beautiful to background, and it's all just happening without me having to do anything, which is the part that I love the most, right? Just so easy. Ha ha ha, so easy if you spell it S-E-W. And again, remember, you can convert what you want. And that's the thing I like again about it is customize. You get to decide and you get exactly what you want. So I think these are the last few stitches. It looks like it. I'm very excited to take this out and show it to you. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is always like Christmas morning, right? It's so exciting. Okay, it's done. So let me lift the foot. And I'm going to pop out my hoop. Okay, here we go. The big moment, the big reveal. Now all I have to do is unscrew this little screw. Here we go. So again, opening up the possibilities of so many different files to applique, and then the ease of it on your hands and everything else, because you get to use your ScanNCut to fussy cut out all those little things. Okay, here we go. So I have tearaway stabilizer, which of course you can just, you know, tear away, maybe. There you go. As much or as little as you want. And then, ta-da! There is my custom beautiful sewing machine. So obviously you can see how, like, if you put it in a little hoop, right, it's the same idea. Then you have a little piece of art. And actually at an even smaller size, these make really cute Christmas ornaments. And they're great to give away. And that's something you can do right now and have hundreds of Christmas ornaments. And you could really be a factory because you could cut out tons and tons of things. And remember, you get to customize the size, right? This leaf is smaller than this one because with your ScanNCut, you can, again, change the size of anything to be exactly what you want. The only thing you have to think about is the size of the hoop on your machine, right? Do you have a small hoop like me? Or do you have a bigger hoop that you can get some really big guys going, which is really, really neat. So super duper fun. I don't know if you guys have any other questions because it looks like we're just out of time here. I appreciate Diana saying that. It's a nice presentation. I always like to hear that. I enjoy using my ScanNCut, and I hope you guys can tell that when you see me present things.
Julie, that is so, so cute. And, you know, I just want to point something out. For those that are really just getting into embroidery and just you're looking at a project, maybe you want to put something on a jean jacket or something that you're like a bag and you're thinking, oh, do I really want to dare? An applique is a great way to do it because if you screw it up on a piece of paper, no big deal, right? Yes. But it's so easy to do. And to have the ScanNCut cut it like that, that new fabric mat just blows me away. I just absolutely love it. And what a cute project.
Thank you. It was fun.
So for those of you looking for a ScanNCut, there are 2 available, but here's the deal. Blaine has such a good deal that you actually have to call in to get it. That's the thing. So there's the DX230D. So it's not the Disney version, but this one retails for $7.99. Now that's not what they're selling it for. And if there's other things included in there, you're just going to have to call them. So there you go. And then there's the DX225F, which is the fabric ScanNCut, which includes the fabric mat, that fabric cutter that you saw Julie using, which looks, oh gosh, it's awesome on fabric. And that retails for $5.99, but you have to call in order to get the special deals. So these are, again, as Blaine will tell you, such awesome deals that they can't post the prices. So Blaine, what did you say? You have 10 people on the phones right now. Now, first of all, I think if I'm correct, he said the DX230D, they do not have many of those in. So if you want one of those, you're going to not want to wait until tomorrow for the replay. The fabric one, they have a few left, but I think that's what you told me, right, Blaine?
Yeah, you're exactly right, Angela. It's so crazy. We're already down to 10 left of that DX230D, which is the Disney version, and then the DX225F, the fabric version. We've got 40 left right now of those, and but they're going. That Kyle already told me they're flying off the shelf. As soon as Julie started talking, they just started selling them. And but we have
you do have the Disney version. It is the Disney version.
Yeah, there's 2 Disney versions.
Oh, yay. Now that's the one I always used.
Yeah.
I love that one.
Yeah, there are 2 Disney versions. There's a 230DX or a DX230DX, which is the newest Disney version. The one that we have is the the DX230D. It's D only, and it's Disney as well. There's just a few little differences between those 2. We're out of stock with the DX, but we had a special buy on the D model, and then we had a really good special buy on the F model, and we're passing that savings right on to the customers, but we can't advertise it. Brother doesn't want us to advertise it. They said just have them to call in and tell them all the great things that you are going to do, and tell you what, it is awesome. So if you've been in the market for a ScanNCut, call us today. I'm telling you what, you got to call and get one of these things because they are going quick.
And also, just a reminder, Julie that was such a great presentation. So anybody popping in later, you can always go back and rewatch that. So when you get your ScanNCut, even months from now, you can go back and watch that. And she's so good on that ScanNCut. Cute project.
You're exactly right. You know, and the thing about it too, Angela, Julie has hundreds of videos on YouTube that tutorials that they can go in and she can teach them all kinds of different things just from those videos. So she is so good. You're right. I always love having her on the show.
I always love seeing Julie. So what else do you have going on, Blaine?
Well, hey, guess what? We're going to talk all about embroidery machines again. I'm going to talk about an 8-needle now, and we are going to talk about the Juki 8-needle 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞. And hey, I've got Timm Bond back on the show. And Timm, I got to tell you a little bit about Timm. Timm's a certified Juki instructor and educator. He's been in business for a few years, and he loves showing and educating people about embroidery. And we're super excited to have Timm back on the show again, and he's going to tell us all about that 8-needle today. So Timm, how are you doing today?
I'm great, Blaine. Thanks for having me back. I really enjoyed Monday and today, and I'm looking forward to Friday again. And every day we're going to build on what we started on Monday, so that we're going to do a little recap, and then we're going to continue on. Did you have any questions before I get started?
No, I think let's just get started so we can share all this exciting things about this 8-needle.
All right, then let's get started. So like I said, we're going to do a little recap because on Monday we talked about the system. When we talk about our Juki 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 SAI, it is a compact commercial quality embroidery system. Most people think of buying an 8-needle machine, and that's fine, but you want other components to go with it. Hence, ours is a complete system, giving you not only the 8-needle machine, but also giving you 𝐏𝐫𝐞 Writer Plus software. So, I don't have to go buy a piece of software to work with my machine. It all comes bundled together. I can also get a bundle that includes baseball cap and 2 additional cap hoops. So now that bundle creates even more value for the system and its commercial quality machine. So I'm not having to piecemeal it together. I'm not buying a piece from here and hoping that it works with my machine, or buying another piece from over here and hoping it works with my machine. I can buy an entire system that works unifiedly with the machine, making it seamless from the computer to the machine itself. So we went through that on Monday. And today I thought we'd talk a little bit more about the mechanics of the machine itself. Remember, we use the term commercial quality. 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 is a commercial embroidery machine manufacturer, which means they're not making for the home, they make for business. That quality is brought into the compact SAI machine. So let's talk about some of the fine points on the machine itself that hopefully you will understand as we go through them, but hopefully you'll be able to see them. One of the things we talked about the other day was the baseball cap. And that attachment on our machine, that driver looks like this. And it has this hole in the middle. And that hole in the middle matches this lower rod. Now this lower rod is for stability. So I'm going to show you what happens on our cap hoop. I can't make it come apart. It's fixed. So I'm actually adding more stability with that rod when I put my baseball cap on, which means I can keep my speed up, but I can do a little bit larger area without having to worry about it flexing too much. Now, I went into my garage the other day, and I thought, I think I have some old parts lounging around. I didn't know I was lucky enough to have an older style cap hoop driver. Now, this is from a brand I had years ago, probably close to 20 years ago. But you can see how it wobbles, and it did a great job for me, but it was never quite secure enough for me to want to do larger pieces or to push the limits of my embroidery when I was doing a baseball cap. You also notice it has no stability rod on that machine, which means everything was held by this top and this back bracket, which on this unit are 2 different mounts. On our 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 SAI, it's 1 mount. So this rod here and our back mount are 1 unified piece. So when I bolt it on, I'm getting extra stability from the mounting, but I'm also getting that stability from the stabilizing rod. That's a nice feature to have when I want to start doing baseball caps. Or as I mentioned the other day, I might want to do a bag with the baseball cap. Remember, you still have the limitation of how big your pattern can be when you're doing something other than a baseball cap and taking advantage of the baseball cap frame. So that's one thing that you're going to find that's rather unique about our 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 SAI, is this extra stability. I always like a little extra stability when I'm dealing with things, especially if I'm trying something new and I'm afraid that I'm stressing my unit or I'm stressing my machine a little bit. I know that I can run it on this machine without any problem because of that extra stability. Now, the other thing that I really like about it is we have space on either side of our arm. You notice there's no control mechanisms underneath here because our drive units are mounted up at the top here, which means that there's nothing to be in my way should I want to put a bag on or something big and bulky that needs to hang down over my hoop and might be dragging across the legs of my machine. There's nothing in here for it to interfere with. That's a good design feature. I can work on things without having to worry about all that clutter or that clutter that I'm going to create for my project being under there and getting caught on the mechanism. Now, internally, we're going to talk about the internal belts on the machine. They're a little heavier than your standard belts for most embroidery machines. Remember, we're on that commercial quality side of the machine, and maintenance on the machine is really easy as well. So a few little drops of oil on the head, a drop of oil on your bobbin, and basically keep the lint out like you do on any other sewing machine. Your maintenance is pretty simple to do on the machine. So now we've talked about three things: the maintenance side of it, the stability rod, and the space available underneath here. Well, that's nice and all, but what about doing things on the machine itself? Remember, I said the other day, we actually have a commercial style interface, and it's easier to sit at the computer to do things. Remember, I like to sit and relax while I'm doing something, so I don't really need to stand at the machine for 10 minutes to put letters in. I can sit comfortably at the PC and do it. But I might want to do something else on the machine, such as add controls to my pattern. So if I select the pattern in here, and I'm going to pick this up because it has some colors in it, it's going to color chart this out for me. Now, I may want it to stop at a certain point for me. I don't have to sit there and watch it. I can select the color that I want to and press the little stop hand down here, and it will insert a stop for me. Well, that's nice because the machine will stop at that point after completing that color and wait for me. It's not going to run on. It's not going to time out after 10 seconds or 15 seconds. It will sit there and wait for me. I might be doing something else. I might be over on the computer playing on another embroidery pattern or something, but it's going to stop and wait for me. But here's a nice other little trick that you might want to consider if you're into applique. Now, I know the presenter before me was talking about applique. How would you like to be able to not only have it stop, but have it hand you the hoop instead? So I actually have options in here that I can tell it to hand me out the hoop. So it will sew to that particular color, stop, and slide the hoop out for me, allowing me to take the hoop off or actually work on the hoop if I need to trim some fabric or place a piece of fabric for applique. Or maybe I just need to check something because I'm putting puffy foam in or something. There's lots of reasons why you want it to be able to hand the hoop out to you, move the frame forward for you so that you can easily access it without having to actually press the button and stop, go find out how to make the frame move out for me manually, when you can just add that as a step in the embroidery pattern itself. Doesn't matter which color you pick. You could pick any color. I picked color number 5, but I could go to color number 8 and insert a frame out or a stop mechanism for me. So it's nice things like that that are built into the machine that help us do things that we wouldn't normally think about, but they thought about it. I would have never thought about having it hand me the frame for an applique piece, but that's a nice feature. So I've got more colors here, so I can page down and see all the colors on that chart, and I can change them at this point. So if I don't like any of these colors, I can simply go in and tell it that I want to change this color to a different color needle. And I can pick the needles that I want. So my color charting allows me to change the needles on the fly also, so if I want to rethread with a different color thread, I can do so. I'm going to go back to the beginning here and start this process over so we can play with some other patterns. But I also want to talk to you about threading the machine, because that's a big question a lot of people have. How hard is it to thread? Well, it's not that difficult to thread. How many of you have a serger? Okay, so several of you have a serger. Great. Do you rethread the serger every time, or do you tie it on and pull the thread through? Well, if you're like me, you tie it on and pull the thread through most of the time. You can do the same thing on a multi-needle embroidery machine. Now, my grandmother used to be able to tie the smallest knots with threads, and she could get it to slide right through the eye of her needle. I have never been gifted with that talent, so I have to take it down to the needle, trim it, and then manually thread the eye of my needle. No, the machine does not have a needle threader built in, but I have some tricks to that. So if you decide to buy a sewing machine and you want to learn about the tricks on threading a needle, you give me a call. I'm happy to help you out with that. So not only can I tie my threads on and pull it through, I have guides. I have tensions up at the top. I have wheels in here, and I don't have to worry about them after I've threaded it the first time and I'm just tying it on and pull it through. It just makes it easier, simpler, faster, and cleaner, because we don't always just have 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 colors in an embroidery pattern. I looked at an embroidery pattern that had 45 colors in it. Can you imagine having to change 45 threads? Well, I did. I don't think I'll be doing it again, but it was a fun experience. And it was easy. I put the new thread on, I tied it, I pulled it through. I told the machine to stop, and I rethreaded the needle. And I did that once I was through the first 7 colors so that I could thread several of the colors at a time. So that's a process by which you learn to do things on the machine. The sewing machine allows you to stop at any point, or you can program a stop. Let's say that you don't want to have to watch it, and you program that stop at number 8. So it's going to sew the first 8 colors, and then you can come back and rethread all the colors for your next 8 colors. That's a nice feature to have. You don't have to sit there and watch the machine. Now, we did talk about memory in the machine, and record is where it stores all of my patterns. Any pattern I brought into the machine is automatically stored. Don't have to worry about telling it to save the pattern for me. I do have to consider if I wanted to keep the pattern, because it's going to age the patterns off and just automatically delete them. About 250 patterns will be stored on the machine. Once you get over that, it's going to start dropping off your older ones. But I have a favorites icon that I can add to any of my patterns, and it will mark it to stay on the machine. So when I do reach that maximum number, those patterns marked as favorites will not go anyplace. So as I flip through my patterns here, let's say that I want to keep this pattern as a favorite. I simply add my little star to it. Now it's saved as my favorites, and it will never be deleted off the machine. I can still manually delete it off if I want, but I don't have to worry about it being saved or going away. I can simply scroll through the pages as well. I'm going to take that off of there. It's going to ask me to say yes. And you can see now it's dropped that favorite marker. So when that pattern ages, 250, that's a lot of patterns to be running, then that pattern will eventually just age off. Unless, of course, I run it again. If I run the pattern again, it says, oh, you've used this pattern, it's going to keep it. That is smart, smarter than me sometimes. So let's go to the next page. Let's grab a little pattern here. So here I have a little 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞 flower. It happens to be upside down because I was playing with it to put it onto a baseball cap. After I shrunk it down, of course, because it was originally rather large. But I thought it would be kind of fun to play with in the colorings if you could see them on the screen. So I still need to put a stop in at one point. So I'm going to go to this yellow, and I'm going to change it to a different color needle. So now you can see it's flashing on the screen. I hope you can see it flashing on the screen. And I'm going to add a stop right after that. So now it's going to go to that particular color and stop, and I can do whatever other adjustments I need to do. So once I've got my pattern set, it's really easy to continue through the system. You just hit the set button. It's going to ask you which hoop you want to use. This is the hoop confirmation. We don't have a sensor on the machine that senses which hoop you put on, but we do know what the patterns fit into. So if you select a hoop that is too small for a pattern, the machine is going to make you change to another hoop. It's going to remind you that that pattern cannot run in that hoop. It'll give you a little red symbol on the screen and say it's an error. So right now I'm set for the large hoop, and I have a choice of other hoops to choose in. These are built into the machine. They're also in my software, so when I'm working on the pattern in my software, I can have an idea of which hoop it's going to fit into. So my large 8x12 inch hoop, which is my 200 by 300 hoop, a standard 4-inch hoop, and then of course my baseball cap, and then the rest of these hoops are optional hoops. Some of these are actually pretty good. There's a pocket hoop, there's a hoop you can do sides of tennis shoes on, you can do socks. There's all sorts of interesting hoops. There are other hoops on the market as well, and some people like to work with round hoops, and round hoops are an option in here also with our TFA hoops. I'm just going to stick with the large hoop for now. Now here's a really nice feature, because every time you want to place a pattern, you generally start from the center of the pattern. Well, that's great, except sometimes you want to be able to mount that pattern in the hoop based on the corner. And this allows you to tell it what section or what point of that embroidery pattern you want to mount to. So right now I've selected the upper left corner. So that's going to be the little red X on the screen. It's going to show me where I'm placing that into the hoop area for it to run on the machine. Most of the time we run center, because that's the center starting point for most embroidery patterns. If I'm good with the center and I don't need to do a rotation, I'll put it on the side over here. Now rotations are easier on the computer. Remember, I like to sit and be comfortable, but a quick rotation over here of 90 degrees, 90 degrees the other way. Oh look, my pattern is now sitting sideways. It's perfect for what I want to do because I couldn't hoop it. I couldn't hoop my project up and down. I needed to turn it. So I can do a 90-degree rotation and just continue on. Now I have the availability to move the pattern will move the positioning of the pattern in my hoop. Up, down, left to right. I can move tiny increments. I can make it run across. I can even do diagonals. So this is nice for placement. I can place the pattern anywhere in my hoop, and it knows, based on the size of the hoop I told it earlier, how big of a hoop I'm working with and what the limitations are. I cannot exceed that limitation. Now comes the part that the machine is going to do every time you make a change. And I find this very interesting. And that's the trace feature. Because sometimes you just want to know how big or where that pattern is actually going to fall inside the hoop when it's going to move. So I'm going to put a hoop on so we can have it move for us. And I'm going to tell it to trace. Now, this pattern is only about this big, but it's going to curve around, and then it's going to follow the line on the other side. So it's not actually going to draw a square. It actually will follow the contour of the pattern as best it can, and then it will come back to the center point again. If it is too far off, or if I have selected the wrong frame and I've got it moved up too far, the trace is a good way to have it remind me that I've moved it too far. It will not let me proceed. It'll tell me that I've got an error. Well, guess what? It passed. I didn't get an error. So it liked my placement. So that's pretty good, because right now all it says is press start, which means I can press the start button and have it start showing the pattern for me. But I have another pattern in mind I wanted to show. So I'm just going to jump back to my house, which is my home screen. I'm going to go to the back. I'm going to grab my pattern. I'm going to come over here and see if I can't find a book pattern. I may not have it, I may have to find it on my drive. Well, I like using a jump drive because I always have a copy of the pattern. Sometimes I get a little lazy and I forget to save it on my computer, but I always save it on a drive so I can bring it to the machine, and I can access it on the machine. Go back to home, we're going to tell it yes. Now my drive is available for me. So I have a USB drive I can pull from, and I have the memory built into the machine to pull from, and I have direct access to my favorites. So that's my little pattern. I'm going to tell it OK. It's going to ask me to delete tiny stitches. It's got little fill-in stitches. I'm going to find to go away from my pattern. I'm going to leave it on color 1. That's actually a black for me. My large hoop. My positioning is fine because my pattern is actually going to be set. I'm not going to want to move it. See how easy it was to go through the whole process? Now, I talked through the first time, and this time I just basically click, 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 and it's going to move the pattern, move the hoop around, showing me where the pattern is. I'm really close to the edge of the hoop, but it's not erroring out. It didn't give me an error and tell me I was too close. So we're going to let it finish. And once it's loaded, I can take my drive out. I can take my USB drive back over to my computer. But I'm going to hope and pray that this isn't going to come up too loud for us on the screen, because I am going to press the start button and let it start doing some stitching for us. So you see when I hit the stop button, it stops automatically for me. The motor still runs in the background, and then it just stops stitching for me, so I'm not going to end up with extra stitches. The same thing happens when the thread breaks. It'll give me an error on the screen and tell me that I've got a thread break. Now, the sensor works for top and bottom. So if my bobbin runs out, it's going to tell me I have a thread break. If my top thread breaks, it's going to tell me I have a thread break. It's going to stop either way. I'm going to have to do something. Just need to look at it and see which one is where. So I'm going to slow the machine down because I have controls to do that. And that's up here at the top where I have RPM. Like taking your foot off the gas a little bit. Running up at 800, but I'm going to slow it down to about 600. Just so that you can see you have control of how fast you can have the machine run. If you're not comfortable running it at full speed, you can slow the machine down at a speed that you're comfortable with. And you can see here the machine is now running a little slower for me because I've slowed the machine down. The machine will always run at the fastest speed you set it for. If it needs to slow down for a particular type of stitch, it will accommodate that on its own. You do not have to worry about it. Now, the other day I spoke about sewing with metallic threads. And I had some metallic thread that just ran through the machine beautifully. It ran at 800 stitches a minute, did not miss a beat, did not break. I had no problems with it, thankfully. But I've had other problems with other threads that weren't quite so nice, and I had to slow the machine down. That's why we need the speed control in our machine. And a good quality machine is going to give you that option. Now, 600 seems like it's still a little fast for some people. But we can actually slow this much further down, slow it down a whole lot more. We'll take it down to about 300. So you can see how fast 300 is now. Has a nice rhythm to it. But I would kind of be all day trying to get my embroidery done at 300 stitches a minute. So you can see we have full speed control. We have stability for our cap hook. We have space to work in. We have a nice interface that does give us some options as far as rotation, color choices, adding functionality to our embroidery for stop or for frame out for applique work and things like that. So it's nice to be able to have those features in a good commercial quality machine. So what else is there to go with the machine other than the caps that are the hoops that are in the bundle? Those hoops that I showed you that are listed on the machine are available also as options that you can add. And you don't need to add them until you actually want to use them. So the best way to buy the machine is to buy the full package, the full system up front. That way you have room to grow and you've already got the items. There's nothing worse than going, oh, I want to do a baseball cap, but I don't have the baseball cap. Now I have to go buy it and I have to wait for it, or I have to order it and it's going to take 5 days to come in, or maybe I can run to the store and pick it up. But if you already have it, you can use it and you'll have it to grow with to start with. So I always recommend buy the bundle with everything included in it. Get yourself comfortable with the pieces you're going to use, and then allow yourself that extra room to grow with those extra pieces that you've already got. Caps, baseball caps are fun, but you'll find some other uses to use for that baseball cap driver as well. Now, hooping with our hoops, these are nice sturdy hoops. These are not flimsy little hoops. Remember, these are commercial quality hoops. So you actually would be pretty hard pressed to really damage the hoop. I actually put a needle through one some time ago, not on this machine, on one of my machines, and I was surprised that it actually didn't break the needle, but it did put a nice hole in my hoop. Well, sometimes you need to be a little bit more careful. You know, get in a hurry, we don't pay attention, but we learn from our mistakes. So a nice heavy hoop is always good to have. The other nice thing about a heavy hoop or a thicker hoop is the stability that it gives to your fabric and your stabilizer. A lot of people don't realize it, but the stability provided to your fabric and your stabilizer by the hoop is what actually can give a better product. If you have a thinner, flimsier hoop, it's going to rely on the bed of the machine sometimes a little bit more to hold that fabric out flat for you. But a good sturdy hoop can also give you that ability, and you don't need to have a larger base. You see ours is very small. Now, one other thing about our machine is our bobbins. You can use pre-wound bobbins in ours, yes. You can use plastic bobbins in it. You can use cardboard-sided pre-wound bobbins with no problem. You just can't use sided bobbins. We have a spring in our bobbin case, and it likes to have a solid surface for that bobbin to dance against. So that's one thing you want to keep in mind is, yes, you can use pre-wound bobbins with our machine without any problem. You are going to want to check your tensions on it, though, because when you change bobbins and you change bobbin threads, it's going to change the tension and how it reacts in your embroidery. I hope I've answered some questions today for everybody regarding the embroidery, the machine itself, the mechanism, and the quality of the construction for the machine and what to expect when you purchase your Juki 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬 side combat system and embroidery system. Are there any questions out there? Or Blaine, do you have anything for me? Do you have a special for the folks?
Hey, Tim, I've got a great special on this. And guys, again, I can't stress enough, you know, if y'all have heard of 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞, well, 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 made this special just for Juki. 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 is very well known in the commercial industry and embroidery, and they made this 8 needle for Juki, and we've got a great special on it right now. This machine is normally $99.99, but we have a call-in Hoopfest special. You have to give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. Speak to one of our sales agents. If you can't get through the phone lines, we know, I know, guys, have patience with us. It's been an extremely busy day on the phones. If you can't get through, Kyle has been putting a Google Sheets link up in the chat. All you have to do is hit that link, go in there, put your name, put your phone number that they can call you on, and then make sure you put the product that you're interested in. That way the salespeople can be, ready for you and when they give you a call. But don't make sure, because you're going to be getting a call from an 800 number. So don't screen us. If we're trying to give you a call, make sure you answer the phone. But keep trying our phone lines, and hopefully you'll get through today. But this is that, the 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞 SAI 8-needle machine. And this was made special for Juki. And what a great machine. And Timm did a great job of demonstrating that. And we're going to have Timm, I think, later on the week as well. But hey, guys, we're ready to move on. And we're ready to go to one of the educational events. And guys, I am so pleased to introduce our next presenter. And this is we tried to bring you some really good educational events at this event. And so, we've kind of taken you from some of the basics, like with, we had Rhonda Pierce on talking about needles, how important. We've had a lot of different things that we've shared. Joanne Banco was talking about perfect placement and all those different things. And today, we're going to have, some great things in store for you as well. But man, right now we're going to talk about digitizing and, the understanding digitizing. And I know this may be an advance for some people, but we still want to give you an overview. But we have John Deere himself here. And John, I tell you, is world famous. He's, won 30 commercial digitizing awards, and he's been the most awarded embroidery digitizer for over 2 decades in the world. And he's a 4th generation embroiderer. John has an incredible, unique history of embroidery digitizing in the industry. And he also is the last remaining Schiffley master digitizer still alive and teaching in North America. And I'm so pleased to welcome John Deere to our show.
Hey, Blaine, how's it going?
Hey, John, how are you, man? It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. And I am, humbled at your introduction and honored to be here. You guys have done an outstanding job.
Well, thank you. I've known you for many, many years, and we'd always talk about doing events together, and we just never did do one. And I'm so pleased that you agreed to come on and teach a class. And I know that you're, very, very well known throughout the industry, and you've been, that way for many, many years. And you bring so much wealth and knowledge, and we're so honored to have you on the show and share some of that knowledge with our audience out there. So I'm anxious to hear all about your presentation today.
Awesome. And I think you just called me old. Just kidding. So anyways, I am really honored to be here. And the foundation you guys have laid for embroiderers is just spectacular, because it really does go back to, how to hoop a design, the thread that you use, the needles that you use. There's so many elements to get a foundation laid when you're learning the process. And sometimes digitizing comes across as a scary word for people. And that's really where I like to take the fear factor out a little bit. And one of the reasons why is because in reality, I think every embroiderer should have some basic understanding or theory of how designs are made. Even if you never ever want to digitize a design, it's still good if you understand the theory behind the stitch types and all that good stuff, because odds are you're going to probably want to edit a design, or you're going to want to piece, objects together. And this is always what happens when people first get into embroidery, is they buy a machine, and the machines are, in my opinion, for the most part, they are all incredible machines. They're reputable machines. They're well manufactured. And then somebody buys this great machine, they download a free design somewhere, and all of a sudden their machine starts having all of these issues. We're talking about thread breaks and bird's nests and bulletproof embroidery, which means that, it almost feels like the design has been stuck or glued onto the garment instead of feeling like part of the garment. And they right away blame the machine. And that is unfair, because a design, is really what you're feeding the machine. And for the most part, it's garbage in, garbage out. So even if you never decide to digitize, I think it's important that you have some basic foundational theory of how designs are created and some of the rules, so it will make you a better embroiderer. Now, Blaine was sort of explaining a little bit about my background, and I will share a couple of little slides with you. it all starts with a foundation. And to be honest, my foundation started before I was even born. My grandparents actually started in the Schiffley industry. That's my grandfather standing there by the box. My grandmother's behind him. And my grandfather's also standing at a Plowin manual pantograph. And this was back in 1958. So back then, embroidery was a little bit different. They weren't embroidering one design on a little hoop. They were spanning up 20 yards of material and running up to 1,000 plus pieces of embroidery all at the same time. And that's why in the old days, most of the designs were done as yard goods or freestanding lace or emblems or patches, as they're known today. We called them crests in the early days, but that really is the foundation of how this industry started. And mechanical punching or digitizing actually goes back about 150 years. So well before I was born or computers were generated. And that is why, when I learned, I was kind of, I guess, born at the exact perfect time in embroidery history as far as I'm concerned, because I spent the first 2 years of my career being trained by Schiffley Masters as a pantograph puncher. I sat on a wooden box. I grabbed the handle on the pantograph, just like that guy that you see sitting there at the machine. He actually is sitting there, and he has taken a paper draft that was drawn in an overhead camera. They drew in every second stitch on a piece of paper. He put it on the pantograph, and then he proceeded to spin a wheel, which started the rotation of the needles to go in and out, and he moved in time with the actual machine. So the first 2 years of my career, that's how I began. I tell people it was the most stressful time of my life because there were no undo buttons in those days. There was no backing up. There was no reverse. If you made a mistake, you literally threw out hundreds or up to 1,000 pieces of embroidery at a time. Now, why I said I was born at the perfect time is because soon after that, technology exploded. 2 years into my digitizing career, I actually started working on this machine right here, that pantograph. But then we got our first Melco Digitrack. And I know Melco is given, classes here as well, but they've been around forever. And on my Digitrack, I was doing paper tape punching. We moved into DOS computers. We went on to board-based systems. And then now we are where we're here today, which is digitizing on a computer with a mouse, or like Trevor said, some of us are using a pen. You don't have to have that equipment, but we have just come so far in such a short period of time. And I feel really blessed because I learned that old one stitch at a time way, but I was young enough that I've evolved with technology. And that really, in my opinion, is the key. The foundation that you have within anything you do is what is going to make you not only better, but it's going to make you have more fun. We'll take the frustration out of the equation, and you'll actually start stitching and smiling while you're stitching instead of being frustrated. Now, some of you, I think, will identify with this, but your embroidery machine makes noise, right? And even if it's a good quality machine, or a home machine or a multi-needle machine, it makes noise. But have you noticed that your machine can change its sound? If you put a design that is not digitized properly, instead of purring like a kitten, all of a sudden your machine starts growling like a dog. And you can tell when it's a design that doesn't run well because your machine sounds different. Now, those foundational rules that I learned when I was 17 years old, I have carried through every single piece of software that I've used, from my very first Digitrack all the way to today's technology. And I do teach on 10 different brands of software interactively. So, yes, software is different. There is a software stash. You can have multiple brands of software, but the foundational theory applies to all of them. And if you get that crossed off, you're going to have more success. So my first rule, and this is what I teach in all of my education, is to digitize at a consistent scale. Because most people get their software, they zoom into a design, and they're randomly zooming in with a magnifying glass, and they can be at different percentages every single time they zoom in. When I started out on that Schiffley machine, I had a paper draft that was 6 times larger. And 37 years ago, that's the way I did it. And 37 years later, I'm still digitizing at that consistent scale, because that means that what I see on my screen every single day is what actually stitches out on the machine every single day. And it's not like I'm putting on a different prescription of glasses every time I look. It's always consistent. And that is the key. What you see and what you sew, they have to be in line with each other. So once you're digitizing at a set scale, you will start to learn how to click properly, because that is, for the most part, people who zoom automatically become clickers, meaning that they start clicking their mouse button. And most people don't realize that if you're zoomed in at 4,823% and you start clicking with your mouse, essentially what you're doing is creating nodes. And even though most modern software has a stitch filter, which means that when you save out your design files, it will try its best to get rid of duplicate stitches, what ends up happening is you start hammering stitches on top of each other. And what you have to realize is that our medium, when we are doing embroidery, is this. We are dealing with thread, and thread has a certain mass. It has a thickness to it. And when you zoom in, that thread, when you zoom in 600 or 1200% larger, it actually is in reality like this. It's bigger. And when you start hammering all of those penetrations into the same spot over and over again, that's when you get hard stitches. That's when you get bulletproof embroidery. That's when you get thread breaks and a whole bunch of bad things happening. So the first thing I do is I teach people how to click properly and how to stop zooming, and then they have a foundation. It's the same thing I learned when I was 17 years old. It's the same thing that I teach people today. Now, the next thing that I like to tell people is there are pillars of embroidery. There's pillars with regards to digitizing software, and all of them are essentially the same. There's 3 stitch types. There's a running stitch, a satin stitch, and a fill stitch. And all of those different stitch types have different variables or rules that I like to assign to them. With a running stitch, pretty much the only thing you can control is the stitch length. And that is the properties or the settings within your software. So when you make a node over here and a node over here, even though it's 20 millimeters apart, if you have your stitch length set to 2 millimeters, the software will automatically drop stitches from one side to the other. So there is a stitch length.
Okay, looks like we may have had a little technical difficulty with John there. He kind of froze up, so I don't know if he lost connection or not, but we're going to tell you a little bit about. So guys, hey, if y'all got 90 minutes to spare, got to tell you about an upcoming event that we have with John Deere, and you can go sign up for right now. It's only $24.95, which is nothing for 90 minutes to getting this. And it's going to be Learn 3D Puffy Digitizing. And it's going to tell you all about how to do that. And you can go on our website right now to the top of the website, go to SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the top of that website, you're going to have a events link up at the very top in classes. Just hit that. It'll take you to the events page, and you'll see the John Deere event advertised right there. And you can sign up for it. $24.95, 90 minutes of this. And God, that's a great, great price on that and great deal. So we encourage y'all to go sign up for that. And man, I hate that we lost John. I think David's working on right now to see if we can get him back up. And in the meantime, what we'll do, I think we've got about 15 minutes. Is that right? 15 minutes till the next presenter. We're going to go about 15 minutes. We'll have a commercial break, and then we're going to do some giveaways. We'll have Angela back then, but we're going to still see if we can get John Deere back on there and finish up. But in the meantime, guys, I got to tell you again about a great special we have on a multi-needle machine. And we have the 𝐓𝐢𝐦𝐞, the Viking, and 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞 embroidery machines in stock. These are factory reservice machines that we got. The normal price on them are $79.99. We have a show special right now. You can get them for $69.99, and that includes the stand and that cap frame, which is an incredible, incredible deal. These things look like brand new, and we can ship them right to your door absolutely free. And we're also offering 60-month 0% interest financing for those of y'all want to put those in monthly payments and make it easy to pay. But give us a call right now at 800-401-8151. If you can't get through the phone lines, we know they're busy today. hey, go out there. Kyle's been putting that Google Links sheet in the chat. Hit that link. Go put your name, your contact number, and the product that you're actually interested in, and it'll go. It updates real time in the call center, and they'll give you a call as soon as they see that. And the other thing on that, those machines are made by 𝐓𝐤𝐷, and 𝐓𝐤𝐷 is world renowned for the industrial type and commercial embroidery machines. They make the multi-head, but we've got 110 needle of the 𝐓𝐤𝐷 in stock. We've got 5 of the 𝐓𝐲s. And then I think we got about 25 of the Viking. So they're going very fast. And when these are gone, they're gone. So at that special price, we're going to honor it all this week, $69.99. That is with the stand, with the cap frame, and free shipping right to your door. So guys, you can't beat that. So let's bring Angela back on the screen if we can. So Angela, are you out there? Are you back yet? Yeah, there she is. She's on mute. Angela, did you mute yourself, or did David mute you? Hold on.
I muted myself. I was actually sitting there watching the show, and it froze, and I thought, oh no, is it me? Is it me?
I know. I hated that because John Deere. Everybody's been looking so forward to get him in, and I think he was having a little technical issues anyway. There was a little high pitched, little noise coming from his mic. It sounded like, and then all of a sudden it just froze and went blank, and he went off the air. So.
I thought that was mine too. I thought it's one of my lights. Here we go again. Okay.
But it's technology, and I apologize to everybody out there. It happens. This is a live event. We're streaming over the internet, and sometimes things happen. And y'all have all experienced at your house. You've been, on Amazon or somewhere ordering, or Sewing Machines Plus, and ordering that special machine, and all of a sudden your internet goes out. So
that is so true. The Wolfpacks used to it. Usually I end up just disappearing.
Yeah, it happens all the time. So, man, we got so many great products over the show. And, I kind of just want to do a little recap with you since we had a little bit of time. We're going to take a break here in just a little bit and give everybody to stretch their legs. And then we're going to come back and do some great giveaways. But, we got John back. All right, Angela, we got John back. Let me go back to John, and we'll see if we can get him in here. And then I'll come back to you, Angela, right before break. So everybody, we got John back. So, hey, John, we're bringing you back in. I think David's trying to get him back up right now. And so y'all be patient. Hold on. I think David's working right now trying to get him in, and we'll get John going back again. And I hate that we lost him. And I think we got him. Do we have your audio now, John?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We got you. Yeah, you just froze up and then just went off the face of the earth. So
I froze in this strange position, and that old term, when lightning strikes, we actually had a lightning strike here. So I apologize for that, but some things I can't control. Lightning and my wife are too. So
all right, so we're gonna let you get right back into where you left off, and I'm gonna get out of the way.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. Anyways, I think I was on a running stitch, and I was on a run, but we slowed right down. And I just want to let you guys know that with a running stitch, you can control the stitch length, and there are minimums and maximums. And those minimums range from 0.5 to 2.5 millimeters. They go up to 7 millimeters for a wearable item, and then up to 12.1 for non-wearables. And in our education, we teach you when and why. Now, also, the things you can control are passes of thread, because with embroidery, you are using thread as your medium, and you need to control how much detail goes into a design. So if I have a design that's like this, which is a zombie, and even if you're not into zombies with footballs, there is running stitches, little tiny detail around there, and you need to make decisions on how much or how little detail you're going to put into a design. And that does directly reflect on the width or the mass of the thread and how many passes of thread you're actually putting into a design. Now, a satin stitch is one of my favorites because it reflects light, and you can have different widths of satin stitches. It's a zigzag that goes back and forth, and the width of the stitch is directly affected by the material type and the type of look you're looking for. And usually with a satin stitch, it reflects light because you get that really cool concave look. So it actually gives a reflection of light, which is what makes it different than actual printed matter. Now, fill stitches, There is also rules for fill stitches, and there's many different types of patterns. You can also control the density of satin stitches and fill stitches, and you can have contour fills. So within these basic 3 stitch types, there's certain things that if you learn how to control them, then you know how to change them. Now, the other things that you also have are density, and this is one of the things that people don't really understand because they see default density in their software and they, keep it at that default setting, which is usually 0.4 millimeters for most garments or wearable items. And then they start building stitches on top of stitches on top of stitches, and they never change the density, and that's when you start to get hard embroidery as well. When you start building stitches on top of stitches, you need to start lessening the density so that the designs stay nice and soft. Then you also have underlay, which is the foundation of embroidery, and there is different types. There is center run, edge run, zigzag, double zigzag, underlay for fill stitches or tatami stitches, and all of these different underlays will have different applications based on the width of the stitch and also based on the fabric. You would not use the same settings for, let's say, Serpa fleece than you would for pure cotton. Or stretchy terry cloth, you want longer stitch lengths because small stitches sink into terry cloth. So there's all these variables that get mixed into this whole pool, and once you understand them, again, you'll know how to change them. Now, push and pull is probably one of the things that is the hardest for people to get a handle on, because basically the direction of the stitches, if my fingers are the direction of the stitches, the actual tension on the machine from the top thread and the bobbin thread will cause it to pull together ever so slightly. And that's called pull compensation. And that's a setting that you can control in your software. But people don't realize is that push, which is from the top and the bottom, we call it the open ends of your stitches. It's kind of like toothpaste. If you squeeze toothpaste, it comes out the open end. Well, your embroidery does the same thing, which is why sometimes you can have lettering and it looks like there's a dancing baseline. It's because you actually have inconsistent push on all of those open ends. Now, all of this sounds a little complicated until you get into applying it with the theory in your software. And you do it with confidence. Now, a couple more things that I just wanted to cover really quickly is mapping or pathing. This is how designs are built on top of each other. If you're an artist, you understand the concept because when you paint, you start building layers based on dimensions. And embroidery is the same way. The only difference is we have thread that is pulling and pushing in different directions, which means that sometimes you'll have extra color changes. But the one thing we always try to avoid is having too many trims in a design, because trims, they cost money. They cost downtime on your machine. So you can tell if a design is actually digitized well or not based on how it runs logically and if there is unnecessary trims in the actual design. Now, one thing I wanted to show you about object-based embroidery, and we do have actual blogs on this on our site, we actually get into talking about the difference between actually having an object-based file, which is a stitch file. There's commercial stitch files like Tajima, DST, or EXP files. And then you have machine file formats, which are like PES files, or the machines that see colors on your machine. And then you have the object-based files. Those are the files that you actually digitize in your software. And if you have digitizing software and you know how to use it, then the whole thing about, or the mystery about resizing designs kind of goes out the door, because the embroidery has minimums. There are minimums that you shouldn't go underneath. But if you do it properly, you can actually take a design that looks like this, and this is a really cool Great Dane. It has lots and lots of detail, but I took this object-based design and I actually made it this big. That is the actual same file, just resized in the software. The only difference is I've been equipped with the theory and the knowledge on how to do it. And a lot of software does also give you the ability to go in and change designs at the click of a button, given the fabric type. So here we have two designs, one right here that is a regular pure cotton setting, and this one right here, which is for Thai silk, because I want to put this on a Tommy Bahama shirt. This one here has 16,000 less stitches than this one here. So the difference in quality of the design, if you're dealing with object-based files, is just huge with regards to how much you can play with your designs. Kind of think of it like vector artwork. if you have artwork that is true vector artwork, you can make it as big as a billboard because it's one curve, or as small as a matchbox cover because it's actually just 3 objects. When you start mixing stitches into the equation, then the software has to recalculate everything, and that's when you start losing attention to detail. So there's a whole bunch of different things that will give you a foundation. Now, I do know that on our site, we actually have a free, and I know everybody loves free, it's a free Embroidery Digitizing 101 cheat sheet. So if you go to our site, Digitizing Made Easy, it's listed under Digitizing Lessons, but it's absolutely free. And this gives you a PDF with all of the rules, their minimums, their maximums, and gives you an explanation. Now, every embroiderer, in my opinion, should just take that and download it and just read the information because it will make you a better embroiderer. Now, some of the other things that we do is we actually have designs, and designs can be the best way to learn how things are actually done properly. And I know that I know that the design clubs that we have are available, basically through Blaine. So you want to make sure that you get them through their site, and hopefully they're posting the link. But the way we've done things is we have our design set up so that you can download a certain amount of designs and pick and choose exactly what you want each month. So you're not set to a certain style or certain designs. If you don't like them, doesn't matter. We have 30,000 different designs to choose from. As far as education is concerned, we actually have education that covers 10 different brands of software because embroidery designs are set up in the way that, if you are learning to digitize, the best way to do it is interactively. If you're seeing and doing in the software that you currently own, it's going to be the best way to learn because you're seeing the same buttons be clicked. You can pause it, and then you can catch up and follow along. So I know that with regards to digitizing, it is not necessarily an, simple thing to do, but with the proper training, and if you have an educator, and I'm not the only good educator there, hats off to Trevor. Trevor's been a good friend of mine for many, many years, but as far as educators, it's good to learn something from everybody. Soak up as much information as you possibly can, and it will make you a better embroiderer and a better digitizer. Now, I have one thing I want to show you real quick. I'm trying to leave a couple minutes for actual question time, and I had to compress that way down from what I was hoping because I got struck by lightning during the session. But I just finished a design that had 2.6 million stitches in it, and I wanted to give you guys a little preview of that just so you can see it, because 2.6 million stitches is quite a bit. So I'm going to slide over here, and let's just show you. This is actually 8-inch squares, and there's 25 8-inch squares. We did this in a 6, 7, and 8-inch, and this is the actual size. Now, I am not a sewer, so I just literally took these canvases and I stapled them onto canvases that I purchased on Amazon. But that is the type of stuff that you can do if you learn how to digitize, because none of this is overly complicated. It's just simple satin stitches and simple fill stitches and a lot of time and patience. So I hope you guys feel inspired to, take the fear factor out of digitizing, because it's really not that hard to do if you have somebody who's helping you along the way. And it is worth you just trying it out. There's free demos, there's free trials. Give it a try, see if it's for you. And if it is, then you can get involved. It's like a machine. Most people start out with a machine with a 4x4-inch hoop, and they very quickly get addicted to embroidery. And before you know it, they have a multi-needle machine that has a hoop that's gigantic, and they're just having tons of fun. So that's what this is all about, is being equipped with knowledge, and it just makes our stashes get bigger and our hobby get better. Any questions, Blaine?
Hey, John, I tell you what, that Liberty Bell is impressive. That is awesome. I can't get over how well that looked, and that was such a neat idea, putting it on the wood frame.
Well, on the frames, because I am not a sewer, and I, like many people, have been trapped in quarantine forever and ever, and we've been, it's the longest period of time in 25 years that my wife and I have been together, and we're both still survived, but I've just been playing and digitizing more now than I ever have in my entire life.
That's awesome. I tell you what, that's incredible. So, hey, I want to remind everybody, we do have John Deere's those clubs online. You can go to SewingMachinesPlus.com right now, type in John Deere in that search bar. It'll take you to that page. You have all those clubs that you can buy and sign up for. And then we also want to remind everybody about that class. Right now, you can go to our events page on the class. It's $24.95 for 90 minutes of, how to digitize the puff embroidery. And you want to make sure that you go sign up for that because it is such a great class. And guys, it's 90 minutes and you're in only less than $25. So
Yeah,
John,
and we did just finish up our basic digitizing.
pleasure, and we sure do appreciate it.
Thank
Hopefully
you.
we'll get to work together again real soon.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to, everything usually comes in threes, but let's hope not. It's only twos, right? So if I got hit by lightning, I think it was Melco said they had their building evacuated. So let's hope that's it for the day.
I hope so, because we've had to kind of juggle things a little bit today, but hey, you know what happens, and when it's live, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, but just overcome. So hey, again, appreciate you coming on, and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right, guys, I hope y'all got inspired with some of the things that John was doing, and I tell you, that was such a neat idea how he did that Liberty Bell and created just an artwork that you could hang on the wall in your house. So very cool technique, and that was really neat. So anyway, guys, hey, it's time. We're going to go ahead and take, I always promise y'all a break because I know I think during Quilt Fest, everybody's like, oh my gosh, y'all need to take a break occasionally so I can get up and stretch my legs and run to the restroom and eat. So I said, for Hoopfest, we're going to try to have some breaks in there to give everybody a little time off, and then we're going to come back. But hey, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a 10-minute break. And we're going to come back, and Angela and I will come right back off that 10 minutes, and we're going to give a bunch of good stuff away. We have got a ton of prizes to give away, and so we're going to give those away as soon as we get back. So y'all enjoy. We're going to play some commercials and show some things going on, and we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Hey guys, it's Taylor, and I want to bring you another quick trick about All Access. So in every All Access, we always put something that we know that you love, and that is coming soon. When you get your magazine, you peruse through here and you see what you've got. But for all of us, we want to know what we can't get, what's coming up. That's so exciting. So in All Access, in every issue that we release, throughout the book, you will see some exclusive coming soon sections. That means things that are on our work table, some just kind of little things that's going to get you excited about what is coming up and what we're working on here at Anita Good Design. And again, it is exclusive for your All Access. So as you're looking through your book and reading, you'll know exactly what's going to be coming up so that you can get excited for the next couple of months of All Access. Thank you for joining me.
I have some super exciting news. I'm happy to announce 2 brand new webinars you won't want to miss. First, our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop and our new 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinars. Our new Embroidery Digitizing for Beginners workshop is an accelerated learning experience that incorporates both live and virtual education so that you'll be sure to get the most out of the entire process, seeing and doing at your own pace and your own time. This is the most cost-effective way to give digitizing a try, while receiving a foundation in theory that'll make you a better embroiderer whether you choose to take up digitizing or not. Now, our 3D Puffy Foam Embroidery Digitizing webinar is a lecture demo session that will cover all the bases. From creation to production, I'll share all the recipes I've mastered over the last 27 years that will apply to any software brand. I got so good at it that I won my first commercial grand prize for a multi-level 3D foam design back in 1998. He's actually one of the defining reasons I'm an educator in the industry today. So I hope you join us for these upcoming webinars. For more information, just click the link and I hope to see you there.
Am I on? Can y'all hear me?
Now I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Your mic is off.
All right, so I guess everybody, I am back officially. Hey, Angela, I just pulled one of your tricks. I forgot to turn myself off, turn the mute back off. So I had myself on mute. I apologize to everybody. But what I was saying is we're happy we're back. We are, we had that great little break, and I was checking with David and seeing if the break was good for him. I checked with Kyle and Andrea, see if they were good. And I checked with the chat team back there to see if they were good. And they were giving me all the thumbs up. And so they were saying they're good. So sorry about that. So,
hey, at least you didn't take your mic to the bathroom.
Yeah, you know, that's, I always remember that. So I got to tell everybody the story since Angela brought this up.
That's not where I'm going.
So Angela came one time, we were doing this huge event, had 300 people there, and Angela had been up on stage presenting, and she goes to the restroom. I'm on stage at this time, and I'm talking, and all of a sudden we hear this word, I'm not going to repeat the word, really loud, like yelling it, and I went, everybody in the whole building kind of looked around at each other like, what's going on? So Angela came back, and I was like, what happened? I said, your mic was on. And she went, oh my gosh. And she had dropped her phone into the commode, the toilet. And she kind of said a little word. And she didn't realize her mic was on.
As my nephews say, it was a BW.
So it was so funny. And so I had to get up there and I had to tell everybody the story. And I said, so if she wants to take a selfie with y'all just make sure you keep your distance.
Just for the record, I have a new phone.
So I always laugh about that. It was so much fun. And so, yeah, I tried to turn mine on mute when I go out, and I forgot to turn it back on this time. So anyway, we caught y'all up. So, hey, Angela, I am ready to give some great items away. Are you?
But before you go there, I just have to say that last presentation was awesome. John is great, but I fell off my chair. I'm back here sewing a jacket watching, and he said he stapled it. I was like, what? So I've got, tell you what, John, I'll teach you how to sew. You teach me how to digitize. Just like 2 short sessions, we'll be golden.
Yeah, I tell you, man, did you see that?
It was gorgeous.
Liberty Bell that he did? That was just an artwork piece. So that was incredible.
Absolutely beautiful.
So anyway, I'm ready to give some stuff away. Are you?
Yes, we are very excited to see everybody. Are you ready for some awesome giveaways? You better leave some comments below because we can see them all from Facebook and YouTube.
Yep, we can. So let's get ready. All right. So our first thing that we're going to give away today is our world famous sewing mats. Everybody knows all these mats, how great they are. And I know, Angela, you've got one. It's actually, with the wolf pack, and it's actually, for you, just made just for you in a special color, and you love them. And the guys, we got them in 6 different colors. David's got them on the screen right there for you. It's the Brother Blue, Baby Lock Gold, the Bernina Janome Red. You got the pink, the light North Carolina blue, and I always call it the LSU purple. You have those colors up on the screen right now. We're going to give your choice of color, and we're going to give you your choice of size. And our first winner is going to...
Oh, from YouTube, Christina Cunningham. Congratulations, Christina.
That is awesome. All right, so our next giveaway, we're going to give away 2 of the SMP swag bags. And guys, these swag bags are awesome. We have one of our event bags, and we have 7 of the other event bag colors stuffed inside of this bag. So you're getting all 8 of our event bags, which is a $49 value. And we have it stuffed full of things. You got thread in there. You have needles in there. You have a magnetic pin holder. You have all kinds of little goodies. And we're going to give 2 of those away. And our first winner is going to...
Let's see. Oh, another viewer on YouTube, Deborah Lane. Congratulations, Deborah.
Okay, so let's give that second swag bag away, and our winner's going to be...
Drum roll on Facebook. It's Lisa Socha. Sorry if I botched that. Lisa, congratulations. Lisa.
Okay, now our next giveaway is going to be one of those SMP magnetic pin holders. And they have our little logo on there. You can put all your pins in. These things are awesome. Everybody loves these things. And our winner is...
Oh, another viewer on Facebook, Linda Booth. Congratulations, Linda.
Okay. And hey, Angela, this next giveaway is a biggie. This is our Encore 260A sewing machine. This is made exclusively for Sewing Machines Plus, and we had a lot to do with the design of this, and this thing is absolutely awesome. And I'm going to throw in that extension table with this, so it makes it a $349 value, and our winner is...
Drum roll! On Facebook, Amelia Smith. Congratulations, Amelia. Oh, she's got to be so excited.
I bet she is. That's a great prize. Okay, our next gift that we're giving away comes to us from Jerky, and it is a $200 gift certificate so you can buy all the frames that you want.
Amazing.
And our winner is...
All right, on YouTube, Jeanette Ollie. Congratulations, Jeanette.
Okay, so Jeanette won that. So our next one is coming to us from Anita Good Design, and it's one of the swag bag kits. And our winner is...
Floriani.
Oh, is it Floriani?
Yep.
I think it's Anita Good Design, isn't it?
Well, I'm looking at the surgery kit. It says Floriani on the side, so
Okay,
maybe.
I'm looking at two different things. So I guess...
This is a serger kit by Floriani that you're showing here.
Okay, so we're going to give the serger kit away, Floriani, and there's our winner.
All right, and she's on YouTube, or 𝐓𝐢𝐬𝐿𝐬𝐿𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬
Okay, our next, I don't know what we're giving away next now. There it is.
Now I see Anita Good
All
Design.
right, so now we're giving our Anita Good Design swag bag. All right, so it's the swag bag kit, and our winner is...
Awesome. Facebook, Diana Torres Acker. Congratulations, Diana.
Okay, good deal. So our next item is the embroidery shop. It's the membership they're going to give away, and our winner is...
This one's awesome. All right, on
Nope.
Facebook. Oh,
Wrong
no, that was
one.
the last one. On YouTube, Denise Blanton. Congratulations, Denise.
All right, and then our next one's going to be from Embroidery Garden. This is Ring Wilcoxon supplied this, and it's the Owl wristlet CD. And our winner is...
I've actually made that. It is so stinking cute. On YouTube again, Mrs. Crafts.
What was that, Angela?
Okay, so not funny. Mrs. Crafts.
Okay, she doesn't care what. Hey, she
I
doesn't care what you call her, as long as she wins, right? All
As long
right,
as
so
you win, and you know that I would never try to misspell anybody's name or mispronounce on purpose. So forgive me.
You know, you're better than me because I am so bad at names. I, mispronounce them all the time, and everybody gives me a hard time about it. So I'm glad you're doing this, not me. All right, so our next thing that we're giving away is going to be from our Embroidery Garden as well, and it's that USB stick, and we have a winner for that.
All right, and the winner is on Facebook, Charlene Brokaw. Congratulations, Charlene.
Okay, and then our next thing we're giving away is Joanne Banco's book, wrapped in embroidery, and she's going to autograph it. So you're going to have an autographed book copy of Joanne's book, and this is super awesome. So who's the winner going to be on this?
Oh, this is a great one. On YouTube, Patricia McCullough. Congratulations, Patricia. You're going to love this book. I have it myself.
So thanks to Joanne for that. And our last gift we're giving away, our prize, is actually from Angela Wolf. It's going to be from you, Angela. This is that 1 year subscription to the Fashion Club membership, or the membership to the Fashion Club, and 1 year membership. And who is our winner going to be?
And the winner is on YouTube, Wendy. Congratulations, Wendy. Oh,
Come on, try that last name.
𝐏𝐫𝐬𝐿𝐦𝐞. I got it. 𝐏𝐫𝐬𝐿𝐦𝐞, Wendy. You
got it. I
got
cannot.
that right, but I think that sounds great. I just had to look at it for a second.
I was going to try to stump you, and I actually had Andrea Google it so we know how to pronounce it. So I was going to try to impress you and say I could pronounce it, and you couldn't, but you did it. Awesome.
I did it. Hey, congratulations, Wendy. Welcome to the Fashion Sewing Club. You are going to love it.
So congratulations to all of our winners. And now we're going to tell you how you claim your prizes. So what we need you to do is send us an email to contest, plural with an S on the end of it, to at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And in the title up there, put I won. In the body, put your name, where you want it shipped to, and then just tell us what prize you won. And if you did win the sewing mat, make sure you put what color you want and what size. And that's as easy as it is. And we'll start shipping stuff out next week. So thanks, guys. Man, that was awesome.
That was fantastic. I love giveaways.
I do too. Hey, and speaking of great things, we have got Anita Good Design coming right back up, and you got Brianna back here. So I'm going to let you take it away with Brianna, and she's going to tell us all about Anita Good Design, and actually, I think, show us some samples too, right?
Sounds great. Blaine, thank you for the giveaways. I know everybody is so excited. You have more of those coming up too at the end. So Brianna, I'm so happy to see you again. Everybody has been talking about your morning presentation, so welcome back.
Hey, y'all.
Happy to be back. Great to see you. I hope you had a good little break.
Yes, got a lot done. Was very productive in the office. My office is right next door to this video room, so I just kind of hop back and forth.
Oh, that's perfect. My office is right here. Excellent. So I can't even imagine what more you could add, because you gave so much information this morning, but rumor has it you have samples, and I cannot wait to see them.
I do. I have a lot of July samples, so things that nobody's really seen that much yet. And I'm just going to show a couple from June, just in case people are joining us that didn't join us this morning, but then really kind of go into some of the July sneak peeks.
Sounds great. Take it away.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, y'all, happy to be back here with you. If you are joining us for the first time today, we are going to go over some of our samples and just talk a little bit about our All Access Club. I talked more about the All Access Club first thing this morning, so I'm not going to go in too much detail this time. So if you do have any further questions about the All Access Club, maybe you can roll back the tapes and watch my earlier presentation, or you can always reach out to us or Sewing Machines Plus for that. But I want to show y'all some samples. So I want to start with just a quick recap of the things from June. So this might be some repeats if you did watch this morning, and then I really want to go into some of the sneak peeks for July. So just a couple quick things I think are the fan favorites from June. This is one of them. We had a lot of people calling and emailing about this as soon as we did this video this morning. This is our fruit slices. So these little fruit slices, you've got all different kinds of fruit in there, and we actually show you how to create the entire bag in the All Access magazine. So we just put kind of two sides of the same coin here together, added our orange zipper across the top, and then we chose to add this type of strap. We also show you how to create this really fun little throw pillow. So like if you can kind of imagine these just pushed together as a throw pillow, this tutorial is also in the All Access magazine. Again, with the fruits, there's a bunch of different ones. There's a watermelon that's so cute. That's probably my favorite. And that is one that has been very, very popular from the morning. The other popular one was our mouse pads. So the mouse pads have been a huge, huge hit. So I'm going to show those again. These are just our embroidered mouse pads. So this one says, love what you do what you love. So you can put that right by your sewing machine there. And then you got doing all the things. And then this one is really cute. This one says, be you. So these are just some embroidery designs. They really can go on anything that you wish. We just decided to put them on the mouse pads. We got some questions after the video about the mouse pads themselves. They're nothing special. They're just your typical plain black mouse pads. So nothing fancy or nothing special. You could pick them up anywhere. You pick up your office supplies. So those are nothing too crazy you need there. Another one we have from June was this quilting one that I showed earlier. So this is our tropical mirrored blocks. So you can kind of see all of these really beautiful patterns, and then they just mirror each other. So with this, one of them is going to be this one, all embroidery, and then the one on the other side that mirrors it actually has more applique in there. So they look very similar, but just a chance to use some different materials. And you can kind of match the colors and then create that sort of mirror image. I also really like the parrot too. I think he's super fun. He's full of all that color. Like, look at him. So a lot of really, really beautiful tropical animals and florals that you see here in that quilt. Another one from June before we get into July was our beautiful Savannah Sunsets. This is a big one. We made a big sample for this guy. So this one is another quilting collection here that just has these beautiful, beautiful, bright, bold colors. And then you can kind of see when you look down the background, it just kind of looks like the sunset. It has that sort of sunset effect, the way that the colors sort of fade into each other. And this is, the majority of this is embroidery. There is some applique in here, some hidden applique as well. But the majority of this is embroidery, so it's very detailed, you can see here. And I love that these borders are also embroidered. So these are not a printed fabric or anything that we bought. This is actually embroidery on those borders. And y'all all know, just because you love something like this that's a quilt block, doesn't mean you have to make a quilt out of it. If these blocks are speaking to you, you can certainly use them to make other projects, bags, and things around the house. So just keep that in mind as you are looking at the designs. And just a couple more here from June. This one was the seabirds that we looked at. So our seabirds here, just some beautiful, beautiful designs. Gets you ready for the summertime, ready for that beach weather. Get out there on the shore and get sun tanning beside of this little guy. Got these beautiful, beautiful detailed birds. So this is from Seabirds, and that one was for June. So I'm going to kind of set June aside, and we're going to move on to July. I want to show you some really fun things that are on the horizon. So if you are an All Access member, you're going to get access to all of these designs I'm about to show you on July the 1st. Now, from June moving forward, all of the designs are going to be dropping into your Anita Good Design account and your customer center on the 1st of the month. And then if you do subscribe to the magazine, you'll still get that shipped as well, whether it be to your home or to a dealer, however you are subscribed. But you will have the digital access to all of those designs on the 1st of the month. So something to look forward to. This is a really, really fun magazine month. If you've kind of been around with us, you probably know we love Christmas, and we love Christmas in July. So we have been preparing for Christmas. We've got some really fun other plans for Christmas in July that will be coming soon. But we have a lot of really beautiful designs sort of centered around this July, Christmas in July theme, as well as some kind of typical July themes you might be used to seeing, like our beautiful little crab up here. So I'm just going to kind of show you some of these stitch outs. They are hot off the press. This one is adorable. So you might be familiar with our animal adventure quilt. We have added a couple animals to that animal adventure over the years, and this is the newest animal. So this is Benny Bunny. How sweet is that name? So this is little Benny Bunny. And he can be added in with your animal adventure, or he can just be used by himself. He doesn't have to go with the quilt, but he does come with all of the types of blocks that you have in the animal adventure in case you wanted to use them together. So you've got your typography blocks, you just kind of got your outlines here, and then he does some fun things here. So here he's trying to dive for that carrot. You can kind of see he's trying to get that carrot. So Benny the Bunny does also come with isolated designs. It doesn't have to be set in the quilt block. So you could use the isolated designs for bibs, onesies, blankets, things like that. Or you could match this with your animal adventure quilt and just add one more friend into the forest over there if you've ever created that quilt. Let's see, up next, this one is called Pets and Plants Blackwork. So this one is, as you can kind of see, blackwork. And it just has some beautiful, beautiful designs, very simple stitch outs, but just really detailed in the way that they look. You've got all these beautiful different pets and plants. I'll show you my favorite one. If you know me at all, if you've ever met me, you know I'm a cat lover. Everybody knows that. So look at this one. Isn't that little guy so cute? He's just curled up trying to relax, and that bird's up there watching him. I think they're probably watching each other. So this one is one of my favorites, but I also really like this little turtle too. He is just kind of hanging out there with his plants. So Pets and Plants Blackwork. And again, it is just embroidery, so you can put it on anything. It doesn't have to go on anything specific here. We just kind of stitched on some white cotton so you could see it. Okay, I'm not going to get into Christmas yet. I'm going to do one more, and then we're going to get into Christmas. So let me show you some designs from the Vintage Coral Wreath. So this one is beautiful. We chose to do these in sort of these tonal blues, as you can see here, and then do the whole background in just a single color. But we really kind of want to highlight and illuminate the fish or the other sea creatures that you might see in there. So lots of different ones in here. Beautiful, beautiful detail. These are all embroidery, y'all. So very, very detailed. I really like this one. Look at that. He bounces off of the fabric almost with all of that detail and shading. It's like he is coming to life. Got this beautiful guy here, jellyfish. Pretty to look at, not fun to step on. But they look good on embroidery. Beautiful, beautiful. So these are part of the Vintage Coral Wreath. So that one will be available July. All these that I'm showing you, they are July. So you're not going to be able to log onto our website right now and see them. So just keep that in mind. But if you do sign up for the All Access Club, I'll tell you more about, that is when you would be able to, you're going to get access to these on July 1st automatically with your membership. But you won't be able to hop on the website and see these yet because these are fresh off the press. Okay, let's get into some Christmas. Are you ready? Who loves Christmas? Tell me, you should write in the comments and tell me your favorite Christmas tradition. I want to see some of those because even though it's 95 degrees outside here, we are getting in the Christmas spirit. So tell me your favorite Christmas tradition, and I'm going to show you some of these adorable Christmas designs. This is a really cute one. These are our Christmas shorties. So these are little 4x4 designs. Y'all know I have to start with the cat. That's just natural. I always put the cat at the top. So these are Christmas shorties. They're little 4x4 designs. So they'll fit in your 4x4 hoops. You could put these little guys on anything. Look at this adorable fox. The majority of these are applique. There's really little embroidery on there, so they're not too dense. So you could really use these to decorate home decor, your table setting, anything. Oh, Lucille, your favorite tradition is getting together with family. I understand that's typically what we do as well. Dinner with family. Yep. I love it when my mother-in-law cooks. So here, look at this little penguin guy. He is so cute. I want to put him on everything. Oh, and here you got a little dog. So not everybody's the cat lovers, but you got your dog lovers. So here's a little Christmas dog for you. And then even a mouse. Look at that guy. He's just having so much fun for Christmas. So these are really, really cute designs. You can see this comes with a lot of designs. I don't even think I'm showing you all of them, but there are several in this collection that's going to be coming out in July the 1st, Christmas shorties. And every month we do try to do a 4x4 collection, and that's our 4x4 collection for the month of July. So we do want to cater to some of those smaller designs too, either for smaller hoops or just if you have a small project and need a small design, we try to offer those as well. Now this one, y'all are gonna love. This one is Christmas gnomes. So everybody loves gnomes, but when you add a Christmas twist on them, they look so much cuter. Look at these adorable, adorable gnomes with their little Christmas hats on and their long beards. And oh my goodness, look at these guys. They are just trying to deliver this present. Look at them. Oh, this one, he's so cute too. I could definitely see this one. So a little joy one with like on a pillow or something that you're kind of decorating, like a little bench pillow or something for the home. Oh, man. A stack of presents is taller than he is. Just singing their Christmas carols, just living their best gnome lives. They are so adorable. And these do consist of applique and embroidery. You could really put them on anything that you want. Oh, I got a couple more. I got to show you. Look at this. Oh, how cute is that? I have gnomes everywhere. Okay, Melanie. Well, this is a collection for you. Perfect. Oh, wait. Oh, this is the best one, actually. Look at that little guy. He is so cute. That would be me if I tried to ice skate. I don't ice skate, and I'm not going to try because that's exactly how I would land. It would just be over. All right, so Christmas gnomes, that one's coming out for July. Let's see what else I've got in my stack here. Oh, these are really pretty. So these are actually called Christmas cursive. Let me make sure I put them up right. Christmas cursive. So you can kind of see it's just all embroidery. This one says Noel. And then in this one, we did decide to kind of change the colors in there, and the color stops are included there for you. Or you could just do them all single color if you wanted. So this one, Joy, we just decided to go all single color. April, love the designs. Thank you, thank you. Here you can see. So these are kind of the same two. You can see them side by side. One is done all single color, and then the other was done with the different colors. So that is totally up to you. It's like I have to make sure you're actually seeing them in the frame there. And then look at this one, deck the halls. So these again are just all embroidery, so you can put them on anything you want at all. Now this is a new little card collection. I only have one of these so far. This is going to be from our Holly Jolly cards that's coming out in July. So this has this really beautiful little reindeer on there, and he is all embroidered. And then this is just an applique background. And we used it feels like a felt type fabric just to kind of add some texture and kind of bring in that kind of warm feeling for the Christmas holiday. And then this little guy just stitches on there with embroidery. So just some embroidered cards. If you love making homemade cards, we got this new collection for you. See what else I've got. Okay, I'm going to save the best for last, and I'm going to come back to Christmas in a minute. So I'm going to take I'm going to veer off from Christmas for just a second and show you this one that was kind of buried under my Christmas stuff. And this is loop fringe. So this is a new technique that we came out with just recently, and this is loop fringe. So you can kind of see how, I don't know if you can sort of see the texture that this brings, because we actually kind of pull those threads up. So it kind of just adds some texture and dimension to your project. So this is called Loop Fringe Bouquets. This one's coming out for July. We introduced the loop fringe technique a couple months ago in a project called Learn to Loop Fringe. So if you wanted to start there and kind of learn that technique, you certainly could before you move on to this, or you can just dive right in, and you'll figure it out because we give you the instructions. But we do have a couple loop fringe things, and I think there's more on the horizon. This one's really pretty. So we actually put this on an apron, this little loop fringe design, and you can see how beautiful, turn it the wrong way, how beautiful that stitches out there. And then you just add that little bit of dimension by pulling up those threads there. So a really fun new technique just to add a little zhuzh to your embroidery projects. And you can embroider that on anything you want. Okay, let's get to the big guy from July. This is our special edition that's coming out in July, and it is adorable. This one is called 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬 Christmas. 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐿 Christmas. So it really is, if you look at it, the name is perfect because it's kind of like a hodgepodge of Christmas. So this here is our 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐿 Christmas. This has really, really fun, different blocks. You can kind of see there's a lot of applique. Of course, I find the cat first. So you can kind of see we use a lot of applique here. We even use some kind of fun fabrics like flannels and sort of like home deck fabrics in here just to give it a little dimension. So this is really a beautiful, beautiful special edition collection. Our special edition collections, y'all, come with so many different things you wouldn't even believe it. This book, this July book, is a huge, huge value with this special edition in there. I know it's well over $400. So all of these really beautiful designs are finished off with like your blanket stitch, and you've got just something for everybody. Something for everybody. I know somebody said that they like to bake Christmas cookies. So you can just cozy up in this warm hodgepodge Christmas quilt while you bake your Christmas cookies. Lots of adorable little designs. Oh, look at that little bear. Is he not so cute? I'm always gonna love the cats, but we really make some of the other animals look cute too. I'm not gonna lie. So this is 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐿 Christmas, coming July the 1st. So you want to know, how are you going to get your hands on these July designs? You are going to sign up for All Access Club. By signing up for the All Access Club, you are going to get this magazine, if you choose, or a digital version, along with all of the designs for that month during your membership. So there's a couple different ways to sign up. If you want to receive the magazine, you can sign up for an annual subscription either at $999, and that just months of membership, or you can sign up for a $1,400 annual subscription, and that's going to get you $1,400 digital gift card in addition to your 12 months of membership. So you're going to get to go use that gift card on our website and purchase all the things that you want from the past, anything that I showed you from June that you might not have your hands on yet. And the best part is that gift card never expires. You can use it as many times as you want. So you can really take your time, spending that as wisely as you can, picking out the designs you want. There's no time expiration, limit on there. So you can take your time using that gift card. So $1,400 gets you the 12 months plus the $1,400 digital gift card. Then we have our new digital option. So the digital option is going to get you the downloadable interactive PDF version of this same book, all of the same content, all of the same designs, step-by-step instructions, picture steps, numbered steps, every single thing that you get in the book, you are going to receive with the digital all access. It's just going to come digitally. So that is going to come at a cost savings to you of $499 a year. So you're going to get 12 months of that membership for $499 per year. And a lot of people asked this morning, when that would start. If you sign up at Hoopfest, you can definitely start for July. Or if you want to start for June, we can do that as well. Just make sure you indicate that when you sign up. Or if you do have a current membership that isn't over yet, but you want to go ahead and sign up, that's okay too. We can go ahead and sign you up, and we'll just start your new one when your current one ends. We're not going to stop your current one short or not, shortchange you any months. We are going to let that one ride out and then just sort of tack this one on to that. The reason you might want to do that is because if you sign up during this Hoopfest with SewingMachinesPlus.com, you're going to be getting a $50 digital gift card just for signing up. So no matter which way you sign up, you're getting the $50. Then if you sign up for the $1,400, you're also getting the $1,400. So it's like $1,450 you're getting for that club. So make sure that you do contact Sewing Machines Plus, sign up there. I know they're also offering financing for the club, which is amazing because you can break down those payments into a monthly amount. So that is so awesome. So you can definitely sign up through the financing option if you wish with SewingMachinesPlus.com. So make sure you check that out. And if you have any questions at all, you're more than welcome to let us know. I want to tell you a little bit about how you can shop on our website. So all the things I showed you for June are already available on the website, of course. And then the July ones are coming soon. But if you want to shop, we have created a special coupon just for you to shop, our Hoopfest viewers. And that coupon code is Hoopfest 2021. So it's all one word, no spaces, Hoopfest 2021. If you go on our website to AnitaGoodDesign.com and you use Hoopfest 2021 in your coupon code field at checkout, you're going to get 50% off of your entire purchase. Now, one question I was asked this morning was, does it apply to all access? No, it doesn't apply to all access. All access is really never discounted. We just give these extra bonuses and things with it a lot, but really no coupons apply to all access. But anything from the past that we have, 17 years we've been in business, we have tons and tons of designs on our website. So you can go on there and just shop your little hearts out and use that coupon code Hoopfest 2021. And then if you do sign up for the club and you're getting a gift card also, you can use one coupon and one gift card together in the same transaction. So you might end up spending less than you think. And that way you can catch up on all of those great designs from the past, and then your all access could just start moving forward. So make sure you head on over to AnitaGoodDesign.com and shop with that coupon. If you do have any questions as you're shopping, we'll put our email in the comments below, but it's customer experience at Anita-GoodDesign.com. And Good Design has one D. Very important. And it's very important you get that hyphen in there too. So just one word, customer experience at Anita-GoodDesign with one D.com. So if you do have any questions about the club or shopping or trying to find something on our website, please feel free to reach out to us. And if you know you're ready to sign up for the club, like sign me up today, make sure you go on over to SewingMachinesPlus.com and you can sign up through them or give them a call if you'd like to utilize that financing option also. Okay, so let's see. I want to see some of your comments now. I'm going back to baking cookies. I love baking cookies. When does the coupon expire? The coupon expires on June the 30th. So you have until the end of June to use that coupon, Hoopfest 2021. But the gift cards never expire. Okay.
That's awesome. Brianna, there was so much good information there, but I just want to touch on a couple of things. You talked about the different memberships, but the digital, could you just explain again? Because that one includes links to videos, to tutorials. It's something new, and I think it's awesome. So
yes, it does. And just starting for July, the PDF, the interactive PDF for the digital club has even more features than it did before. It's always been what you consider interactive because you can bookmark and highlight and things like that. But we have some brand new features with this July book. One of the things is videos. Within that PDF, you're going to be able to click on videos right in there in that PDF, and it's going to link you to a video. So I know one of them we did is actually about Hodge Podge Christmas. So you can click that link right there from the PDF and watch a video about Hodge Podge Christmas. I got to learn to say that word better. Hodge Podge Christmas. And then we include other videos as well. Sometimes it might be tips and tricks. Sometimes it might be like a behind the scenes or sneak peek or something like that. But the digital version only will have those clickable videos. Obviously, in this printed book, you can't really click on anything to get to YouTube, but you'll see a space in the book where the video would have been. If you have that digital link, you can click there. Also, I think a big thing in the digital all access starting for July are the shortcuts. So when you're looking through your magazine, you're going to see that we have all of our steps actually written 2 different ways. You're going to see that we have all of these designs in pictures and words. So it's kind of for the visuals, and these are things typically that you're doing with your hands, like laying down fabric, cutting something of that nature. And then in the back, we actually have all of the designs with numbered steps. So these numbered steps actually correlate with your machine steps. So this is going right along with your machine. So at any point, if your machine says you're on step number 3, you can reference this and say, oh, step number 3, placement stitch, got it. And then you know exactly where you are. What's really great in that digital version is you can kind of jump between those 2 pages like very simply. So if you're trying to do one of the blocks from the Hodge Podge Christmas and you want to get to the numbered steps, you're just going to click a little button that looks like a little numbered list. It's going to take you to the numbers automatically on the PDF without you having to kind of scroll through with your finger or go to the table of contents and find it back there and find the page. It's just going to take you right to it. And then if you're at the numbers and you want to jump back to the picture steps, you just click a little magnifying glass that's back there, and it's going to jump you right back to where you were to those pictured steps. It's going to be very easy to navigate, and I think it's going to create a really, really easy interface for our customers.
That is awesome, Brianna. That is awesome. The comments, everyone is they're loving everything. They're loving the samples, and those little Christmas gnomes are so
oh my gosh,
cute.
They are so stinking cute. There are so many in that collection too. They're so adorable. Applique and embroidery, so you can put them on anything.
Awesome. So visit the website, and again, go to Sewing Machines Plus if you'd like to sign up for the all access or any of the other, the digital or the yearly.
Absolutely.
And what a great offer. Thank you, Brianna. It was so great to see you today.
Of course. Thank you so much. See y'all later.
Bye.
Bye.
I love those samples. Oh my gosh. I have to do an ugly Christmas sweater this year, or Cindy Hogan is never going to forgive me from last year. I think those might have to have something to do with it. They're too cute. I'm going to have to ugly them up a little bit. But all right. So next, I'm taking over. Blaine, I'm taking over for you because the next guest is somebody I've known forever. She actually taught me so much about embroidery. So I have to give a little shout out to her. We have got Deborah Jones coming on, and she's going to be talking about stabilizer. And I'm so looking forward to seeing her, even though it's not in person. So is Deborah Jones, is she ready to join? I never know.
You
are. Deborah, how are you?
Oh, Angela, it's so good to see you. I'm giving you a big hug right now.
A big hug. A group hug. It is so nice to see you. And I have to say, I've known you for years. We met a long time ago at events, and I have just learned so much from you throughout all of the years. My favorite tip, though, I bet you won't be able to guess this, but you know I love to make lace. So my favorite tip from you ever was the little tip about using wash away stabilizer with a little bit of fabric softener in the water. And that is golden.
Well, that's a good tip because not only does it dissolve your water soluble faster, it gives it that nice scent. So thanks for reminding me about that tip. That's a good one. There's another tip in this presentation today about another way to remove water soluble, but not so much as it pertains to lace. But you know, I love tips, and we all gather them from each other, just like you're saying. I get lots of tips from others for sure.
Oh, well, it's so nice to see you, and I'm going to let you take it. Blaine will be ending when you're on here, but I had to come in and say hi. It's so nice to see you, and I can't wait to watch. I'm going to go sit in the comfort of my office and watch this wonderful presentation, Deborah.
Well, I'm so glad you jumped in. Thanks for joining for a moment, because you know Angela is so talented, and I really enjoyed working with her at the events we used to do when we did them live. And so at those events we stitched and we got to use stabilizers. But today we're going to oh, I'm just looking for hang on a minute, I've got to go share my screen here. So let me see what I'm not doing right. Just a minute. Let me, I was in a moment ago. So just a minute. Let me, well, you know what? I'm just going to share from this computer. So I'm just going to jump in and do it right here. I think. Hang on one. Oh, it says I'm just not sure what happened. I was all ready a minute ago, and now I'm not sure. So let me, okay, here we go. I'm back. I see what I need to do. So I'm going to share my screen over here, and I'm going to click share, and I'm going to choose my PowerPoint, and I think we're ready to go. So you can see my screen there now. Yay! Technology prevails. So here we go. We're going to talk all about stabilizers today, because that builds the foundation for your embroidery. And you know, there's nothing more fun than getting great results when we embroider. That's what we all start out wanting to do. Nobody wants to start out not being successful with their embroidery. So here are some of the many projects that I think demonstrate the wide variety of stabilizers that we have available to us as embroiderers. So we've got a lot of choices, and I'm going to go through some of those right now. So first, I want to start with the Core 4. And these are stabilizers I think every embroiderer needs to have in their arsenal, because you can do so many different fabrics with these 4 stabilizers. So I want to talk about these 4 first. And you can do high quality embroidery with these stabilizers. And so a lot of times when we get our machine, we don't know what to start with. So let me show you why these are important. So medium tearaway is in this kit. And by the way, this is kit 2040K, and it is in the assortment you can find at SewingMachinesPlus.com. And medium tearaway is what most woven fabrics need. They need a tearaway. Of course, it comes in 3 weights, light, medium, heavy. Medium is the most used, and it tears away very cleanly. So it can be either hooped, or some techniques call for it being floated under the hoop. But you can see that tearaway is great for all of these fabrics. They're woven, they're stable, and that includes satins, cotton, like quilting cotton, nylon, polyester, things like towels, bags. All of that is appropriate for tearaway. Sometimes we think, oh, cutaway would be a little better, wouldn't it? Because it's so stable. But no, I encourage you to try to stick with tearaway with your woven fabrics. Here's a great work shirt that I did for a neighbor, and as you can see, it's got some long satin stitches in it, but that cutaway was not needed. I was able to get this great result with no puckering using a medium tearaway on this shirt. And here's another example. This is just a little cotton shirt that I have with one of the Susan Schmidt's designs. A lot of stitches in that design. It needs ironing for sure. It's a kind of a wrinkly shirt, but you can see that there's no puckering, and there's the front and back of that design, and the back is as clean as a whistle, making it very comfortable to wear. But this is a great example of why we need to match the stitch count, the fabric weight, to the stabilizer weight, because you don't want to use a stabilizer that's a lot heavier than your fabric, right? So that seems like a good rule to follow. Now, the medium cutaway that's also included in this core 4 is used with your knit fabric. So if it stretches, generally we want to use a cutaway. And Stay Perfect cutaway, which is what is sold by SewingMachinesPlus.com, it has silicone in it, and that's going to lubricate your needle with every needle penetration. So that reduces friction, right? Which is a good thing when you're embroidering. So it's going to be great for medium weight knits like piqué golf shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies. And when we use tearaway with those kinds of fabrics, you might see this kind of a symptom where the stabilizer breaks down before the outline and it lets some fabric peek through. We don't want our outlines to be off track. So when you stitch that same design with cutaway, you're going to get a result that you like. So there is a difference between different types of stabilizers. And I want to point out that the inferior stabilizers are made by a different method than those that are in the Stay Perfect brand. You will get spotty coverage like you see here, and that means stretch. So wet laid process is superior, gives you a more even coverage of those fibers and no stretch or very little stretch. So when we were taught to embroider, you might have been told to double up on your stabilizer and put it at opposing angles, right? Well, we were told that because there was stretch and there was spotty coverage in those fibers back in the early days. Today, with the wet laid, you only need one layer of a high quality wet laid stabilizer. So the medium cutaway, I like to use it when I get into larger hoop sizes especially, and excuse me, I like it for large stitch count designs. You do want to leave that stabilizer uncut between the letters. Don't cut between the letters or it'll get wavy. Sometimes people ask me that question. So when you trim away your cutaway, always keep the fabric and the stabilizer visible. Use your short blade embroidery scissors and leave a small margin, about 1/8 of an inch, outside the embroidery. That's going to be a little platform to help your embroidery sit up and not appear sunken. If you've ever seen sunken embroidery, it may be because it was too heavy for the fabric or there was no margin left outside that stabilizer. So that's a good tip to remember. Now, peel and stick is also in this 2040K kit, and it is excellent for doing things that are hard to hoop or that could be marred or damaged by a hoop. And this is the best sticky stabilizer in the industry. And I say that because it has the best weight for the base and it has the best tack without gumming your needles. So you might use it for socks, for caps, shoes and boots, for bags and for ribbon, a lot of things that you might use this for. So when you're using it, here's some tips. You want to hoop it with the shiny release paper facing up, and then you slit or score that release paper in an X pattern, and you can peel back those wings to expose the entire sticky surface without getting any sticky on your hoop. So that's a great tip. And another tip is to cut a piece to patch that opening after you remove the embroidery gently, and you can reuse the same hooped piece 3 or 4 times. Then you're going to have to hoop again. The last product in that 2040K kit is water soluble topping. This is a must-have to keep textures under control. It can either be hooped in, or you can spray it with some temporary embroidery spray adhesive and just finger press it onto the surface of your towel or your fleece, and it will remain attached in the area that you need it. Now, you're of course going to use that on things like towels, terry, polar fleece, even those piqué knits if you want to get a really clean lettering result. And here's a tip to remove it. You know, Angela mentioned the fabric softener, which is a great way, 1 part fabric softener, 12 parts water in your mist. But here's another way I really like as well. And that is to remove the big pieces by tearing them away and then put a moistened paper towel right on top of that embroidery. Press over it with an iron on medium heat, and the topping bits are going to cling to that towel as you pull it away. Look at this. Here's exactly how you would do that. Just rip away the big pieces, put that towel down, iron it dry. Iron the towel till it's dry, and when you pull it back, presto, that is like magic. You don't have to get your project as wet. So a lot of these tips I have included on my embroiderer's compass. And this is a tool that's a wheel, and you just dial it to the fabric you're going to embroider. And there's 27 different fabrics on this 2-sided tool. And in the window number 1, which is at the top, you're going to find my recommended stabilizer or stabilizers. And in the second window, number 2, will be my recommended needle blade size and point type. Very important. They make those different point types for a reason. And in the bottom window, the number 3 window, you'll find other tips for each fabric type. So some might be a hooping and holding tip or a finishing tip, something I learned to be more successful with that fabric. So I want to just remind you that Stay Perfect stabilizers are on sale. And Blaine, the prices are amazing that you have on these products right now.
You know, Deborah, they are. And I'm telling you what, I think you said it the best. You know, the Stay Perfect stabilizer is our own brand. It's made for us, and it is unbelievable. And right now, guys, we got a special on it, 20% off, Deborah, if they call this week. And actually, we're going to honor that price all the way till next Friday. You can get 20% off all of the Stay Perfect stabilizer, and the coupon code you want to use is Stay Perfect. Just that's it. Stay Perfect is your coupon code. That'll get you 20% off all the stabilizer. And I'm telling you guys, hey, you need to jump on this because this doesn't happen very often. As you know, Deborah, this is a high quality stabilizer, and we just love it.
Oh, it's the best. It's absolutely the best. And you know that I wouldn't say that if I didn't believe it. And not only that, it is unbelievable prices right now. So 20% is a hefty chunk to save. And this is the big sewing season's going to be coming up here pretty quickly on us. So we need to stock up now. And so I'm going to get back and show a few more tips, Blaine, and let's just take a look back at the PowerPoint if we can. And we'll get going on some other stabilizers here. Okay. So let's, here we go. Now we're there. So the no-show mesh is another cutaway that is fantastic. And they, of course, call it that because it doesn't show through lightweight knits or light colored knits. And it's very soft and drapey. It's got a wonderful feel to it. And it's very soft against the skin. It has virtually no stretch. Sometimes people call this poly mesh. It's actually nylon. I think that's interesting. But here you see a great example of how in a small hoop size, you can get great registration, meaning those outlines are going to follow. And I just used a single layer. Now, this is for people who have good hooping skills, to be honest, because if you're going to get that kind of result with this single layer, you want to be sure you're hooping it securely in the hoop. But hey, it works great. It's also used for a lot of that in the hoop quilting. But here's the silver bullet for those thin, stretchy knits. If your husband, your son, your brother, your uncle, your dad, anybody in your family likes to wear those moisture wicking shirts, they are so thin and so stretchy that sometimes they can be a challenge to stabilize. But I can tell you that Stretchy Knit Stabilizer, that's its name, and it's exactly what it is. It's made for those thin, stretchy knits. It is a woven polyester material, and it's very supportive. It's just like stitching on a woven, and the knit's just getting in the way. So this is a great stabilizer. So next, I want to give you a couple of tips about using that Stretchy Knit Stabilizer. Keep your hoop level. You don't want to recess it like we do sometimes when we hoop knits, because we don't want to stretch that knit. That makes sense, right? And you can even hoop just the stabilizer and spray with your temporary spray adhesive and just float that stretchy knit right down onto that stable stretchy knit stabilizer. A lot of professional embroiderers do it that way. Tear and wash is another version of tear away that gradually dissolves in the laundry. It doesn't dissolve right away. It's not like a true water soluble, but it tears cleanly, and it is going to gradually dissolve for those items where you want there to be no visible stabilizer, like your bath linens, table linens, and bed linens. Sew and wash, oops, okay, here we go. Sew and wash is a wonderful mesh, water soluble, and it's fabric like. It's very sturdy, and yet it dissolves very easily in water. So you see in this image a little card holder that I made, that little in the hoop project. It's got very clean edges. You just stitch it right on the mesh and dissolve it away. I used a Q-tip actually on the edges of this project. It worked great. You can also use it on baby blankets where you don't want any stabilizer remaining. You can use it for lace projects, which is, of course, very popular now. And it dissolves so completely, you can either leave it firm, like this bowl, if you just rinse it, or you can make it soft by rinsing it more or putting it in water. But here's my tips. For most lace, hoop 2 layers and hoop them tightly, and that's going to give you your best result. Just a couple more I want to share with you. These are in the range of specialty stabilizers. Fuse So Soft is applied to the back of children's garments, or any garment really, where you want to have extreme comfort. So you want to cover it, cut it slightly larger than the embroidery area, round the corners, or use pinking shears. Excuse me. I'm going to grab a lozenge here. Sorry. So, my tips for this one are to, I'm sorry, use it to hide loopy threads or to secure embroidery that doesn't have lock stitches. Okay, the last one. Okay, the last one is Fuse and Stick. This is for applique, and you just apply it to the back of your fabric. I'm so sorry. And then you can just peel off the release paper and stick it down. So I think, Blaine, I'm going to have to stop talking.
Hey, Deborah, I'm back.
Okay, sorry, Blaine.
That's all right. They were trying to switch from your presentation. So, yeah, I want to tell everybody again exactly. Hey, and I want to remind everybody about that embroidery compass. That thing is awesome. You came out with that, 10 years ago, Deborah? And that thing is so awesome. Everybody that has, if you want to know what needle to use, what stabilizer on what fabrics, you got to have your embroidery compass. We have those on our website. All you have to do is go on our website and type in embroidery compass in the search bar, and it'll take you right to it. And you can purchase one of those for $19.99. And I think everybody needs one of those. But again, I want to remind everybody about the Stay Perfect stabilizer. This is our brand stabilizer. We have it made special just for us. Hey, and one thing about it, when you compare that stabilizer to all the other stabilizers on the market, you're getting more yardage with the price, I promise you, than any other stabilizer out there. And hey, we're going to 20% off this week, all the way to next week on end of day on Friday. We're going to honor that price. That coupon code is Stay Perfect, and that'll get you 20% off. You can go right on the website and order it, or give us a call at 800-401-8151 and let them know you're wanting that Stay Perfect stabilizer, and just give them that coupon code, and it'll get you the 20% off. So great stuff.
And you have different widths. You've even got that 20-inch width as well.
We do. And you know what I like about it too? It comes in that Stay Fresh tube. So it's real. You can use a little bit of it, store it right back in that tube. It's color coded, so you'll know what colors or what size and what stabilizer you're using. So it's pretty awesome storage system as well.
You're absolutely right. Stay Fresh tube is awesome.
Well, hey, Deborah, thank you so much for doing it, coming on and doing this. And as always, you're a professional and you're awesome. And we love sharing your knowledge with everybody. And I don't know are we seeing you any more this week, or is this it?
No, we have another class on patches tomorrow. And
Yes.
yeah, so I'll be around.
Awesome. Well, good. We'll see you tomorrow. Everybody, make sure you tune in and catch Deborah tomorrow. Thanks, Deborah. We'll talk to you later.
Okay.
All right, guys. So don't forget, if you need that stabilizer, make sure you get on this right now. Because hey, we don't do this often. 20% off. That is a great, great, great buy. And I'm telling you, you get a lot more stabilizer for the money with the Stay Perfect than any other one on the market. So, guys, next up, y'all want to talk about multi-needles again? I think I do. Hey, we're going to talk about that 12-needle SWF machine again. And hey, we've got Kyle McMinn again. He's coming in, and Kyle is a CEO at Stitch International. He's been in the business for 25 years. He's grown up. And I think this morning he told us this is the only job he's ever had. His dad started that business, and Kyle's been the CEO for the last 20 years. He works with his three brothers at the business as well. So it's a family-run business, and we're super excited to have Kyle back on the show. Oh, is it Garrett? Oh, well, we got Garrett.
I was going to say, Blaine, I'm sorry to disappoint, but Kyle has not promoted me to the CEO position yet.
Hey, you didn't disappoint us at all. You just threw us a curveball. We thought Kyle was going to on, but hey, this is Garrett McMinn. This is Kyle's little brother, and Garrett is a sales manager there. And so, hey, Garrett, we're glad to have you back on the show. I know you've been on here a couple times with us already, and we're super excited to talk about the 12-needle again, because I know everybody out there, this is really a lot of buzz going on about the 12-needle, just because of the price and what you're getting in that small package. And it's made by an industrial commercial company, and they've made this Consumer Pro model for people now. So I really want you to tell everybody exactly all about this and what they're getting.
Yeah, no, we're excited to present it again. I know you said I've been on here a couple of times. It's been fun every time, and I think we've had some different questions roll in. So we'll get right into it and see what else rolls in for us. First thing I always go over, I'm talking about the machine with anybody, is our control panel. This is new for this model, or actually our whole line of SWF machines. This same panel is very universal. It goes across all of our models, whether it's a big machine like you were saying in the industrial side, whether it is in a factory, whatever, this panel is going to be on every one of our machines. The fact for that is because of how easy it is to use, whether you're a startup or you are running a big machine in the industry, in the industrial side. This is our Wi-Fi panel. So you can link all of these machines together. It comes with a software that you can link 1 to 200 machines together. So that's why this machine, it will grow with you. That's why we went with this control panel, even for a smaller machine. Just because we don't, even if you purchase one of our machines, we don't want you to stop at just one. We want you to grow with your business and eventually get into the multi-heads and stuff like that. So we'll kind of go over it a little bit. I always show the 4 key steps to running a design and how simple it actually is and how fast. I'll go through it once slowly to break down the 4 steps, and then I'll go through it in real time to actually show you guys how long it actually takes in real time. So first step, if you had your design, right now we do not have this one hooked up to Wi-Fi. But that is the other cool thing, is you can seamlessly send a design to your machine from your computer without carrying a USB like this. But with this one, let's go ahead and put the USB in. You go in here to design, and this is going to pull up your memory and what's on your USB currently. So I can go in here and select any design. Just hit copy. Go ahead and save that. And keep in mind, this is only 4 steps. From there, we will change our orientation. If we're going to run for a hat or a flat, that'll give us the correct rotation so it appears correct on the material. We'll go to the needles or the color options. And this is where, if you know the steps of your design, to where if you know the different color blocks that you have, this is where you would set it up. You would tell it to run needle 1 first or needle 12, whatever options you want. Cool thing with this, has a really fast color change as well. So whenever you go through, all of your setup work is prior to actually running the design. Set it all up, load all of your colors. Once you have everything saved, you hit start, you pretty much just walk away. With that being said, it still does have the auto thread detect. So if you do walk away, machine will stop if it has a thread break for you, automatically back up 5 stitches. And then you just come back and fix the thread break, hit the start button. But to jump back into the 3rd step of the 4-step process, it does have the automatic color change. So I'll select a random color sequence here. We'll go back. And then right now, so you already have a design started, we won't do this, but you would go into the frame and then you would trace your design. So once you trace your design, that is just gauging where the design is going to fit inside the hoop. Once you have made sure that you have cleared the hoop and your needle will not touch anywhere on that hoop, you're good to go. With this control panel, you do have the capability of selecting the different sizes of hoops. So if we tell it that we are running this 24 by 24 centimeter, the machine automatically knows what designs will fit inside that embroidery area. So that does take away some of the issues. If you were worried about hitting a hoop or anything, that will take away a lot of that risk for you. So now that I've explained the 4 steps, we'll just go through in real time so you can see basically once you get your machine, there is very little assembly acquired outside of the box. Once you pull it out, you just assemble the thread rack, put your stand together, the machine sets on top of it. It comes pre-threaded. So what that means is you already have thread through these tubes, through the head. So then whenever you put this thread rack together, you route your thread through, tie it on, and then pull it down the front side. What that is going to do is it's going to replace the color that was ran through the machine with the color you want. So the threadability is very easy. But we'll go back into these 4 steps. I'll show you how fast it goes real time with how to run those. So you go design, select your design. Now we'll go straight to the orientation. This one's already set to 0, which is what we want. Go into our colors. Again, we'll just pick a color sequence. If we had the color code, we could select the exact color code. And then frame, and then we hit trace. That's going to do the laser trace. It's going to tell us exactly where that design is going to run on that garment. We would hit close, and you hit start. And that is the 4 steps that you have to physically run this machine. You will pick up more information and learn more about the machine as you run it. But on day 1, day 2, you can start to run this machine right out of the box because it is just 4 simple steps. Other thing I was going to walk into as well is whenever you get the machine fully set up, the cool thing with this is it remembers everything you do. So once we have all of our colors preset back here, we've tied our thread on, all of our cones are set up on the back of the machine. We can go in here and customize behind each button. So there's 1 through 12 is the buttons to where you can select different needles. Once we have our cones set back here, we can go into each specific button. And let's say right now we have silver on 1. I can put a silver block behind the number 1 to where I can customize each individual needle. And whenever I go to find that color in my design, I don't have to look back here to see what colors I have on the machine. Everything is right here visually in front of me on the control panel. So the next thing we'll move into, I mentioned selecting your hoops. So we'll walk into the different sizings of hoops and actually the quick change cap system that comes with it as well, with you guys' sale going on this week. So this hoop here is our 24 by 24 centimeter. You actually get, with each purchase, you're going to get 5 sets of hoops. And I know we've had a little bit of confusion, but I'll go through that again. So the 5 sets of hoops, each set is 2 hoops per size. So you're getting 5 sizes, and that is 2 hoops per size, which would be 1 set. So you get your 24 by 24 centimeter here. We're going to get the 18 centimeter, the 15 centimeter, and the 12 centimeter. We do have one larger one here that we'd like to show off as well. So this is where it really comes in key. This machine, even though it is a little bit smaller, still has a 14 by 9 inch sewing field. So with this hoop here, you're going to be able to do your jacket backs, your full front logos. It's going to do very well for you with a very large sewing field, even though the machine is only 26 inches side to side. So it'll pretty much fit through any machine or any door that you need to roll it through anything. Still comes with that large sewing field. We'll go ahead and walk into the quick change cap system. And usually this is optional, but Blaine, I believe you guys have been mentioning that with your sale of the $89.99, they're getting the cap system and the stand. The cool thing with this, and I'll show that to the camera. So the brackets on this quick change cap system are identical to our hoop. So most machines, and this is the quick change cap system is actually patented to SWF. Most machines, whenever you go to change it from your hoops to your cap system, you have to unbolt your tubular driver, or your hoop arms. With that, you have to take those out. You got to keep track of those screws, bolt your cap system back on. About a 5 to 10 minute process once you get fully going. With ours, keep in mind this is a quick change. So patented to SWF, slide it on, and just like a hoop, it snaps directly in. So it takes about 15 seconds, and we could have went from running a shirt to a hat in 15 seconds. So we'll do that in reverse to show you guys. Say we're running a hat, we're ready to run a hoop, we'll run a shirt, pull this off just like a hoop. And keep in mind, there is no assembly required, no screws, nothing to keep track of whenever you take that off. So we can put this hoop right back on, and we would be running a shirt at that point. I'll explain real quick the importance of having 2 hoops per set. So whenever you get into bigger orders of embroidery, whether it be t-shirts, hats, onesies, towels, whatever you're running, once you get into bigger orders, the importance of having 2 hoops is you have one machine or one hoop running on your machine. And while that one you started running, your average design is going to take 5 to 10 minutes to sew out. While that's sewing, you'll grab your second hoop of that same size and you'll go ahead and pre-hoop it. To where if you have a multiple run order, whenever this one's done, we'll pull it off. So we don't have to unhoop it and then rehoop it instantly. We already have that secondary hoop pre-hooped, slide it onto the machine, and then you're good to go, and keep that process going until the job is done. So Blaine went over a lot right there in kind of a short time. Do you have any questions rolling in, or do you want me to keep going?
Hey, just keep going.
Sorry, I get carried away and then I get going on the different features. So we'll go back to the control panel that we kind of went over the hoops and everything. We'll go back to the control panel. Has a very big memory. This is one thing. Whenever they were bringing this panel to us and trying to figure out which one we wanted to put on this machine, we knew one of the big complaints with any machine really is having to delete designs out of your control panel because you have insufficient space. Really, that happens with any electronic device nowadays. But the cool thing is now we have a panel that will hold 490 million stitches. That is kind of a hard number to fathom whenever you're talking about designs, because our previous model, which people still had trouble filling up the space with, was 4 million stitches. So this is over 100 times the power of our old control panel. So it has the 490 million stitch count capacity. It will hold the 400 design slots, and then it does take a DST format, which is going to be your most common format across the embroidery industry. The other thing, since it's a lot more powerful, the panel has a lot more capabilities. It does have the auto digitizing feature now. So what you can do is you can take a picture, whether it's a landscape, a picture of your dog, really anything. You just, if it's a JPEG, same thing, that way you'd upload a design with your USB. You take your picture, JPEG, put it on the USB, put it into the control panel. You'd walk in there and it's going to auto digitize that for you to where you can run out those pictures. Secondly, it has a stylus pack here, and this will walk into the next part. So the stylus here, you can actually, it's called freehand stitch. So freehand stitch, basically you can do anything that you would write down. So if you have a grandkid, you want to trace their hand, if they would put their hand on the screen, you can trace it out, and then it will run that on the garment of your selection. You can have them write their name, put it into a quilt block. Really the freehand stitch, it's kind of in the name. You can pretty much do anything. Gives you the free capabilities there. Biggest thing for us, and we fully back this, is the 7-year warranty. That's huge when it comes to machines. With this model of machine, I know all of our competitors and everything, we have the longest standing warranty in the industry. And it's not some warranty that you get covered for a year and then the rest of the 6 years don't cover anything. It is a full bumper to bumper 7-year warranty. So you can rest assured, we do take care of our customers. Warranty claims, we take care of all that for you. You basically let us know the issue. We take care of that. You get a new part, no cost to you, in that 7-year time frame. Any questions there, Blaine?
Yeah, I think we got some questions.
I don't want to skip over everybody if they're asking questions.
Yeah, I think we got some questions, Garrett. I think Kyle's going to put them up on the screen. I think the first one, it says, is there a bobbin winder?
So with these machines, they do not come standard with a bobbin winder. It is something we can get our hands on if we need to. With this machine, with the industrial background, we really get into the pre-wound bobbins. The reason for that being is whenever you get into multiple piece orders and running huge machines, the cost of pre-wound bobbins is very minimal compared to the time that you actually have winding bobbins. Bobbins are probably, I don't know, 5 to 10 cents a piece. So if it takes you a couple minutes to wind a bobbin and hopefully wind it right, by the time you do all that, you're better off just to run a pre-wound bobbin.
All right, so another question was, can you do applique with this machine?
Yeah, so you can, very easy. It has a setting in the machine for applique to where you can set these stops in the color change sequence whenever we were in that third step of running our design. You can put individual stops between any color that you want. So if you want to run your trace stitch to where you know where to put your applique down, you can basically put the stop code right after that, the machine will run the one color. No matter if there's one color after that one or 20, wherever you put that stop code, that's when the machine's going to stop. You can move. So I got to start the machine to do this. I'll take the suit off. So I'll just get the design started so I can kind of show you guys what it's going to do. So now that I got it started there. So if I was in the middle of a design and I was running applique, all I would have to do, let's say the machine stopped here, I want to move it out to apply my applique just because it'd be hard to get my hands in here. All I got to do, move it out, apply my applique where now I can reach it, and then hit this little button here. It's an O, it's data origin, hit OK. It moves to that back to that identical spot where the machine just stopped, to where you do not miss anything on where you're embroidering. Because like I said, it's very hard. You can still do it. It is very hard to get your hands underneath here or have to pull the hoop off to apply your applique material. So when you pull it out, apply your applique material, hit start, and it's going to automatically return back to where you went. So yes, to answer your question, it will do applique.
Well, Garrett, I got to tell everybody again how they can get this machine. And, you know, it's such a great machine. You know, 12 needles. This thing weighs 85 pounds, so 2 people can easily handle this. We're going to ship it free right to your doorstep. Hey, this thing is normally $99.99. We're selling it right now for $89.99. And it is, I just can't get over the price on this. You know, for $99, it's a bargain, but this is such a good bargain right now for $89.99. And you're getting that machine, you're getting the stand, you're getting the cap driver. And then what else you're getting? You're getting 6 different hoops. You're getting a hat hoop with 5 various sizes of other hoops. And then we're going to give you a double that. So you're basically getting 12 different hoops for this. So, you know, you're getting 2 of each size. So that way, while one is sewing, you're going to be hooping that other one to make it a quick change and really up your production. And I know people are going to love that feature. 7-year warranty, hey, is unheard of in the industry. Great warranty on this. And we have tons of supporting videos that you can watch to help walk you through every step of the way to help you. And then we are working on a Zoom class right now that we're going to be able to help you even more with Zoom. And I just can't say enough about this machine. We love it. Very quiet machine. And if you want to get one of these right now, hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151 or visit our website at SewingMachinesPlus.com and just type in at the bar at the top, the search bar, SWF, and it'll take you right to that product page. Hey, we have 60-month, 0% interest financing to make those low monthly payments. Hey, what are y'all waiting for? This is the bargain of the day right here. This is a 12-needle embroidery machine. And Garrett, I can't say enough about this thing. It's just such a good machine. And I've been so impressed since we've started carrying it.
Yeah, no, we couldn't agree more. We have had very good response from all of our customers in the field. I know Kyle tells the story, but he gave one to his mom and she's ran it. He never could get it back from her. So whenever the testing people that test them for us don't want to give them back, it looks good for us. So they've been very happy with the speed that it runs at and the improvements that we have made. Because we can't stress enough, it does have an industrial background. It's not a machine that you're pulling out of you're not outsourcing it to another company to build it for you. These are built in the same factory as our big industrial machines.
Well, you know, and that's the great thing. They've got that multi-head industrial experience to back them. And basically what they've done is just made a consumer pro with a very easy user interface. So it can help any, you know, that people for a hobbyist, even the people that want to have a home-based business. And I'll tell you, I told Kyle this morning, one of the things I'm so impressed with as well is that digitizing in the screen. You know, they can take, if somebody's got a small child or a grandchild and they wanted to, you know, they could put their hand on the screen, trace their hand out on that screen, digitize it, and sew it out, and then they could let the child write their name and put the name with it, and in their own handwriting. So I just thought, you know, how ingenious that is to be able to digitize right in that screen, and I think that's just a game changer to me. I love that feature. And then with those 12 needles and the 12 different threads, you can do a lot of different projects. You'll never have to stop and change the thread color. And then the other feature I just love about it, hey, it comes to your house already pre-threaded, and basically all you do is put your spool on there, tie it off, pull it through, and you're ready to go. And so to me, that's just some great features this things have that I absolutely love.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing I was going to go over real quick, because it's always a question that I get. The cool thing with the Wi-Fi, or even if it's not Wi-Fi, these software updates. So you mentioned again the auto digitizing feature in the control panel, the freehand stitch. Those are really cool options that we kind of helped them and had them add to the control panel. Really cool thing is too, we do have some more stuff in the works. I can't really reveal it now, but they will be adding more features to these panels. Whenever those features do come out, the updates are very simple. Basically with the Wi-Fi, whenever you turn the machine on, if you have it connected to your Wi-Fi, that update will be automatically updated to your machine from your computer. Or you don't have it hooked to the Wi-Fi, that's perfectly fine. All you do is you just have this USB, and we would email you the update, put on your USB with the machine off, plug it in, turn it on, same thing there. That's going to automatically update, and you would have those same cool features. So like I said, SWF is very innovative. We have a lot of control on what we tell them to put into our machines. So we are very excited to start adding more features to the machine to make it even more standalone and just it's running by itself.
Well, Garrett, thank you for joining our show today. And I'm going to remind everybody else how they can get this machine again. I'm so excited about this machine. And hey, guys, we've got a great price on this week. This is normally a $99.99 machine. We are going to sell it for $89.99 and ship it free right to your door. And what the great thing about it, guess what? You're getting that stand, you're getting that cap equipment or the cap driver, you're getting 2 cap frames, and you're getting 2 frames of every sizes. So you're getting a total of 12 hoops for this thing. And man, what a deal that is. And guess what? We also have 60-month 0% interest financing if you want to pay that monthly payment. But again, it's $89.99, shipped free right to your door. And we also offer financing. Give us a call, 1-800-401-8151. And if you can't get through on the phones, I know, guys, that y'all have made some comments that you can't get through. I know it's super, super busy today. Hey, Kyle has been putting the Google Sheets link in the chat. You can go hit that link. It'll open Google Sheets up. You can just sign your name in there, put your phone number where they can call you, and put the product that you're interested in. And that way they can be prepared when they give you a call back. But they will give you a call back and get to you if you can't get through those phone lines. And if you are on our website, you can also reach out to the live chat agents. They can actually help you as well. But or you can just go right to the website and place your order. But there's easy ways to order today. So anyway, hey, that was our 12 needle, guys. Don't delay if you're interested in one of those. And man, that is such a good machine. So hey, we're moving right along. And you know what, guys? We have got Kim Christopherson in the house today. And with Kimberbell. Kim is the CEO of Kimberbell. And man, she is just, the driving force behind Kimberbell for all those great designs. And, she has got a twin sister, and her sister have hosted many shows. They've actually even been on the Rachel Ray show. And so she had some great things to show us yesterday. And one thing about Kim, she's showing something different every single day they're going to be on the show. And I'm super excited to see what she has today. So Kim, welcome back to day 3. I think you're muted, maybe. Is Kim muted on her end? I would say, Kim, I think you're muted on your end.
Okay, is it working now?
Yes. I did the same thing earlier. I muted myself and forgot to turn myself off.
We all need to mute ourselves sometimes, right?
I tell you
Hello,
what,
everyone.
I'm super excited to have you on and looking forward to what you got to show us today.
Yes, yeah. So, we've been doing something new each day, as Blaine mentioned, and today it's all about a tool that we use every single day here at Kimberbell, and that is called the Orange Pop Rulers. How many of you know what the orange pop rulers are, or you've had them, or you're wondering about them, well, today's the day to find out a little bit more about why you would want these in your toolbox, so to speak, right? And these are great for those who machine embroider, absolutely. And that's what our emphasis today is going to be on. But if you sew, if you hand embroider, if you like to make t-shirts or denim quilts, you're going to love these rulers. They're also great for fussy cutting. So all kinds of reasons why you would want the orange pop rulers. Let me go ahead and show you what they are. A lot of people are saying, nope, new to me, new to me, new to me. So, oh, I love that you haven't seen these yet, but they are, like I like to say, life-changing. Let's just say that. Okay, so they look like this in a package. There is a rectangle set. Okay, and as you can see here, we've got 3 different sizes of rectangles in there, and we have some additional bonus rulers in there as well. I'm going to show you a little video here about those in just a minute, and I'm going to show you an actual demo too. So you have a rectangle set, and there is a square set. Okay, so this is what you're looking for on SMP when you are ready to buy the orange pop rulers. Now, let me show you, well, let's do this. Let me show you a few examples of where we've used orange pop rulers in the Kimberbell projects, and then I'm going to show you why we use them in a little video here. So let's first talk about where you would see us using orange pop rulers. I should mention they are standard quilt block sizes. So even beyond Kimberbell projects, you could certainly use these. But I'm going to show you some Kimberbell projects right now. So here is an example of, oh, let's turn this upside down. There we go. Here's an example of a bench pillow called Ginger's Kitchen. All right, I stand up here. And as you can see, there's all sizes of blocks, all embroidered. This one does come available for sewing or machine embroidery. Okay. And this is something, again, I talked about a little bit about our orange, not our orange, oh my goodness, our projects yesterday with bench pillows and our featured quilts and such, and that the bench pillows in themselves, if you want to put it on a bench and have a big pillow form for it, then certainly you could use that, but these make great table runners or wall hangings as well. Even this little gingerbread guy is just hanging out upside down, ready to peek in and say hello. Okay, so here is one way we've used the orange pop rulers. Let me show you another bench pillow that we've used them for, and that is something I talked about yesterday, which was Twilight Boulevard. Here you can take a closer look at each of those houses there along the boulevard. And these are all lights, by the way, that light up. I just have to turn a switch on and you'll see them all lit up. Okay, again, these are just pillow covers for a bench pillow. Here's another example for Easter, a little more whimsical. Here we go. So as you can see, there's all these different sizes of blocks, right? And the key is trying to get them all to match up after you've embroidered. Here's another one for St. Patrick's Day. So we have these for all year long, for all seasons and reasons, I like to say. And as you can tell, they're done block by block. So the idea for the orange pop rulers is a simple one. Basically, if I were to make, let's say, for example, this little chick block, okay, right here. And in the directions, it would say something like, well, you need a 4x4 inch piece of fabric for your block. If I were to cut my fabric at 4x4 inches first, then go through the process of embroidering onto it or sewing or hand stitching, okay, all of those reasons, what ends up happening is by the time I'm done with that design on there, my block no longer measures 4 by 4 inches. As you can imagine, the process of that embroidery on there actually pulls those threads of the background fabric in. So what started out as 4 by 4 ends up probably being about 3 7/8 by 3 7/8. So when it's time to sew all those blocks together and they still need to be the size that it required, nothing matches up. So by using the orange pop rulers, everything is going to match up perfectly, okay? So again, the idea is that you start out with a larger piece of fabric than you need, okay? So maybe I'm going to square this up to a 4.5 by 6.5 inch size. I'm going to start larger with a piece of fabric and then do my embroidery on it. Then I'm going to use the orange pop rulers to frame it right here. Here's an example to frame it and cut it. Let me go ahead and show you a little video first on, again, the why behind these rulers and how easy it makes for visually centering your blocks first and then putting it together after you've embroidered. So let's watch a video and then I'm going to show you an actual demonstration here. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And then we'll get started.
A classic problem quilters and embroiders have struggled with for years is not being able to see exactly where designs will be cut. The old adage, measure twice, cut once, no longer applies. Simply place it, cut it, piece it with Kimberbell Orange Pop Rulers. Orange Pop Rulers make it easy to visually center quilt blocks and embroidery designs before cutting. Non-slip grips help prevent the rulers from shifting while cutting. For a better grip, simply nest the rulers together. Rulers are clearly marked for cut size and finish size. Clear marks with a 1/4 inch grid and center points. You can use the 3.5 inch ruler to verify the center. The 1/4 inch guide will help you cut for precise seam allowance. The extended corner channels allow your rotary cutter to cut perfectly square corners. Place your blade against the ruler starting in the corner channel. The rulers can be used both right and left-handed. Make cutting even easier and more accurate by using a rotating cutting mat. Square and rectangle rulers are standard quilt block sizes to fit a variety of quilting and sewing projects perfectly. Traditional quilt blocks, machine embroidery, and hand embroidered projects, t-shirt or denim quilts, fun for fussing cutting too. The Kimberbell Orange Pop Rulers take the guesswork out of squaring up your quilt blocks. Less cutting time equals more creative time.
All right, can you see why you would want to use these and how beneficial they would be? They are something that, like I mentioned at the beginning, we use every day at Kimberbell. So here's an example again. I'm going to pull up this block and I want to cut it at a 4.5 by 6.5 inch block, right? So I'm going to oversize my fabric first. I'm then going to stitch my design and now I'm going to cut it down. So I'm going to do the rectangle set. Again, it looks like this, but here are your specific rulers that come in there. You get a whole lot in one package. So this is your, let's see, your 8.5 by 10.5 inch block. This is a 6.5 by 8.5 inch block. This is a 4.5 by 6.5 inch block. All right. Now with the rectangle set, you actually get a few bonus rulers as well. So you get a ruler that has a 2 flying geese unit sizes. You also get a tumbler block, which is great for fussy cutting tumblers. And then you get that 3.5 inch ruler that was talked about in the video. I'll show you how I use that here in just a moment. All right. Another thing I want to mention before I show you the demo is that these rulers are actually made with a material it looks and feels very much like acrylic rulers. But what happens when we accidentally drop a ruler on the floor? And it's bound to happen, right? It's going to break when it's acrylic. Okay, these are not going to break. These are actually made with a material called polycarbonate. And that material makes it so it gives you the steadiness and the firmness of an acrylic ruler, but it also has a little bit of give to it. So if it does fall, or you were to chuck it across the room for whatever reason, right? It's not going to break, all right? So the other features about this, you actually have, as mentioned on the video, these extended corner channels. You have them in each corner. So when you go to frame this on your design, you're actually going to be cutting on the inside. And this is where some people go, now, Kim, what are you talking about? I'm used to cutting on the outside. This time you're actually going to cut on the inside, and it's really simple to do because you've got these extended corner channels. All right, you just use a regular rotary cutter to be able to do that. All right. The other thing I should mention is that they all come with these no-slip grips that you can peel off and place on the back of your rulers. All right, so that it helps prevent from shifting. Marilyn asked, do you use a 45 millimeter rotary cutter? And the answer is yes. Yes, you do. Just a regular, your normal size 45 millimeter. Okay. Now, as you could see here in the package too, they all nest in each other. You can use this to your advantage here in just a moment when I show you the demo. Another thing that is so key to making these rulers a success is to actually have a rotating cutting mat. If you have a rotating cutting mat, you are golden. If you don't happen to have one, that's okay. You'll just want to make sure and take your small mat and physically rotate it each time you go to cut one of the sides. All right, now let's get to the demo, shall we? I'm going to move my camera down just a bit here so that you can see my workspace. Now I've got my rotating mat. Again, that I feel like that is so key. Okay, and now I'm going to start out with my different size rulers. Now again, I told you I wanted to cut at 4.5 by 6.5 inch. That is engraved on this ruler as well. You'll see it's got these raised grids too. I don't know how well you can tell there in the video, but they've got these raised grids that also help with positioning it just right. Okay, I'm going to start there, and I'm just going to place this. Here we go. I'm just going to place that right on there. Now, as you can see, if I wanted to have this design maybe further up in my block, I could certainly move it up that way, right? And then cut. What if I wanted to place it lower or to the side? I wanted that to rest in the side. For me, I want it just perfectly centered. So I'm just going to center this up. I can visually take a look at it and go, yep, looks good to me. I'm ready to cut, right? Or I could also use that additional 3.5 inch ruler that I showed you earlier. And I could now measure on all the sides if I wanted to be absolutely precise. But for me, I'm going, yeah, that looks good. All right. Now, the other thing I should mention is that these work for both right-handed people and left-handed people. So if I am a right-handed person, let's see if I can put, all right. If I am a right-handed person, I'm actually going to start cutting to the left. If I am a left-handed person, I'm going to start cutting to the right. Okay, so just remember that. If you're a righty, you go to the left. If you're a lefty, you cut towards the right because you are cutting on the inside window. Now, you certainly could get additional sizes by cutting on the outside of the ruler. That would give you some more sizes. But for our purposes, we are actually going to use these corner channels and cut on the inside. All right. Now, I'm going to show you an example. I'm going to cut it here in just one moment. But the other thing I want to show you is that I'm going to, remember how I said these rulers nest? I'm going to use that to my advantage on this because the next size up is a 6.5 by 8.5 inch, and I am going to place that on top of there, and I'm actually going to keep both rulers there, and I'm going to use this now as a nice resting place for my hand to hold on to as I go to turn this. Boy, I could certainly take the next size up if I wanted to. use it to my advantage and just pop that on. Again, all those rulers are nested, right? And we are ready to cut. You don't have to nest them. That's just an extra tip if you wanted to and you had the rulers to do so, okay? The other thing I want to mention is, say, for example, I've cut my block bigger, right? And instead of that smallest block size, I actually want to go up a size and cut it at that. Look what I'm about to do, okay? So this is my smallest size, but I actually want to cut to this size. Let's take a look at what I could do. I'm going to still start with my smallest size ruler, and I'm going to visually center it. But now this is the size I want to cut. It's the one size up. I'm going to place it on top, and then I'm going to take this one out from the middle. You see how that works? Because now that is still visually centered in my quilt block. All right, so that's just another tip. Okay, are you ready to get cutting? Let's go ahead and start cutting this. I'm actually going to put all 3 rulers here down on there. And now I've actually moved my ruler here a little bit. There we go. And I'm going to visually cut or visually look at it before I cut. Can you see how many headaches and how many tears might be solved before you cut? If you could visually see them, okay? If you can visually see what's about to happen before you cut it, then you're absolutely not going to cut one side larger than the other, heaven forbid, right? Because we want things, in this case, perfectly centered. Okay, so now let's go ahead and cut. So I'm going to place, and I have it facing towards me here. I like to stand up when I cut, just to give myself a little more pressure on that blade, okay? And here we go. Again, I'm going to place my blade in that extended corner channel, all right? So here we go. This again is just a 45 miller blade. Because I'm a righty, I'm going to cut to the left. And then, do you see how nice this rotating mat is? Love it, love it, love it. It absolutely is going to make your life a whole lot easier. I never want to try to move the fabric with my hands because it's going to get out of place. What I want to do is actually move the rotating mat. And there you go. I have the perfect size quilt block ready to be sewn in. Everything's going to match up once I've cut it down to size. You're not going to have, that tugging that goes on with after you've stitched your embroidery project. You're not going to have that. It's all going to be perfectly squared up and ready to be put into your project. Isn't that fantastic? Now, I want to show you something else because, I just talked about having things centered, visually centered. But here's where it also helps. Let me grab one of these. Okay, let's see. I'm going to grab one of these. Oh, here we go. This is the Twilight Boulevard that I talked about yesterday. And can you see that these are done? Oh, here we go. There we go. These are done in panels, right? They're done in blocks. If you could visually see that. But I want my design to rest. There we go. Everything's backwards here, so I'm trying to see where I'm at here. I want this tree block, for example, to rest right along there. Well, it makes it easy to cut that out because now I can take my ruler, okay, and I can, again, visually see where I'm about to cut. So I'm not going to cut, one side larger than the other. And I'm not going to have a problem with maybe the tree looking like it's up in the air versus Broomhilda's bakery next to it sitting down on the ground. It's all going to line up. All right. Here's another example. Here I've got my little candy canes. They're perfectly centered, right? No problem. But look at this little gingerbread gal. She is off to the side of that block. So I can, again, when I went to stitch this out, I can visually see where I'm about to cut first, then cut it, and know that it's going to be the exact place that's going to fit perfectly into my project. All right. Now, here's another thought. Some people might think, oh gosh, that makes me nervous to use a rotary cutter to cut that. What if I mess up? Okay. Well, my first thought is go ahead, and we've got lots of online tutorials. Practice with it. Practice fussy cutting. Take a big piece of a floral print of fabric, and maybe you want to visually put that big purple flower right smack in the center of this frame. All right. Practice, and you will be able to get this, no problem at all. Maybe that purple flower you want over here in the bottom corner of your quilt block. Again, because it's great for fussy cutting, these are perfect for that. Say, for example, how many of you love t-shirt quilts, making t-shirt quilts? Well, you know, we've got this logo on a t-shirt, and we want to get it just right, and we want to get it centered, and we want to make sure everything is the exact same size. Use one of these rulers to be able to, again, fit it in the window and visually be able to see where you're cutting before you cut it, okay? Now, if you're still a little nervous about using the rotary cutter, no problem. What I want you to do, let me grab another example here. Let's use the square set, shall we? I've got a heart here. Okay. Again, in this case, I'm going to say I want to cut it to a 4.5 by 4.5 inch square. I should mention that all of the sides also include your seam allowance already too. So 4.5 by 4.5 is what you're cutting it at. And I can place this on top, visually center it, or place it wherever I want it to go. And instead of using the rotary cutter, I could actually take like a water-soluble pen and trace that frame, right? Trace it, then remove the ruler, and then cut it how you feel most comfortable. So there's always that too. All right. Okay, so Karen says practice, that's going to help, and use a sharp blade. Yes, agreed. Use a sharp blade. What else are you guys saying here? Any questions? Any questions? Again, these are, you know, there's something that that you can use for if you are doing handwork, because again, that process of handwork still pulls in that fabric. So you want to start larger and cut it down to the size you need. Absolutely embroidery for sure. And then also for sewing and just, you know, applique projects as well. Now, another thing that is nice is, say, for example, let's use this one. Okay, again, we're going to use this little ginger block here, and you can see that there's some dimension detail on there, right? This was done on the embroidery machine. Oop, there we go. And I want to be able to cut that block out. Well, if I try to use a regular ruler, what's going to happen? Even if you didn't have this dimension, just even trying to place a ruler on that beautiful satin stitch there, you're going to have some wobble, right? You're going to have that ruler isn't going to lay perfectly flat. And so by having a window that puts that design in there, you're actually going to be able to lay that nice and tight and flat right on top, and then be able to cut it. Okay. All right. Great for panel quilts. Yes, that's a great idea. Great for panel quilts. Great information. Thank you, Betty. Jane, doesn't it wreck the blade hitting the ruler? No, we have not had a problem with that. The extended channel is long enough so it gives you some wiggle room to just keep on rolling that blade, and we haven't had any problems with nicks. Nope, 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 nope. Okay, Lori asked, did you say that sticky was on one side? It's not sticky, rather it's these little no-slip grips, we call them, and they are in the package. You'll see, here's an example. Can you see those right there? They're included in the package. You just peel them off and be able to use them on the back. All right. Okay, Corinne says I need some more practice. Yes, just give it a whirl. Get, again, take some fabric blocks, and you won't believe after trying this out a few times, you'll be like, oh, what was I worried about? This is so much easier to do. And again, absolutely, they work with Kimberbell quilts and table runners and bench pillows and all kinds of projects. Anything that we cut down to size, we are usually using the orange pop rulers. But certainly, because they're standard quilt block sizes, they can be used far beyond Kimberbell as well. All right. Okay, Elaine wants to try it on a t-shirt quilt. Yes, that absolutely. Again, you got that window. You can visually see where you're cutting before you actually make that cut. How many of us have done that before where you're like, okay, I got my measurements right. I think things are centered. I've measured so far over this way and this way. And then you go to cut it and you inevitably cut one side off more than the other. It's kind of frustrating, right? And so that's kind of where this came to be, this idea. And I'll tell you, we love them and people love them and use them all the time. It's fantastic. All right. Largest window is we have an 8.5 by 8.5 inch square. Although you could cut on the outside of that and make it a 10.5 by 10.5 inch square. And then for the rectangle, we have an 8.5 by 10.5, which again, if you were to cut it on the outside of the ruler, you would now have an extra size at 10.5 by 12.5. All right. Okay, Blaine, do you have any questions?
Hey, Kim, I don't have any questions, but I actually do have some comments.
Okay.
Those things are awesome. I love that.
Yeah,
oh my gosh.
Simple concept, but wow, really, really helpful.
Really is, and something too, I think that's something that everybody who does embroidery or quilting need to have in their toolbox.
Yeah. Yeah, we use them way beyond just machine embroidery projects. We use them on just about anything that needs to be cut down to size. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I can see 100 uses for it. I mean, even things I do in my radio control airplane hobby, we cover our airplanes in that heat shrink plastic covering, and you have to cut it all out. Man, that'd be perfect to cut.
I love it, Blaine. Will you video that next time? I'd like to see that.
Hey, I got me a set right here already.
There you go.
I'm going to give it a try.
Yes.
All right. So I got to tell everybody how they can get these great things. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So if you want that Kimberbell, it's the orange pop ruler square. The regular price is $44.98. The Kimberbell orange pop ruler rectangle set, regular price is $59.98. They're on our website. Go in there. You can just type in Kimberbell in the search bar when you go to the website, SewingMachinesPlus.com. But it is a call-in special. To get the Hoopfest pricing, you have to call us to get that pricing. It's advertising restrictions. We can't show the price of what the Hoopfest is. But, hey, I'm telling you right now, I told you what the regular price is. We're going to beat that. So give us a call.
Wow.
Fantastic pricing today. You got to have these in your toolbox, Kim.
Yes, absolutely. And tomorrow, same place, same time, I'm going to be talking about the brand new Kimberbell curated collection called Home for the Holidays. And this is just for machine embroidery, and I think you're going to like it. There's a lot of different projects to show you.
Oh my gosh, everybody's loving this because you're bringing something new to the table every single day.
Good.
And hey, we've got to tell them about our event we're having.
Yes. Yes,
oh my gosh, guys. July 30th and 31st, Kim and I, along with Candace Trevino, we're putting on an event, and it's going to be a very unique event. We're going to have 4 different projects you're going to do, and it's going to be 2 days. The cost is only $99. You can go to our website right now and sign up for it. Cutoff is on July 16th, and we're going to cut the signups off so we can have time to send your kit out to you with all the projects. And also we're going to send you a Sewing Machines Plus swag bag full of goodies just for signing up. And hey, one thing about it, we're advertising this is just for a 6x10 hoop size. But what we're going to do is say, hey, look, if you've got a 5x9, you can actually take the class. There's only one project you won't be able to do. And Kim says you could probably finagle that and make it work. But that one pillow project is designed for 6x10. But hey, for $99, if you only did 3 projects and hang out with you and I all day, hey, that's a good bargain.
And a lot of giveaways. A lot of giveaways.
Oh my
It's just
gosh.
going to be fun.
There's going to be some sewing machines given away. So you got to sign up.
Right? I didn't know about that part. Wow.
Hey,
yeah.
you might, if you win a sewing machine at $99, it'll be worth the $99, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to be so fun. You get all of the pre-cut fabrics, all the embellishments, the full color printed instructions, everything that you need to make those 4 projects. And you won't leave with any UFOs.
There you go. And the
Get 'em
great thing
all
about
done.
it, you're going to have a trunk show on that Saturday, and we're going to have a Q&A session with you, and we're going to actually host this through Zoom so people can actually interact and ask questions. So it is going to be a great, great 2-day event. We're looking so forward. It's going to be extremely unique. The only one you're doing in the country like it. And so we invite y'all to come. Go sign up right now for that event.
Yeah,
Go
how do they
to
sign up?
SewingMachinesPlus.com. At the very top of the page, you're going to see an event tab. Hit that event tab. It'll take you to the events, and click on that Kimberbell event and sign up. Because Kim and I want to see you there.
It's going to be a ball for sure.
It's going to be. Well, Kim, thank you so much for being one of our major sponsors of the event. Thank you for coming on every day and showing us all these great products. And I will see you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow, same time.
All right. See you
Okay.
then.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Y'all heard it there. Don't forget, go check out those products. You can type Kimberbell in the search bar on our website and see all the wonderful Kimberbell products. We got great prices on everything, but it is a call-in special on all the Hoopfest pricing. So make sure y'all go check that out. And then go sign up for that event. It's only $99 for 2 days. You get a kit, a swag bag. You have chances to win all kinds of great gifts. And you get to hang out with Kim Christopherson and do a trunk show with her on Saturday. Get to ask her questions and so have a lot of interaction. It'll be a great time. So y'all need to go sign up for that. All right, guys. Hey, we're moving right along. And hey, I think that y'all heard me yesterday. You know, we had 𝐓𝐤𝐸𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞 from Janome. She was scheduled to be on our show live. She had an emergency surgery she had to go do, so she had to bail out. And we did get word yesterday that 𝐓𝐤, went through surgery. She's doing great, and we're so happy that all of your thoughts and prayers were answered. And so we actually, what happened, we knew the products that we were doing. So Janome had some video of her actually doing some of those products for them and their dealers. So it's not exclusively for us, but what they did is they shared those videos for us so we can play them. So what we're talking about today, we had some video problems yesterday with one of the videos, but today we're highlighting that 500E, that Janome 500E. And so we're going to show that video today. But 𝐓𝐤, I just got to tell you a little bit about 𝐓𝐤. 𝐓𝐤, she's the in-house educator for Janome, and she has been there since April of 2007, and she is very well known. She travels nationwide, helping train dealers and putting on events, and we are so happy to be involved with 𝐓𝐤, and we sure wish she was here live with us, but hey, video is the next best thing. So David's going to cue that video up, and we're going to show you that 500E, and then I'm going to tell you what kind of pricing we got on it and how you can get it.
Welcome back to the Janome Sewing Studio. My name is 𝐓𝐤𝐸, and today I'm going to be sharing with you the Janome Memory Craft 500E. This is an embroidery only model, and I love this machine. This machine is perfect if you are a beginner, a novice, or you are an experienced professional level embroiderer. What I love about it is the package and everything that is included, and let me start to go over some of that with you. You will notice that this machine is shaped a little bit differently than most other Janome embroidery machines. And I like that the embroidery arm is attached to the machine as an internal in the bed of the machine. This large support table that you are seeing directly in front of the machine is included in with the machine, and that table is really needed to support the hoops that come with this machine. 4 hoops are included with the machine. You will see 2 on the wall and 2 on the table, and I am going to go over the sizes of those embroidery hoops. The largest one being on the wall is 7.9 by 11 inches. That's a perfect size to do a back of a jacket or larger embroidery designs. That second one that is visible on the wall is 7.9 by 7.9, as well as a rectangular 5 by 7 by 7.9 and a square 5.5 by 5.5. So I love the size of the hoop that you're getting, that large hoop that you're getting. Normally, when you go to an embroidery only machine, you sacrifice embroidery size, and you don't with this one. I'm going to step to the front of the machine, and you may have noticed that the arm is just a little bit different than some of the other Janome embroidery machines. And let me show you how this one attaches the hoops. You're going to notice that the connecting area is on the side of the hoop with a lever that locks and unlocks that hoop. And when you bring those two pieces together, it will just snap into place. Perfect if you have any issues with your joints or hands, making it very easy to take that hoop on and off of the machine. Just as easily as I put it on, it slides off. The machine has 150 built-in designs, plus a USB port that you can bring designs to the machine. I'm going to show you the screen, and the icons may look very familiar from other Janome embroidery machines. This is my home page where I can go to my built-in embroidery designs, my fonts, and 6 fonts are included in the machine, and my edit screen. When I choose my embroidery designs that are built into the machine, they are going to be sorted by hoop size. And there are 3 pages of designs for a total of 150 built-in designs. And I could choose to view them 2 ways, by category or folder of designs. And you'll notice 3 pages that I could scroll through, or I could search by hoop size. So if I know the area or the hoop that I am planning to use, I could search for designs just by that area. Very easy to navigate and go through those pages to find your choice. When I choose a design, like most Janome machines, my needle is going to fall into the center of the hoop. And I have some really nice options that are available to me right on this front page. I love the trace-based feature. So with this particular, I can either highlight and see the outer perimeter of the whole design, or I can go to a specific corner, which is really helpful if I have something like a shirt or something with a pocket. So I want to see where that upper left-hand corner is going to fall on that embroidery design. Absolutely love this feature. Great way to make sure that the placement of your design is exactly where you want it to be. My design is visible on my screen, and I am going to get some basic design information on this page. It is showing me the size of my design, and this particular one is 3.5 by 3.5 inches, It is a 7-color design, and at a stitching speed of 860, this design will take 7 minutes. The Memory Craft 500E can go as slow as 400 stitches a minute to the fastest speed of 860, and I could choose speeds in the middle of that as well. So I love that I'm able to adjust my speed. Now, I may want to stitch this out and get creative with my colors. And when you look at the whole design, it's really tough to see what exactly is going to embroider. And I have the option of seeing my embroidery view. So here I'm seeing just the color that will embroider versus my whole design. I am going to take you into the edit screen and go over just a few of the editing options that you have. In my edit screen, I can view all of my hoops along with those sizes, so that if I did want to change and adjust and go to a different hoop, I would be able to select that here. My copy and paste allows me to copy and duplicate and put multiple items in one hoop bin. I am able to size 20% up, 20% down within the machine. So as you could see, I'm able to do quite a bit of editing right from the machine and what's available to me. And then of course, my best friend, the garbage can. When everything goes wrong, the garbage can is always a good friend. There are 6 fonts that are built into the machine, and by touching that home button, it brings you to that home screen, allowing you to get to your lettering options. And as I said, there were 6 fonts included in the machine, plus 2 and 3 letter monograms, as well as something called border and normal sew. Now, normal sew are stitches that typically look like decorative stitches in sewing, but are brought into the embroidery mode. And border are those same stitches, but made to a larger scale. So these can be a lot of fun to work with. And I'm going to open those up, and as you can see, rather than letters, they are decorative stitches that will come in. And here those are. And along with all of my lettering options. Of course, I could rotate, I could vertically and horizontally move things. So just some really nice editing options that come to you with this machine. Now the Memory Craft 500E, as I said, if you are a beginner, you've never had an embroidery machine, this is for you. It's basic, it's straightforward, and it's not a machine that you will outgrow. I like suggesting machines that especially a beginner can grow into, and this will suit your needs for many years to come. But if you are an expert sewist, a professional, or maybe you have one of our larger machines, you're not missing out on any of those features that you've come to know and love, especially embroidery size. Being that 7.9 by 11 inches of embroidery space, and that's one field. So that is not for a split design, will enable you to do all of those wonderful in the hoop projects like the zipper bags and the tote bags. So I know you'll have a lot of fun with the Memory Craft 500E. I hope that I was able to share enough of this machine so that you have a really good feel of what the capabilities of this machine truly are. Don't forget to reach out to your Janome dealer and ask them for their pricing specials, if they have any special financing. And don't forget to tell them that Alba sent you. You never know what kind of surprises you might get with that information that you're giving. Bye-bye.
All right, there you see it. So we thank Janome for sending us that video of Alba presenting the 500E, and we're hope Alba has a speedy recovery, and look forward to working with her again. But we're going to have some more videos of her the rest this week here, showing some of the machines. But got to tell y'all how y'all can get this 500E. If you're a Janome fan, hey, you want to try to get a hold of this. The 500E is an embroidery only machine, and this thing is $19.99 the normal price, but we have a call-in special for it. So you have to call in to get the Hoopfest special. So give us a call at 800-401-8151 and give our sales agents a call, and they can tell you about the pricing. If you can't get through the phones, we know they've been super busy today. Kyle is putting that Google Sheets link up in the page, so you can just hit that link. It'll open the Google Sheets up, and you can put your name, your phone number, where they can call you at, and just say, hey, I'm interested in the Janome 500E, and they'll give you a call back and help you out. So just keep trying, and they'll get to you eventually. So I know the phones are pretty busy today, but hey, can't say enough about Janome, and we want to thank them for being one of our sponsors. And again, Janome, that 500E is a great machine out there, and so if you're looking for an embroidery only, what a great price point this is. And really good machine. So, hey guys, we just wrapped up another day, day 3 of Hoopfest. So David, how you feeling over there? Is everything doing good on your end? Still good. How about the chat team back there? How's the chat team doing? I think we got everybody's still there. We got Melinda back there in the corner. We got Candace up here at the front. Got Deb at the front on the other side. And then we got Donna Johnson hiding way back there in the back. So we sure do appreciate them all helping us out, and they're answering your chat questions. And then over here on the other side, we got Kyle and Andrea over here running things and on the back side of things. So, hey guys, we sure do appreciate the crew here working, and I know they're working hard. And I want to give a big shout out to Nick and his salespeople over at the corporate office and the call center. Answering the phones today. I know they've been super, super swamped for the last 3 days and working through that. And then I want to give a big shout out to, Laura Cook and the customer service team. They've been processing orders and talking to you and helping out. And then even our Randy and his warehouse crew at the back, trying to get everything shipped out, the orders as fast as they can. So it's a team effort over there, and we sure do appreciate everybody's hard work. And we sure do appreciate y'all being here today, and to show our appreciation, we're going to give a bunch of stuff away. Guys, y'all about ready for that? All right. So, hey, we're just going to jump right in. So one of the first things we're going to give away is one of our world-famous sewing mats. Everybody knows how great these sewing mats are, and if you haven't got one of these yet, you need to get one. We have them in 3 sizes. You can see them right there. We have 6 standard colors. We also sell 3 limited edition colors, and then we also have the Angela Wolf Pack sewing mat online. But we're only giving away one of these 6 you see on the screen right now. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tell you who the winner are, and we just want you to let us know. You can pick whatever color you want and whatever size. There's 3 sizes to choose from. So our winner of the sewing mat is Barbara O'Neill from Facebook. So Barbara, congratulations. And I'm going to tell y'all how you claim your prize after we call all the prizes out, okay? The next winner is going to be one of the SMP swag bags, and we have 2 of those to give away. And again, if you haven't seen our event bags, everybody loves them. They have special little sayings on them. And if you get all 8 swag bags, they are $49 each. Well, what we're going to do is we're going to have 1 bag. We're going to stuff the 7 other colors in it, plus all the other things you see on that screen right there. You're getting a pin, the magnetic pin holder. You're getting threads. You're getting needles. You're getting a little notebook. You're getting eyeglass cleaner, a little compact mirror. So all kinds of great things we're going to give you with that. We're going to pick 2 of those winners. Our first winner is Beria Dyson. Is that right? Beria? Bria? Okay, Bria Dyson. There it is. It's on the screen. Bria Dyson from Facebook. So Bria, congratulations, and glad you won that. Our next winner up, he's going to pull it right up, is Stacy Cowden. So Cowden, is that it? Cowden? Stacy Cowden? Okay, Stacy Cowden's from YouTube. And so congratulations, Stacy. The next thing we're giving away is one of the SMP magnetic pin holders. And we're going to give that away. And it's, is it Edie? EB? EB Daughtry? Daughtry? Okay. Sorry, guys, I can't hardly see anything. So it's EB Daughtry. Congratulations. She's watching from Facebook. So EB got that. And then our next prize we're giving away is the Floriani Total Control U. And our winner is Cecilia Taylor from YouTube. So Cecilia Taylor, congratulations on that. That's a great, great giveaway. All right, the next one is a John Deere Diamond membership, and it's Mary Gallant from Facebook. May. Geez, I can't see anything. May Gallant from Facebook. All right, so we're going to continue. The next one is Anita Good Design Steve Wilson Signature Series Kit. And the winner is Anna Trung. So Anna Trung from YouTube. So congratulations, Anna. All right. I recognize this next name. I've seen this winner before. She's going to win a 𝐏𝐫𝐸 GS7 scissor set. These are great scissors. They're a set of 3. And the winner is Lucille Camp from YouTube. So Lucille, I've seen, she's won on one of my regular shows before, I think. I recognize that name. So, all right, there we go. They've got it blown up so I can see it better now. So there we go. All right, our next prize is coming to us from Embroidery Garden. It's the Spa Set Travel CD. And I might not be, it don't matter if I can see this name or not. I don't know if I can pronounce it, but it's Sue. What are we saying it, Andrea? 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞. Sue 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐞. Sue, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I'm so sorry, because that's one of those names that I don't know if Angela could get that one. That was pretty good, though. She got the one. So, Sue, you're our winner. And anyway, sorry if I butchered your name there. And then our next product we're giving away is the Embroidery Garden Double Zip Organizer Set. And our winner is Kathy Barney from YouTube. So, Kathy, congratulations on winning that. And then our last gift for today is from the Embroiderer Shop. And it's that Surge Club membership. And coming from Facebook, our winner is Rita Farrell. So congratulations, Rita. And so, guys, I got to tell you about our sponsors. And a big shout out to all the sponsors, because if it weren't for the sponsors, this event would not happen. And so our platinum sponsors were SWF, Anita Good Design, and Dime. Our gold sponsors are R&K, featuring the Floriani product line, Janome, Brother, Kimberbell, and Melco. Silver sponsor is 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐞𝐬 and Juki. And then the bronze is the Deere's Embroidery Legacy. And then our associate sponsors are 𝐏𝐫𝐞𝐬𝐿 Scissors, Smith's Needles, Embroidery Shop, or the Embroiderer Shop, OESD, Embroidery Garden, Synchrony Financing, Angela Wolf, and Joanne Banco. So thank y'all for sponsoring this and helping us out. And they're providing all these wonderful prizes and things that we're giving away. And guys, again, hey, day 3 is in the bag, and we're so happy that everybody tuned in today. And again, we're going to start tomorrow at 8 a.m. With this live stream. We'll hope that all y'all will join us, and that'll be 10 a.m. Central Time. And we hope to see y'all there, because we're going to have another, packed day full of good stuff, good prizes, great products, and great demonstrations. So y'all have a wonderful night. We'll see y'all tomorrow.